Hello, everyone, and welcome back to KevinAudiobook.tv. I'm so glad you're here to continue our journey through the incredible world of complete martial arts attributes. Together, we'll follow Wang Teng as he grows stronger, unlocks extraordinary abilities, faces powerful enemies, and uncovers the countless mysteries hidden throughout the universe. Every chapter brings new challenges, unexpected twists, and exciting battles that make this adventure unforgettable. Whether you've been here since the beginning or you're just joining us today, thank you for being part of this amazing journey. If you're enjoying the series, don't forget to subscribe. Leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments. Your support helps bring more chapters to life. Now sit back, relax, and let's continue the adventure. Enjoy today's chapter 2799, Bloody Devil Transformation, Fight for Life. Another high-tier devil titan. 3, for a moment. He couldn't remember at this moment. Dan Liu's body was completely revealed. Everyone was shocked. What is this? Everyone looked at him. Or rather, it in horror and disgust. Dan Liu had turned into a monster. No signs of a human could be seen on his huge body. He was like a bloated and disgusting crimson maggot. His body was covered with squirming flesh. It was disgusting. Fuck. Wang Teng got a shock when he saw the real face of this thing. What a huge maggot. What's more, it has 2 heads. Silence. Lian, Guluo, and the others felt speechless when they heard this. Although they knew that it looked like a maggot, it was still embarrassing to say it out aloud. Wang Teng didn't know what they were thinking. His gaze was still on Dan Liu as he sized him up secretly. Indeed, there were 2 heads. The body that he almost chopped off a moment ago had turned into 2 separate bodies. Yet they were connected to each other and gave off an abnormal feeling. At the same time, there was a huge eyeball on each of the heads. They were staring at Wang Teng with an evil and bitter gaze. If it was another person, their head would turn numb and they would have goosebumps all over their bodies when they saw this ugly thing staring at them. However, Wang Teng had seen many devil transformations. He wouldn't be frightened by a mere devil transformation martial warrior. Roar, roar. An angry roar came out of Dan Liu's mouth. It didn't waste any time and charged towards Wang Teng. Its body was bloated, but its speed wasn't slow. You could even say that it was extremely fast. In a blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Wang Teng. Bang! Then it swung its thick and bloated tail horizontally at Wang Teng. Its speed was too fast, and a loud explosion was heard in the air. You're using your body as your attack. Wang Teng's eyes flashed. A contemptuous smile appeared at the edge of his lips as he released his fist. Boom! An explosion occurred. A terrifying fist mark congregated on Wang Teng's fist. It landed heavily on Dan Liu's bloated body. The next instant, flesh and blood exploded. Fresh blood spurted out. However, Dan Liu didn't roar in anger. Instead, there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Huh? Wang Teng's gaze suddenly froze. He felt that something was wrong. At this moment, before he could react, the blood and flesh that scattered in all directions flowed back and enveloped him. Large amounts of blood intertwined with one another, forming a huge net that blocked all directions. In an instant, his flesh and blood shrunk as if they wanted to submerge Wang Teng. Everyone was flabbergasted when they saw this scene. Lian and the others clenched their fists uncontrollably. They were worried for Wang Teng. Dan Liu's attack after his devil transformation was so strange. It was unexpected. But it was obvious that once anyone was enveloped by the flesh and blood, it would be extremely dangerous. Wang Teng snorted. The lightning element battle armor on his body receded like a stream, while the other universe-level fire element battle armor covered him instantly. The entire process happened within a few seconds. His entire body was red, and scorching flames erupted from his body. The soul of thousand beasts flame. Boom! A majestic flame swept through the arena, protecting Wang Teng in the middle sizzle. When the flames met Dan Liu's flesh and blood, they started burning as if they met fuel. Roar, roar, roar. Dan Liu screamed in pain. His bloated body struggled frantically in mid-air, and a sweet burnt stench floated out of his body. It was disgusting. What's going on? Everyone was shocked again. They stared at this scene in bewilderment. Bang! The next instant, Dan Liu couldn't withstand it anymore. The part of his body that wrapped around Wang Teng exploded and a figure flew out. The figure was engulfed in crimson flames. It stood in mid-air and looked exceptionally glaring. A lizard with its tail cut off? Wang Teng looked at his opponent calmly through the flames. His soul of thousand beasts flame countered all kinds of flesh and blood. Any powerful star beast's flesh and blood could only become nourishment for the soul of thousand beasts' flame. Dan Liu was tempting fate by trying to wrap him up with his flesh and blood. It's that kind of divine flame. Lian's eyes lit up. She immediately made her guess. All kinds of uses of divine flames flashed through her mind, and she compared them with Wang Teng's divine flame. Then she had an idea. Soul of thousand beasts flame, it's a divine flame. Wang Teng is really lucky. I'm envious. Is this your devil transformation? Wang Teng waved his hand and retracted the flames around him. They turned into a ball the size of his palm and floated above his palm. He said calmly, "This is your best, DEI." A hoarse voice came out from the mouth of the blood-red maggot. It was filled with bitterness and resentment. If you listened carefully, you could hear Dan Liu's voice. Splat, splat. Suddenly, two huge bulges appeared on Dan Liu's bloated back. A pair of fleshy wings broke out of his body and covered the sky. Chapter 2800, Bloody Devil Transformation. Fight for life, another high-tier devil titan. 4. Blood dripped down the wings. It was sticky and disgusting. It was uncomfortable. The fleshy wings spread out and flapped violently. Dan Liu's bloated body turned into lingering shadows and disappeared on the spot. What a fast speed! Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. Without thinking, he activated his space flash and disappeared on the spot. Boom! An explosion occurred at the spot where he was standing a moment ago. Dan Liu's bloated body appeared above the area. He opened his huge mouth filled with hideous fangs and bit down. Wang Teng slashed his battle sword out. It turned into a flaming sword glow and shot towards Dan Liu. Dan Liu flapped his wings again and congregated a huge bloody wind blade. It shot out and collided with Wang Teng's sword glow. Boom! After the two attacks collided, a violent explosion occurred. Frightening force impact swept through the surroundings. The two of them disregarded the residual impact of the force and charged towards each other again. An intense battle ensued. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions resounded in the air. Holy light sword scripture, fist of light. Holy white sword and fist glows surged over from all directions and slammed onto Dan Liu's bloated body. Many people were flabbergasted. This was because they noticed that Dan Liu was still at a disadvantage, even after his devil transformation. He was completely suppressed by Wang Teng's fierce attacks. Blood spurted out of Dan Liu's bloated body. His flesh was burned by the flames and gave off a sweet burnt smell. It was suppressed. In front of Wang Teng's endless attacks, even devil transformation couldn't change the result. Roar! Dan Liu roared in anger. His heart was filled with unwillingness. Endless constellation dark force erupted from his body and swept through the sky. The corpses of the martial warriors below turned into dried corpses uncontrollably. Their blood was sucked out and gushed towards their bodies. Wang Teng frowned. Disgust flashed past his eyes. He didn't expect that he wouldn't be able to change the result of the corpses getting drained even after stopping the enemy once. This was a strange move. A large amount of blood gushed out from all corners and merged into Dan Liu's body. It healed his injuries and allowed his weak aura to become stronger again. However, Wang Teng could clearly feel a hint of madness in this domineering aura. He wants to fight for his life. A thought suddenly appeared in Wang Teng's mind. He frowned slightly. Roar. Dan Liu's body suddenly shrunk. A thick blood glow blossomed from his body. Oh no. Wang Teng seemed to have sensed something. He turned serious and stretched out his hand to grab the sky. Flaming magnetic meteor domain. A low shout was heard in his heart. The palm seemed to have turned into a domain. Numerous flames and giant rocks congregated and turned into huge fireballs that looked like constellations. At the same time, the blood-red glow in Dan Lu's body became extremely thick. Boom! A violent explosion resounded in the air. Its body exploded. That's right. Dan Lu's bloated body exploded and turned into rays of blood-red light. They filled up the entire sky and swarmed towards Wang Teng. Go. Wang Teng turned grim. He waved his hand, and the domain in his hand was completely displayed in this space. It zoomed in infinitely, and numerous constellation fireballs plummeted down. Boom, boom, boom. The giant fireball collided with the blood-red beam of light. Explosions were heard. It was like a catastrophe. It was terrifying. In an instant, flames spread out, and the three divine flames erupted. Green, red, white. The three colored flames engulfed the entire area and turned it into a sea of fire. Roar, roar, roar. The three fire beasts congregated in the air and roared into the sky. They released a terrifying aura and suppressed the blood-red light within the flames, like divine beasts guarding the city. All the blood-red rays of light were submerged. They disintegrated instantly. Screams of agony echoed in the flames. Everyone was flabbergasted when they saw this scene. They couldn't believe their eyes. Wang Teng's mastery of domains had reached such a frightening stage. He could do it with ease. He seemed to have it at his fingertips. Was this something a cosmos stage martial warrior could do? Even the talented heaven realm martial warriors might not be able to do it. Latoon's pupils constricted when he saw this scene. He was flabbergasted. Even he couldn't reach Wang Teng's level of mastery of domain. For a moment, his emotions were complicated. It looked like he lost for a reason. Wang Teng was an abnormality. A cosmos stage martial warrior was able to defeat a heaven realm talent like him. This was rare. The mid-tier devil emperors and dark apparitions were flabbergasted when they saw this scene. They didn't dare to get close. Even the high-tier devil emperor dark apparition turned serious. He started to feel fearful of Wang Teng in the sky. The devil titan's gaze was cold. His gaze landed on Wang Teng, and he gave off a strong killing intent. When did such a talent appear in the human race? Chapter 2801, Bloody Devil Transformation. Fight for Life, another high-tier devil titan 5. He saw a few familiar shadows on the black-haired young man. These people were the most troublesome presences he had encountered in the foreign battlegrounds. Ruler Heaven Flame looked down, too. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Then he burst out laughing. How can a dark apparition be our match? The devil titan snorted. Take care of yourselves first. Ruler Heaven Flame's expression changed slightly. He glanced at the three great elders and the dimensional rift in the distance. His pupils constricted. In this short period of time, the dimensional rift expanded again. The devil god's claw behind the dimensional rift stretched out again and grabbed it tightly. An evil and chaotic aura spread out from behind the dimensional rifts continuously. The haze in everyone's heart grew thicker. This was the most urgent moment. Boom. The devil titan grabbed the chance when his opponent was distracted and slashed his giant blood sickle out. Endless power congregated and swept towards Ruler Heaven Flame. Ruler Heaven Flame's expression changed. He didn't have the time to think and could only resist with all his might. Bang! His body was thrown back by the attack. A long and narrow wound appeared on his chest. Dark force squirmed on it and quickly invaded the wound. Heaven Flame on the other side. Greenwood and Golden Star shouted worriedly when they saw this scene. I'm fine. Ruler Heaven Flame lowered his head and looked at the wound on his chest. His pupils constricted slightly, but he still replied calmly. Then the force in his body surged and controlled the dark force around the wound to prevent it from spreading. Ha ha ha! The Devil Titan laughed proudly. He's at a disadvantage? Wang Teng raised his head and turned grim. He didn't expect that Ruler Heaven Flame would get injured by him. This wasn't good. If the top-tier martial warriors were injured, the situation would be one-sided. But in front of such a formidable warrior, he felt helpless too. He took a deep breath and blinked. I have no choice but to use that. Before that, he needed to get rid of this person. The other party was the instigator of this disaster. How could he let him live? Wang Teng retracted his gaze and looked at the flames in front of him. Under the influence of the three divine flames, Dan Liu's roars gradually weakened until they couldn't be heard anymore. Is he dead? He activated his real eye and scanned the flames. No signs of life could escape his eyes. Swoosh! A blood-red ray of light shot out from the flames. It was extremely obscure, especially in the crimson flames, but Wang Teng still saw it. Trying to escape? A cold smile appeared at the edge of his lips. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the ball of flame. The flame turned into a huge burning palm and grabbed the blood-red beam of light. The flaming palm landed from above. It was about to grab the blood-red beam of light. Sigh. At this moment, a faint sigh was heard. It echoed in the air and seemed to have exploded beside Wang Teng's ear. His head turned numb. Who? Wang Teng shouted. His expression was grim as he stared intently in front. Ha 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 ha! You're really sharp! A blood-red figure suddenly appeared in front of Wang Teng, enchanting. Gruesome, attractive. This was a beautiful vampire female dark apparition. The evaluation was extremely accurate. Wang Teng found joy in his suffering. He silently gave himself a thumbs up. However, his expression turned even more serious. Waves of astonishment crashed into his heart. A high-tier devil titan. This vampire female dark apparition was another high-tier devil titan. When did she come? Was she hiding in the dark and watching his battle with Dan Liu? A series of doubts appeared in Wang Teng's mind. Then he saw the figure waving her hand casually after she appeared. The flaming palm he congregated started disintegrating inch by inch. Wang Teng knew the result without thinking. After all, this was a high-tier devil titan dark apparition. The flames dissipated, and the blood-red beam of light landed steadily on the vampire female dark apparition's jade-like hand. It revealed its true appearance. It was a palm-sized piece of blood with blood dripping down it. However, the enchanting vampire female dark apparition didn't care. She held the blood clot in her palm and even stretched out her other hand to touch it gently. My dear, you're really useless, Wang Teng. My dear and useless. They were a good match, however, he couldn't tell that Dan Liu was a pretty boy with a bad stomach. Pfft, shameless disdain. This young man is not bad. Do you want to be my little boy? The vampire female dark apparition looked at Wang Teng and smiled seductively. Do you think I should make a contribution to the human race? Wang Teng looked at Lei Yan, Gu Luo, and the others and touched his chin as he asked. Lei Yan, Gu Luo, and the others were speechless. What did this fellow mean? He was seriously considering accepting this offer. Chapter 2802, Great Five Elements, Divine Sword Array, Nether God Race, Ming Ku, 1. Lei Yan and the others didn't know what to say about Wang Teng's train of thought. No one would consider this possibility, yet, when it came to Wang Teng, he was actually considering it. What kind of person was he? It's a pity that no one agrees. Wang Teng looked at the female vampire dark apparition and said helplessly, different races will never have a result. Ha ha ha, this young man is really interesting. You're much more interesting than my Dan Liu. The vampire female dark apparition covered her small red mouth and chuckled. I think so too, Wang Teng nodded seriously. He continued, not only am I more interesting than him, my talent is better and I'm more handsome than him. Sigh, it's infuriating to compare myself with him. He even sighed as if he was in a dilemma, the vampire female dark apparition. This human seemed a little thick-skinned. However, this was interesting. She sized up the black-haired young man with interest. There was a crimson glow in her eyes, as if she was staring at her prey. Are you sure you don't want to consider it? I can throw away my Dan Liu for you. The vampire female dark apparition lifted the piece of meat in her hand as if she would throw it away if Wang Teng agreed. The piece of flesh started trembling. However, in the hands of the vampire female dark apparition, it was like an ant. It seemed exceptionally helpless. Everyone's expression turned strange. At the same time, they felt sad for Dan Lu. He was a talented alchemist, but he ended up in this state. He could be thrown away easily. Was it worth it? Many people sighed, "Brother Dan Lu, can you hear me? You're so pitiful," Wang Teng shouted at the piece of meat. "Do you think I should agree? Or should I agree? Or should I agree?" Furious, Dan Lu shuddered. If he could, he wanted to fight with Wang Teng. However, he was just a piece of meat now. "Does this mean that you agree?" The vampire female dark apparition's eyes lit up. She wanted to throw the piece of meat away. Everyone, "No, I'm just teasing you," Wang Teng replied. The vampire female dark apparition's expression froze. She didn't expect someone to joke with her. However, the next moment she smiled and winked at Wang Teng. "I didn't know that you have the potential to be a scumbag. Bullshit?" Wang Teng turned serious. "People who know me all say that I'm a good man. How can I be a scumbag? You're slandering me." The vampire dark apparition was stunned. She stared at Wang Teng in a daze. She never thought that there would be such a shameless person in the world. "Xue, Ye, when are you going to stop playing?" Devil Titan Bloodslayer's voice was heard in the sky. "Kill him. We can't let him live. I can't kill him yet." The Devil Titan Xue Yi smiled. Devil Titan Bloodslayer's eyes lit up. He glanced at the dimensional rift and kept quiet. Then he shifted his gaze to the dimensional rift. Boom! At this moment, a loud explosion was heard from the dimensional rift. Under everyone's astounded gaze, another giant claw forcefully squeezed its way out. Great Elder Dan Chen's gaze turned extremely serious. He used voice transmission to ask, "Is the array ready?" "Almost." Great Elder Byers scanned the crowd and nodded. "Activated! We can't wait any longer!" Great Elder Dan Chen said in a low voice. Great Elder Byers nodded and shouted, "Activate the array! Boom!" The moment he finished speaking, the entire space seemed to vibrate. The next instant, everyone widened their eyes in surprise as if they saw something unbelievable. Wang Teng raised his head abruptly. His gaze flickered. "The array is activated." The family heads of the core families were elated. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions resounded in the air. The constellations grew bigger and bigger in everyone's eyes. They came from afar and floated above everyone's head. There were a few thousand constellations. Those were real constellations, not a giant rock like Wang Teng's. The constellations were originally floating in the secondary career alliance's void. Now, under the control of the formidable martial warriors from the secondary career alliance, they descended from the void. Wang Teng activated his real eye and scanned the constellations above him. He saw many figures sitting cross-legged on the constellations, giving off a powerful aura. This is a saint-level rune master. Wang Teng scanned his surroundings. As expected, the saint-level secondary professionals had disappeared. They had appeared above the constellations, controlling constellations. He could imagine that the array the secondary career alliance was going to activate was extraordinary. If not, they wouldn't have wasted so much time. The Devil Emperor Dark Apparition's expressions changed when they saw this scene. They felt a sense of danger. Boom! At this moment, a majestic energy spread out from the constellations and intertwined in the air. It was complicated and occult. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. 5 different attributes appeared in the air. The 5 different colors of energy lines formed strange runes and dotted the sky. It was as if there was an invisible hand carving the runes in the air. Chapter 2803, Great 5 Elements, Divine Sword Array, Nether God Race, Ming Ku 2. If you looked at it from a bird's-eye view, you would realize that the energy released by the constellations had congregated to form an enormous circular array. All the dark apparitions were included in the array. An invisible aura spread out instantly and filled up the array. All the dark apparitions felt their head turning numb. The hairs on their bodies stood up uncontrollably. Divine-level array. Cries of astonishment resounded in the sky. The dark apparitions were flabbergasted. They were extremely tense. Divine-level array. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He was astounded, as expected, of the Secondary Career Alliance. They had an immortal level array that could be activated at any time. This was unbelievable. An immortal level array was already an incredible presence. It was completely different from a normal array. Normal arrays relied on the power of heaven and earth to release terrifying power. This divine level array was the real power of heaven and earth. There was no need to rely on anything else because it was a part of heaven and earth. The power it could release was the frightening power hidden in heaven and earth. Even if there was a saint-level array, there was an essential difference between it and a divine-level array. You could say that once you reached the immortal level, you couldn't judge with common sense anymore. You had truly transcended the mortal world. Anything that was related to the word immortal would definitely become extraordinary. This was a widely acknowledged fact. The amount of manpower and resources needed to construct an immortal-level array was enough to injure a powerful faction. Only a powerful faction like the Secondary Career Alliance or the Virtual Universe Corporation could build such a terrifying immortal-level array for them to use. The most important thing was the construction of a divine-level array needed to be completed by a divine-level rune master. Divine-level rune masters couldn't be found everywhere. Not only that, this isn't a single-element array, it's a 5-element array. Wang Teng sized up the divine-level array. He was flabbergasted. A 5-element divine-level array required more materials than a single-element divine-level array. It was at least 5 times. However, this was theoretical. In fact, a 5-element divine-level array would require 5 times more materials than a single attribute array. This wasn't a difference that could be made up with plenty of materials. The 5-element array was at least 10 times more difficult than a single-element array, much less an immortal level 1. The difficulty was unimaginable. I wonder who built this divine-level array. No, it might not be built by a divine-level rune master, but the combination of many divine-level rune masters, Wang Teng wondered to himself. The appearance of this divine-level array invigorated the human martial warriors. They were elated. This is great. The divine-level array is activated. The dark apparitions are dead. How dare they invade the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters? They must be looking for death. Let's make sure they never come back. Ha ha ha! All dark apparitions can die. Activate the immortal-level array and destroy all the dark apparitions. There are so many advanced dark apparitions here. Let's take care of them. That's right. This is a great opportunity. If we can kill these advanced rank dark apparitions, it will be a good thing for us. Voices erupted from the crowd. Everyone felt that they could turn the tides and get rid of the advanced rank dark apparitions here. It was a good idea, but for some reason, Wang Teng felt that it wasn't easy. These dark apparitions came prepared. How could they not know that there was an immortal-level array in the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters? Also, Wang Teng looked at the vampire female dark apparition called Shui Yi and frowned uncontrollably. The other party seemed afraid of this divine-level array, but she didn't seem worried at all. Her expression was calm, as if she had expected this. She was either extremely scheming or she already had a way to deal with it. Compared to the former, Wang Teng was more inclined to the latter. After all, even if it was a high-tier Devil Titan dark apparition, Wang Teng believed that it wouldn't be able to maintain such a calm expression when it saw the immortal-level array. Hence, there was only one possibility. The other party was prepared. Wang Teng's heart sank uncontrollably when he thought of this possibility. Great 5 elements divine sword array. A loud shout came from a constellation in the middle of the sky. It echoed in the universe. Everyone looked at the sky and clenched their fists uncontrollably. They were extremely nervous. At the same time, they were filled with anticipation. Being able to witness the activation of a divine-level array was a great honor for everyone present. Many people might not even be able to see a divine-level array in their lifetime, much less its activation. But today, everyone was fortunate to see it. Even Wang Teng couldn't help but raise his head. His expression was stern, and there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. The great 5 elements, divine sword array, I wonder how powerful it is. The moment this thought appeared in his mind, another shout came from the sky. Activate. There was only one word. Chapter 2804, Great 5 Elements Divine Sword Array. Nether God Race. Ming Ku 3. It only required one word. Everyone was worried. Boom, the next instant. A terrifying explosion was heard. Boundless power of the 5 elements gathered from the sky. The constellations spun. The array spun slowly. It started operating like a huge machine. Clang. Suddenly, a sword cry was heard. It was exceptionally clear, as if it could pierce through all the noise and enter everyone's ears. Everyone present could hear it clearly. The appearance of this sound was like a signal. Numerous sword hums were heard, as if countless sharp swords were unsheathed at the same time. Clang. Clang. Clang, sword glows congregated in the array. Gold, green, blue, crimson, yellow. 5 completely different sword glows intertwined in the array. It was dazzling. In an instant, the entire array was filled with the 5 sword glows. Every sword glow gave off a terrifying aura. Many Heaven Stage martial warriors turned grim. They felt a strong threat. One sword glow was enough to take their lives. Terrifying killing intent had congregated into a physical form. It enveloped the entire area. The dark apparitions finally lost their voices. They looked at this scene in fear, and their pupils constricted violently. Kill. A shout came from the emptiness. All the sword glows froze for a moment. Then, as if they had eyes, the tip of their swords hung down and aimed at the dark apparitions around them. Bang. 2 huge balls of light collided violently in the sky, creating a loud explosion. Then, both of them flew back for tens of thousands of meters before they managed to stabilize themselves. "It's time to end this," one of the balls of light revealed the figure of Ruler Heaven Flame. He stood in midair and looked at Devil Titan Bloodslayer opposite him. "Really?" Devil Titan Bloodslayer suddenly snorted. Ruler Heaven Flame frowned and looked at the Devil Titan curiously. The 5 elements divine sword array was activated, and the sword glow hung high in the sky. Why was the Devil Titan still so confident? He didn't seem to care at all. Devil Titan Bloodslayer ignored Ruler Heaven Flame. Instead, he looked up at a certain star in the sky and blinked. It should be enough. A buzzing sound was heard. The sword glow in the sky was about to land. Everyone could feel the strong pressure from the sword glow. Even though the human martial warriors weren't targeted, they still felt a chill down their spine. Their bodies turned stiff and cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. This was an immortal level array. This aura alone was enough to make people fall into despair. They couldn't even think of resisting. This divine level array is really scary. Wang Teng turned serious. Even with his spiritual power, he couldn't withstand the pressure. He wished he could escape immediately, but he couldn't. Once the divine level array was activated, it wouldn't be easy to escape. Boom. The next instant, a powerful aura erupted from his body. Wang Teng activated his unyielding lighting battle conscious to resist the frightening killing intent. As his aura exploded, Wang Teng finally felt his body regaining its senses. The stiffness disappeared gradually. Roar, roar, roar! The dark apparitions below roared in fear. They felt the aura of death, but they weren't willing to die just like this. All of them seemed to have gone crazy as they fought with one another. All of this sounded long, but it happened within a few seconds. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At a certain moment, the 5-element sword glows in the sky turned into rays of light and shot towards the dark apparitions below. "It's here," Wang Teng squinted. He felt nervous for no reason. Whether the dark apparitions had any trump cards would depend on this attack. They wouldn't allow so many Devil Emperor dark apparitions to die here. If there was a backup plan, it would be activated at this moment. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion resounded in the sky. Wang Teng's expression changed entirely. He looked up and saw a constellation exploding. Boom, boom, boom. Then, like a chain reaction, explosions were heard from the entire array. The sword glows charging towards the dark apparition suddenly dissipated. The killing intent disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. The dark apparitions below were stunned. All the human martial warriors were stunned, too. The three great elders who were curbing the dimensional rift in the sky were stunned, too. Their expressions were filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Ruler Heaven Flame was flabbergasted. His eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The great 5 elements divine sword array was broken. What's more, it was destroyed so easily. They didn't even know what happened. This was an immortal level array. Even a normal array wouldn't be able to break so easily, much less an immortal level array. What was going on? Countless questions floated into Ruler Heaven Flame's mind, throwing him into a mess. His composure disappeared without a trace. Gasp? Wang Teng gasped. He was in disbelief. He guessed that the dark apparitions had other plans, but he didn't expect them to target the great 5 elements divine sword array directly. This was a real immortal level array. It wasn't fake. How did it break? Chapter 2805. Great 5 elements divine sword array. Nether god race Ming Ku 4. Wang Teng didn't understand. This was too unexpected. No one would have thought that this would happen. He wasn't the only one. Great Elder Dan Chen and the others didn't expect this either, dying before one could complete one's mission. In an instant, this sentence appeared in Wang Teng's mind. His expression turned extremely grim, and his heart was extremely heavy. A peal of laughter came out of the devil Titan's mouth. His laughter was filled with pride and mockery. Roar, roar, roar! The dark apparitions below regained their senses and roared as if they had just survived a calamity. They seemed to be venting the fear in their hearts. The human martial warriors' expressions turned ugly. Some of them even turned pale. They couldn't accept this reality. The divine level array was destroyed just like that. Was this a joke? How? How did this happen? Lian, Dan Yuan, and the other young talents stared at the sky absent-mindedly. They almost lost their ability to speak. They were flabbergasted. They couldn't imagine what happened. That's the core of the array. Great Elder Bayer's face was a little pale. His pupils constricted as he spoke in a hoarse voice. What? Array core? Great Elder Dan Chen and Great Elder Tambeli couldn't believe what they heard. The thing that got destroyed was the core of the great 5 elements divine sword array. The situation was worse than they thought. What did you do? Ruler Heaven Flame asked with an ugly expression. Come out! The ruler sniggered and shouted at the exploding star. Numerous broken rocks fell from the point where the constellation exploded. The terrifying residual impact swept in all directions. The destruction of constellation. This was the real destruction of constellation. A celestial body started cracking inch by inch in front of everyone. It turned into dust and lava flowed out. It was astonishing. This scene was too terrifying. If a normal person saw this, they would never forget it. However, most of the martial warriors present were at least at the heaven realm. They possessed the ability to destroy constellations, so they had seen many similar situations. They weren't astounded. The only thing that astounded everyone was the significance of this constellation. After Devil Titan Bloodslayer finished speaking, a figure appeared in the shattered constellation Kuming. Great Elder Byers looked at the figure in disbelief and exclaimed it was an old man. He was wearing the attire of a saint-level secondary professional. His white hair fluttered in the wind, making him look exceptionally divine. However, at this moment, his face was filled with indifference.
Saint Kuming?
Many people in the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters recognized this person, too. Saint Kuming? Wang Teng's voice suddenly sounded beside Lian's ear. He had already appeared beside her. He's a famous saint-level rune master. I've heard of his name before. It's said that he's one of the few saint-level rune masters who has the highest chance of advancing to the immortal level. Lian was flabbergasted. She couldn't calm down for a long time. She glanced at Wang Teng and explained quickly. A saint-level rune master? Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. He doesn't look right. Why, isn't he at the saint level in the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters? Why did he do that? Lian muttered in disbelief. Lian wasn't the only one. Great Elder Dan Chen and the others probably wanted to know too. Why? Great Elder Byers stared at the other party intently and asked bitterly. In the past, he had high hopes for Ku Ming and gave him much help. He hoped that the other party could advance to the immortal level as soon as possible. But now, ha ha ha. Saint Ku Ming didn't reply to him, but Devil Titan Bloodslayer's laughter echoed in the air. Let me tell you why. That's because his name isn't Ku Ming. He's called Ming Ku ha ha ha. Devil Titan Bloodslayer's laughter echoed in the air as if he had said something funny. He couldn't stop himself. Ming Ku, Great Elder Byers squinted. You're a dark apparition from the Nether God race. That's right. A hoarse and ear-piercing voice came out of Ming Ku's mouth. It was completely different from his kind and easy-going voice. Boom, then, without giving anyone a chance to react, he took a step out and his body started changing. His white hair turned dark purple, and two black horns on his forehead cut through his skin, revealing the dark purple patterns on it. It looked strange, yet noble. A dazzling dark purple glow blossomed in his eyes. His pupils dilated and turned into a pair of double pupils. They were filled with evilness. The old face squirmed in a strange way. Within a few breaths, it was as smooth as a young man's face. He had turned into a young man. At the same time, dark purple patterns started spreading on his pale skin, linking to the horns. Dark purple light swept out from his body and enveloped him. The secondary professional's attire cracked inch by inch and was finally replaced by a dark purple gown. One step, with a single step, Ming Ku's entire body underwent a tremendous change. His extraordinary aura disappeared and turned evil and terrifying. If they didn't see it personally, no one would believe that the person in front of them was the respected and highly placed Saint Ku Ming. Great Elder Byers, thank you for taking care of me all these years. The next instant, Ming Ku raised his head. His long, dark purple hair danced in the wind, and a sinister smile appeared at the edge of his lips. He bowed slightly at Great Elder Byers. He was elegant and noble, but he gave off an evil aura. Great Elder Byers took a step back uncontrollably. He stared at the unfamiliar dark apparition in front of him in disbelief. Everyone who knew Saint Ku Ming couldn't believe what they were seeing. This respected saint was a dark apparition. What's more, he was from the extremely powerful and mysterious Nether God race among the dark apparitions. I didn't expect you to be a dark apparition. Great Elder Dan Chen took a deep breath. There was a sharp glint in his eyes. Great Elder Dan Chen. Ming Ku bowed at Dan Chen. He was still polite, as if he was the renowned Great Elder Ku Ming. However, no one could get close to his evil expression. Stop acting. You dark apparition, we must be blind to not realize that you're not a human. Great Elder, Tambelli snorted. This is all thanks to the talent of the Nether God race. If not, we wouldn't be able to fool the divine-level martial warriors. Ming Ku sniggered. The Nether God race, Great Elder Dan Chen turned serious. We only know that the Nether God race is strange, but we didn't know that you have such a concealing ability. There are many abilities of the Nether God race that you don't know, Ming Ku smiled. Good, the Nether God race, Great Elder Byers laughed in anger. Your race schemed for so many years and even sent you to hide for so long, you must be waiting for this day, right? That's right. After all, this is the headquarters of the Secondary Career Alliance, Ming Ku nodded. Then he smiled and continued. But in comparison, this place is the most fragile, Chapter 2806, Yin God Cage, Devil Armor Race Genius, Jia Kundun 1, Fragile. Ming Ku's words stunned the three great elders. Their expressions turned ugly. This was an insult to the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. But this was the truth. Heaven, Flame, Greenwood, Golden Star, and the others turned silent. Compared to the Virtual Universe Corporation, the Mercenaries Alliance, and even the Universe Bank, the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters was indeed the weakest. The advantage of a secondary professional wasn't in their martial arts ability. It was in their various secondary professions. Think about it. If they provoked the Virtual Universe Corporation and thousands of martial warriors surrounded them in the blink of an eye, even dark apparitions would feel their heads turning numb. Thus, there was a reason why the dark apparitions chose the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters as their breakthrough point. However, they must have a huge motive for targeting the powerful factions of the human race. At this moment, everyone could see this. No one would naively think that this was just an act of revenge. Ming Ku, this is too much, Great Elder Tambeli glared at him. Great Elder Tambeli, rather than being angry here. Why don't you resist the dimensional rift with all your might? You might have a chance of survival. Ming Ku looked at the other party's furious expression and laughed happily. You, Great Elder Tambeli, was infuriated. However, Great Elder Dan Chen stopped him. He stared coldly at the smiling Ming Ku and spoke to Great Elder Byers using voice transmission. Can the array be repaired? It's too late. Great Elder Byers glanced at the dimensional rift and shook his head bitterly. It doesn't matter if it's too late. Send all our men to repair the array. We mustn't give up until the last moment. If we do, you and I will be sinners, Great Elder Dan Chen said in a low voice. Okay. Great Elder Byers replied in a low voice. He was stunned. An order came from him instantly. The saint-level rune masters on the constellations started moving. Many martial warriors gathered from all directions and appeared beside the star that exploded just now. Congregate. There were many Earth element martial warriors among them, powerful constellation. Earth force exuded from their bodies as they congregated in the center. The broken rocks started gathering quickly. Even the lava flowing out from the star core started gathering under the control of the fire element martial warriors. It was covered by the rocks that kept flowing over. This was the power of extraordinary martial warriors. This wasn't a simple gathering of rocks and lava. It was a simulation of the formation of constellations. Energy would gather and finally congregate into a real constellation. The process wasn't that simple, so it required a lot of time. It wasn't something that could be completed in a short time. Stop them. Devil Titan Bloodslayer said coldly. Yes. Many dark apparitions dashed out and charged towards the martial warriors and the saint-level rune masters. Stop the dark apparitions. Quick, ruler, heaven, flame shouted. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The human martial warriors rushed out and started fighting with the dark apparitions. Let's go too. Wang Teng turned serious and shouted at the people around him. Lian, Guluo, and the others weren't slacking either. They saw the current situation and knew that this was the most critical moment. Whether or not those people could repair the immortal level array would affect the direction of this war. Boom, 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 explosions resounded in the sky. The human martial warriors and the dark apparitions collided violently. Frightening force residual impacts spread out continuously like ripples shaking the air. However, they were secondary professionals, so their martial arts ability wasn't strong. Thus, they were at a disadvantage when faced with the crazy attacks of the dark apparitions. On the other hand, Wang Teng's eyes lit up when he saw Gu Luo's ability. This talent from the Gu Hong territorial domain was indeed different. His martial arts ability was equally powerful. Boom! At this moment he released all his strength and collided with a high-tiered devil emperor, the dark apparition. They were evenly matched. Lian, Dan Yuan, and the others found it unbelievable. They were all alchemists. Why was this fellow as abnormal as Wang Teng? Was this the trend now? An alchemist who wasn't strong enough, wasn't a good alchemist? Oh my God, he's so powerful. New Ritian and the other smithery talents were dumbfounded. Good riddance, he might be stronger than Latune. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. He was astounded. Some distance away, even Latune, who was fighting with the dark apparitions, couldn't help but look over. There was a sharp glint in his eyes. Another talent. However, this person didn't give him much pressure, as he was a heaven stage martial warrior like him. He wasn't like a pervert who could fight with him or even defeat him despite being at the peak of the cosmos stage. Wang Teng ignored Gu Luo and charged into the crowd of dark apparitions. He held his battle sword in his hand and moved like a celestial maiden. Terrifying sword glows shot out continuously from the battle sword. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the dark apparitions died in his hands. They plummeted down like a patch of black rain. The situation here caught everyone's attention. They were flabbergasted. Everyone was astounded when they saw Wang Teng's efficiency. They couldn't close their mouths. Chapter 2807, Yin God Cage, Devil Armor Race Genius, Jia Kundun. 2. His speed had already reached that of multiple martial warriors killing the dark apparitions. If they didn't know Wang Teng, they might have believed that he was a universe stage martial warrior monster. Was this fellow really a cosmos stage martial warrior? However, the dark apparitions that Wang Teng killed were all mid-tier emperor-level devil emperors. They were equivalent to martial warriors at the 3rd level of the heaven realm and below. Thus, they weren't a threat to him. It wouldn't be easy to kill a mid-tier devil emperor dark apparition. He could fight with mid-tier devil emperors, but that didn't mean that he could kill them easily. Killing a mid-tier devil emperor dark apparition required much effort. If it was a talented dark apparition at the peak of the heaven stage like Latun, it would be even harder to deal with. He would need to spend more effort. Wang Teng knew his advantage, so he charged towards the mid-tier emperor-level dark apparitions. After some time, Lei Yan, Dan Yuan, and the others had no time to care about Wang Teng. They were suppressed by the dark apparitions and were in a tough battle. I can't go on like this. Wang Teng frowned. Many thoughts went through his mind, and a spiritual light suddenly flashed in his mind. Oh, right. And his spiritual kinesis skills. Every time he went to a battlefield, his spiritual kinesis control would come in handy. It didn't work. But here was the problem. He looked around him. There were mid-tier devil emperors, and above, all of them gave off a powerful and terrifying aura. This wasn't an existence that could be easily affected by spiritual kinesis. Wang Teng was in a dilemma. This was the first time he met such a situation. Fuck. Who would send so many high-class warriors to the battlefield for no reason? This war wasn't right. Many thoughts went through Wang Teng's mind. He scanned the attributes board quickly as he searched for a way to deal with this situation. Suddenly, his gaze stopped on a row of attributes, Lightning Hell Domain. This was a special lightning domain he had obtained from Latune. It turned lightning into endless pressure and was like a prison. It was a large-scale control domain and was extremely suitable for the current situation. Also, the Lightning Hell domain had reached the 4th level of the actualization phase. It was quite powerful. Many mid-tier devil emperors might not be able to grasp this actualization phase domain. Also, he suddenly turned and looked at Latun. He saw many attribute bubbles floating around him. Pick them up. He released his spiritual kinesis without thinking and picked up the attribute bubbles. Heaven Realm Spirit 3-5 Owner, Saint Level Lightning Talent 5-5 Owner, Lightning Constellation Force 16,000, Lightning Le Furnace 421, Heavenly Lightning Spear 3000, Lightning Spear Domain 8th rank 1500, Lightning Hell Domain 4th rank Actualization Phase 1200. A large number of attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's body and mind. They turned into his strength and enlightenment. Boom. In an instant, Wang Teng's constellation Lightning Force advanced from the 6th level to the 7th level. Constellation Lightning Force, 1670,000, 7th level Cosmos Realm. It just happened to be a breakthrough. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He was elated. His heaven realm spirit rose again, but he didn't have the time to care about it now. There were also 5,500 points of saint-level lightning talent. It wasn't a small number. Divine-level lightning talent, 4050, 50,000. It looks like it won't be long before my saint-level lightning talent breaks through to the immortal level. Wang Teng was elated. Latun was his lucky star. Next were the two special battle techniques. Latun had mastered Lightning La Furnace, Universe level, 3,200, 12,000, small achievement. Heavenly Lightning Spear, Ancient Eternal level, 8,600, 10,000, well-versed. During the competition, Wang Teng received many Lightning La Furnace attributes. Now he received another 4,200 points. His Lightning La Furnace rose from specialized to small achievement. Wang Teng liked this Lightning La Furnace. If not, he wouldn't have made this 9 Dragons Lightning La Furnace for himself. With the combination of these two tools, he was able to release their greatest potential and attacking power. As for the Heavenly Lightning Spear, he only picked up 3,000 points of it. It was still at the well-versed stage and couldn't be improved. The only consolation was that this Heavenly Lightning Spear was an eternal level battle technique. Although it was only at the well-versed stage, it was powerful enough for him to use it now. Next were the two domains. Lightning Spear Domain 5,700, 8,000, 8th rank. Lightning Hell Domain 2,200, 4,000. Actualization Phase 4th stage. 4th rank actualization phase. Looks like Latun's Lightning Hell Domain is at this level too. Wang Teng was in deep thought, but he quickly stopped thinking about it. His eyes flashed and he placed his attention on another domain. In the past, he thought that if he merged the Lightning Hell Domain with his magnetic domain, he would be able to release greater power. Wang Teng acted immediately. He had a sudden thought and immediately released the enlightenment of the two domains to collide with each other. Magnetic domain, merge. The two enlightenments intertwined in his mind instantly as he searched for the compatibility point between the two domains. This isn't enough. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. Another enlightenment appeared and crashed into the two pieces of enlightenment, shadow domain. This domain wasn't very powerful. It was only at the 3rd rank, but it was a control domain. Also, based on the strangeness of the shadow domain, it was comparable to a normal 5th rank domain. Chapter 2808, Yin God Cage. Devil Armor Race Genius. Jia Kundun, 3. If he could merge them, he would be more confident in this situation. Finally, there was his spiritual power. This was an indispensable strength. Fortunately, he had mastered many spiritual domains, so he was familiar with the merger of spiritual kinesis and normal domains. Merge. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He immediately released the understanding of his domains. His mind was in a mess. No one expected Wang Teng to do such a crazy thing. What's more, he was in the middle of a battle. He was tempting fate. It was already extremely difficult for normal martial warriors to merge 1 or 2 domains. They needed to spend a large amount of time and effort. Even so, the failure rate was high. However, Wang Teng merged 4 domains at once. He must be a maniac. If he wasn't careful, he would suffer a backlash. Roar, at this moment, a mid-tier Devil Emperor charged over. They were in a frenzy when they saw Wang Teng killing so many dark apparitions. They wished they could kill him immediately. Coincidentally, danger arrived instantly. However, Wang Teng remained calm to others. Mid-tier Devil Emperor dark apparitions were hard to kill. At least Heaven Stage martial warriors at the same level would have to give it their all if they wanted to kill a mid-tier Devil Emperor dark apparition. A small mistake might cost them their lives. However, to Wang Teng, the mid-tier Devil Emperor dark apparition wasn't a threat. He held his battle sword and charged towards the dark apparition. At the same time, all kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. He wouldn't waste any time. Bang! Wang Teng's battle sword collided with the sharp claws of the dark apparition. A loud explosion was heard. This was a devil armor dark apparition. It was covered with armor and was exceptionally tough. Huh. Wang Teng squinted. He didn't expect this devil armor dark apparition to be so tough. His battle sword was at the universe level, but it couldn't break his opponent's armor. This was unbelievable human. I am from the devil armor race. My name is Jia Kundun. I'm here to kill you. A metallic sound came out of the devil armor dark apparition's mouth. It echoed in the sky. Jia Kundun, Wang Teng's eyes lit up. Are you a talent from the devil armor race? If he was right, this devil armor dark apparition used the devil armor divine scripture. This wasn't an ordinary scripture. It was the highest rank imperial level scripture of the devil armor race. It was extraordinary. Only the talents from the devil armor race could cultivate this scripture. If you had to ask Wang Teng how he knew, it was because he was once a genius of the devil armor race. Wang Teng would never forget his days as Justin. It was a little exciting to be groomed as a talent by the dark apparitions. Jia Kundun was stunned when he saw Wang Teng's expression. What was this human's expression? Why did he seem happy when he saw a talent from the devil armor race? Are you really a talent from the devil armor race? Wang Teng couldn't help but probe further when he didn't receive a reply. Jia Kundun was unhappy with Wang Teng's attitude. He snorted and said, That's right, I, Jia Kundun, am a talent of the devil armor race. I can't be compared to the human spy of yours who's just a male pet who managed to get Lord Sui-Yi's favor. He only got some noble vampire blood. Do you really think he can be compared to the talents of my dark apparition race? It wasn't hard to hear the contempt in its tone. It didn't seem to care about Dan Liu at all. This devil armor race genius looked like a mid-tier devil emperor at the 6th level, but he was actually quite arrogant. Why are you talking about others? He's a talent in alchemy, and his ability is not bad after getting contaminated by the dark force. Are you sure you can be compared to him? Anyone can boast. Wang Teng looked at the devil armor race talent curiously and smiled. After I kill you, everyone will understand how powerful a dark apparition talent like me is. Jia Kundun shouted angrily. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into lingering shadows and dashed towards Wang Teng. His huge fist smashed towards Wang Teng. A dark fist mark erupted. Go away! Wang Teng's gaze turned cold. He put away his battle sword and welcomed the attack with a punch. Flaming dragon scales covered his arm. Force congregated and turned into a green flaming fist mark. Boom! The two of them collided and created a deafening explosion. Crack! A crisp sound was heard. Cracks started to appear on Jia Kundun's dark fist, and it started collapsing inch by inch. At the same time, a few fine cracks appeared on the hard armor on his fist. It started spreading to his arm. How's this possible? Justin lowered his head and looked at Wang Teng. Black light flashed in his eyes, and his voice was filled with disbelief. He raised his head abruptly and stared at Wang Teng in astonishment. This human martial warrior managed to break his fist mark with nothing but strength. There were even cracks on his armor. What kind of strength is this? How could a human possess such terrifying power again? Wang Teng shouted. He dashed forward and punched his opponent again. Jia Kundun snorted. The dark force in his body spread out and repaired the cracks on his arm. Then he charged towards Wang Teng. Chapter 2809. Yin God Cage, Devil Armor Race, Genius Jia Kundun, 4. Boom! The human and the dark apparition collided instantly. Explosions were heard. That dark apparition? Lian, Guluo, and the others were attracted by it. They were flabbergasted. There was a mid-tier devil emperor that could fight with Wang Teng. He must be a genius among the dark apparitions. They turned serious. They wondered if Wang Teng could resist the genius from the dark apparitions. The moment this thought appeared in their minds, boom, a loud explosion was heard. Amidst the light of the collision, a figure flew out and slammed into the ground. It's the devil armor dark apparition. Lian and the others' eyes lit up. They were elated. At the same time, they were flabbergasted. Wang Teng was indeed powerful. Even the devil armor dark apparition wasn't his match. Wang Teng stood in the air and looked down at Jia Kundun with a calm gaze. All kinds of knowledge were still colliding in his mind. Suddenly, success. A strange purple glow flashed past his eyes. The glow got brighter and brighter. It exploded in an instant. Let's call this new domain the Yin God Cage. A thought flashed past Wang Teng's mind, the corners of his lips lifted up uncontrollably. Even he didn't think that he would succeed so quickly. It looked like a universe stage martial warrior like him was quite useful. However, this was just the first step of merging the domains. If he wanted to release more power, he would need to continue understanding it in the future so that he could master it completely without any loopholes. Roar. Jia Kundun managed to stabilize himself. He roared at the sky and his body expanded. The outline of a huge armor covered his body. He seemed to have turned into a giant as he charged towards Wang Teng. "I can use you as an experiment," Wang Teng smiled. He waved his hand, and a strange fluctuation surged out of his body. It swept through the sky and turned into a dark purple domain, enveloping Jia Kundun. Boom! Justin's body froze for a moment. He seemed to be bound by a powerful force and couldn't move at all. The effect is not bad. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. The effects of the Yin God cage domain exceeded his expectation. Even a devil-armored dark apparition like Jia Kundun was trapped. This proved how powerful it was. Roar. The black light in Jia Kundun's eyes constricted. He looked up at Wang Teng in disbelief and roared, "What domain is this? There's no harm in telling you. You're the first person to know the name of this domain. The first dark apparition. Remember its name, Yin God Cage." Wang Teng sniggered. "Yin God Cage." Jia Kundun was flabbergasted. "I can sense at least 3 special domain energies in this domain." "No, I mean 4. Your senses are not bad." Wang Teng was astounded. He nodded and continued, "It's time to send you on your way." After he finished speaking, he pointed at Jia Kundun. Boom! Terrifying thunder roared in the domain. A bolt of purple lightning gradually congregated and darted around the domain like a lightning dragon. Terrifying heavenly might spread out. This was the ultimate purple lightning. What's more, it was the ultimate purple lightning that had merged with the 4th-rank lightning domain of the actualization phase. Jia Kundun was flabbergasted. The constellation dark force in his body surged out like a tidal wave, attempting to break free from the Yin God cage. However, under the combined power of the 4 domains, his constellation dark force seemed a little weak too. Layers and layers of power swept over and bound him firmly on the spot. "Break," Justin roared in anger. Cracking sounds were heard. Under its full power, the restraining power of the Yin God cage finally reached a certain limit, but it was enough for Wang Teng. Go. He pointed below and lightning roared. The lightning dragon gave an ear-shattering roar and charged towards the devil-armored dark apparition below. "Damn it!" Jia Kundun's pupils constricted as he roared in anger. Dark constellation force surged into the outline of his armor, making it more solid. He looked like a real giant devil-armored dark apparition. Boom! The next instant, the terrifying lightning dragon slammed into the armor of the devil armor race. Chapter 2008-10. Wang Teng's method, sneak attack, Rofort appears. 1. Boom! A terrifying explosion resounded in the Yin God cage. The devil-armored dark apparition was submerged by the purple lightning. Roar! 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 Angry roars were heard continuously. The gigantic armor of the devil armor race stretched out its giant hand and clawed at the lightning-thick black light shimmered on the giant hand. A powerful domain power erupted from it. It was obvious that the devil-armored dark apparition used his domain, too. "It's the actualization phase dark domain," Wang Teng was surprised. It looked like this devil-armored dark apparition was indeed a talent. He possessed such ability. The actualization phase domain wasn't something an ordinary mid-tier devil emperor could grasp. Wang Teng's actualization phase dark domain was learned from Devil Emperor Bear Brain. Devil Emperor Bear Brain was a high-tier devil emperor, a high-tier devil emperor. What's more, this was an extremely strange devil mind dark apparition. It was probably more powerful than the high-tier devil emperors of normal races. Wang Teng met more and more talents and saw many talented martial warriors who grasped the actualization phase domain. However, this didn't mean that the actualization phase domain was common. He was still strong, for instance. Wang Teng's ultimate purple lightning was blocked for a split second by his opponent's actualization phase dark domain. Yes, just for an instant, then, boom, there was a loud explosion and the giant devil armor finally collapsed. It turned into black droplets of light and dissipated gradually. Jia Kundun's body appeared and got submerged by the ultimate purple lightning, roar. An angry roar filled with pain came from the lightning. It was painful just listening to it. Wang Teng ignored it. He waved his hand and the yin god cage expanded in an instant. Lei Yan, Dan Yuan, Li Jin, and the other talents with secondary professions were pulled into his domain. These secondary profession talents weren't far from Wang Teng. He only expanded the yin god cage a few thousand meters and pulled them in. What's going on? Lei Yan and the others glanced around them. They were stunned. Why did Wang Teng pull us in? Dan Yuan was stunned. What kind of domain is this? The dark apparitions that were pulled into the domain roared in anger. They seemed extremely uneasy. Lei Yan and the others were pulled back to reality. They looked at the dark apparitions grimly. "Bind!" Wang Teng shouted softly. In an instant, the dark apparitions were bound by the shadow power that looked like dark shadows. They couldn't move at all. Roar. The dark apparition struggled frantically, but it couldn't break free from the domain. This wasn't just the shadow power, it was a binding force formed from 4 different powers. If it was so easy to break free, Wang Teng would have wasted his efforts. Lei Yan and the others widened their eyes in shock. "Why are you standing there?" Wang Teng shouted. "Kill!" Lei Yan and the others finally regained their senses. They reacted quickly and started attacking the dark apparitions around them. Boom, boom, boom! The dark apparitions were submerged by the attacks before they could scream in pain. They died. "Ha ha ha, this feels good!" Niu Riqian smashed a dark apparition to death with his mace and burst out laughing. This was the first time he felt so good after fighting for so long. The battle just now was frustrating. He couldn't kill a dark apparition even after fighting for a long time. It was frustrating. At the same time, as a secondary professional, this was the first time he experienced how refreshing a battle could be. The sense of achievement of hammering a dark apparition to death with a smithing mace almost made him fly. He felt that after this battle he could boast about this. He had once killed a dark apparition with a single hammer. It felt amazing just thinking about it. Excitement appeared on the faces of Lei Yan and the others. This battle was so easy. Why didn't the dark apparitions move just now, just standing there and allowing us to attack them? Dan Yuan was still a little stunned. He couldn't help but ask, "Isn't it obvious?" Wang Teng must have used his domain to bind those dark apparitions. Lei Yan rolled her eyes uncontrollably. She felt that Dan Yuan must have gone mad from all the alchemist practice. He couldn't even tell such a simple thing. Dan Yuan raised his head and looked at Wang Teng. "Stop daydreaming. More dark apparitions are coming." Wang Teng sniggered and continued to expand his domain. The dark apparitions were immediately pulled into the domain. However, they didn't know what happened, so they looked at one another in confusion. When they regained their senses, they realized that they couldn't move. Boom, boom, boom. The attacks of Lei Yan and the others arrived instantly and killed them. If one round of attack couldn't kill them, there would be 2 rounds. If 2 rounds didn't work, there would be 3 rounds. They just needed to be in charge of attacking furiously. Lei Yan and the others were overjoyed. They never knew that a battle could be so exhilarating. A strange scene appeared on the battlefield. A dark purple domain kept moving in the sky, pulling the dark apparitions into it. The dark apparitions never came out again. Many high-tier devil emperors and devil titan dark apparitions noticed this scene and immediately realized the problem. Their expressions turned ugly. "It's him again." A cold glint flashed past devil titan Bloodslayer's eyes. His killing intent towards Wang Teng rose to another level. Chapter 2811, Wang Teng's Method? Sneak Attack. Rofert appears. 2. It's that saint called Wang Teng, right? Ruler Heaven? Flame exclaimed in surprise when he saw the situation below. It's him. Greenwood's voice came from afar. Wang Teng. The three great elders were paying attention to the restoration of the array, but they also heard the voices of Ruler Heaven Flame and the others. They lowered their heads in surprise. He has already done well, unfortunately. They exchanged glances with one another and sighed in their hearts. Then they shook their heads. Unfortunately, it can only affect a part of the battle. It can't change the tide of the battle. Bang, the explosions in the sky continued. The dimensional rift was slowly expanding. All the human martial warriors felt gloomy. All the saint-level rune masters repair the array. Great Elder Byers turned grim. He tried his best to resist the dimensional rift from expanding. At the same time, he shouted, his voice entered the ears of all the saint-level rune masters. He felt guilty. If the Great Five Elements Divine Sword Array wasn't destroyed, they wouldn't be in this state. This was because he trusted someone he shouldn't. You don't know who you're dealing with. If they didn't survive this ordeal, he might become the sinner of the Secondary Career Alliance. The saint-level rune masters didn't waste any time. They frantically activated their spiritual power and started carving runes on the constellation. This process would continue along with the constellation. They didn't have any extra time to wait. They had to do it at the same time to save time. Beams of light appeared in the void, linking to the constellation that was gradually taking shape. They formed a 5-colored cocoon of light enveloping the constellation. It was gorgeous and magical. Ming Ku snorted when he saw this scene. He spent so much effort to destroy the core of the array. How could these humans repair it so easily? Boom. The next moment, a powerful spiritual power surged out of his body and turned into a dark purple tornado. It swept towards the saint-level rune masters in front. Divine Spirit Master. The saint-level rune masters in the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters were flabbergasted. Their expressions turned ugly, and they hurriedly used their spiritual power to resist their opponent's spiritual attack. Unfortunately, pure spiritual power was nothing in front of spiritual kinesis, especially since the other party was a saint-level rune master. His spiritual power was at least at the universe level. There was also the dark purple spiritual kinesis. It was obvious that this wasn't an ordinary spiritual kinesis. There was a hint of evil in it. Chaotic fluctuations came from the tornado formed by the spiritual kinesis, affecting everyone's spirit. Boom. In an instant, the saint-level rune masters were thrown back. Their faces turned pale. Many saint-level rune masters released their spiritual power at the same time, so they should be extremely powerful. However, most of their attention was on carving the runes, so they didn't have the time to care about anything else. In addition, Ming Ku's attack was too sudden, so no one could react in time. They were forced to retreat. Bang, bang, bang. Without the control of the saint-level rune masters, the runes that were halfway through the carving exploded instantly. Everyone knew that one mustn't be disturbed when carving a rune. Once the rune carving was interrupted halfway, the energy inside would be unstable, and there would definitely be an explosion. Damn it. Damn it. Kuming, you're a traitor. Angry shouts came from the mouths of the saint-level rune masters. Kuming? Ming Ku placed his hands behind his back and sniggered. Didn't you hear that? My name is Ming Ku, not Ku Ming. What do you mean by traitor? I'm a dark apparition, not a human. Who did I betray? You, the saint-level rune masters, trembled in anger, but they couldn't refute. They could only glare at Ming Ku. Ming Ku, Great Elder Byers' angry voice came from the sky. Ming Ku raised his head and smiled. He stopped hiding and said with contempt, As long as I'm around, you can forget about activating this array. Everyone was infuriated. Really? At this moment, a voice was suddenly heard from afar. Ming Ku raised his eyebrows and turned his head. He saw a figure stepping out of the dark purple domain. It was Wang Teng. No one was able to repair the array, so Wang Teng had no choice but to choose the most unreliable method. If there were other ways, he wouldn't have stood up. He didn't know if that method would work. "It's you." Ming Ku looked at Wang Teng calmly and smiled gently. "You're the new saint-level alchemy talent who just reached the second calamity. I've seen your matches. Even I have to admit that your talent isn't weak. Unfortunately, this is the domain of a rune master. You can't do anything." The saint-level rune masters didn't take Wang Teng's words to heart. One of them opened his mouth and said, "Stop wasting time. I will send a few people to stop Ming Ku. The rest of you continue repairing the array." "Okay. That's the only way." The saint-level rune masters nodded without any hesitation. Chapter 2, 8-12. Wang Teng's method. Sneak attack Rofort appears. 3 from the start to the end. They didn't think that Wang Teng would be of any help. Ming Ku smiled calmly and looked at Wang Teng mockingly. Then he turned his attention away from Wang Teng and looked at the saint-level rune masters. "You don't have to struggle. There's only a few of you. You can't stop me." The saint-level rune masters snorted. They moved their bodies and appeared at the front. "We will only know after we try." Boom, boom, boom. A few powerful spiritual waves erupted from their bodies. Wang Teng felt a little helpless. He looked at great elder buyers in the sky and had a sudden thought. He immediately sent a voice transmission to him and asked, "Great elder buyers, can you let me take a look at the diagram of the Great Five Elements Divine Sword Array?" "What are you doing?" Great elder buyers frowned. If Wang Teng's talent wasn't obvious, he wouldn't have the time to care about Wang Teng. "I think I have a way," Wang Teng said with a headache. "What?" Great elder buyers suspected if he heard wrong. His eyes widened and he looked down. "Are you sure?" "I need to look at the array diagram first," Wang Teng said. "All right." Great elder buyers didn't think too much. The moment he nodded, he formed a spiritual mark without any hesitation and dashed towards Wang Teng. He didn't have much hope. He was just making a last effort. Swoosh. Within a split second, Wang Teng felt a spiritual fluctuation coming from the sky. Before he could react, a spiritual mark merged into his forehead amidst the spiritual fluctuations and turned into boundless enlightenment. Boom. In an instant, Wang Teng's mind trembled, and an occult and complicated array diagram appeared. It was too complicated. It was just a diagram, but the enlightenment it contained was enough to make Wang Teng's head explode. He felt a throbbing pain in his mind. He closed his eyes and tried to understand the huge array that appeared in his mind. Great elder buyers even condensed some of his own enlightenment into this divine-level array so that Wang Teng could understand and digest it quickly. Ming Ku's spiritual power was extremely extraordinary. He immediately sensed great elder buyers sending a spiritual mark to Wang Teng. He frowned. What is he doing for some reason? He had a bad feeling.
"Kill him?"
Ming Ku didn't think too much and ordered coldly. It didn't matter if there was a problem. He would just kill him. Die. Kill. Kill him. A few high-tier Devil Emperor dark apparitions dashed over from afar and charged towards Wang Teng. Wang Teng's performance had already attracted the attention of the high-tier Devil Emperors. Thus, when they saw him immersed in enlightenment, they wouldn't let go of this great opportunity. "Stop them!" Great Elder Buyer's expression changed slightly as he shouted. The moment he finished speaking, a few universe stage martial warriors dashed over from afar and stopped the dark apparitions. Boom, 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 the two parties collided instantly. Explosions were heard and terrifying force impact swept through the air. "Don't even think about going over with us around," a universe stage martial warrior shouted coldly. "Really?" The high-tier Emperor Dark apparition suddenly sneered. Swoosh. At this moment, the space beside Wang Teng suddenly fluctuated slightly. A high-tier Devil Emperor Dark apparition appeared out of nowhere. It was extremely strange. No one noticed his presence. He was holding a blood-red battle blade in his hand. The moment he appeared, he slashed it at Wang Teng's throat. Boom! The blood-red blade glow shot out and arrived in front of Wang Teng in an instant. Oh no. The universe stage martial warriors who helped to stop the dark apparitions were flabbergasted. They didn't expect these dark apparitions to launch a sneak attack. How could they ambush a Cosmos stage martial warrior? Shameless. Be careful. Li Yan and the others turned pale when they saw this scene. They shouted in unison. Was Wang Teng, who killed dark apparitions with them just now, going to die in the hands of dark apparitions? Great Elder Bayer's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect this to happen. These dark apparitions allowed so many devil emperors to attack and kill Wang Teng at the same time. They even sent a high-tier devil emperor who specialized in hiding to sneak an attack on Wang Teng. Was this something a high-tier devil emperor would do? Die! The high-tier devil emperor dark apparition who sneak attacked Wang Teng gave a hideous smile. He felt that this human was definitely dead. They must pay the price in blood for killing so many talents and formidable warriors. Even though he was a high-tier devil emperor, he didn't hesitate to act. Personally, he never spared any effort in killing the peerless talents of the human race. Otherwise, once these talents matured, it would be a catastrophe for the dark apparitions. However, how dare you? A shout was heard abruptly. The high-tier devil emperor who sneak attacked Wang Teng squinted violently. The hideous smile on his face froze. Bang! The next instant, a figure appeared beside Wang Teng abruptly and pointed in front of him. The blood-red blade glow collapsed instantly. Boom! Then, the high-tier devil emperor dark apparition that sneaked an attack on Wang Teng exploded and turned into a blood mist. A high-tier devil emperor dark apparition died just like that. This was a high-tier devil emperor. Everyone was stunned. The dark apparitions were stunned too. Their minds hadn't processed the situation. Their comrade could have killed the human talent at any moment. Why was the person who ambushed them suddenly dead? Everyone's attention was on him. There was an easy-going elder wearing a white gown standing beside Wang Teng. He stood quietly beside Wang Teng with his hands behind his back. His expression was calm like an ordinary old man. However, when the violent gale came closer, it turned into nothingness. Wang Teng didn't even move a single strand of his hair. Anyone could tell how powerful this elder was. The eternal stage ruler of the human race. The Devil Titan turned serious. He was stunned. He had already guessed it when Devil Titan Shui Yi reminded him just now. However, he didn't expect this human talent to have such a formidable warrior protecting him. An eternal stage ruler was guarding a Cosmos stage martial warrior. Who was this young man? Some distance away, Devil Titan Shui Yi's expression turned grim too. Her gaze flickered as she looked at the elder who suddenly appeared. She felt a strong threat from the elder. She didn't attack Wang Teng because she felt a powerful and obscure aura hidden beside him. Chapter 20, 813, 19th Confrontation of Divine Spirit Masters. Moving Planet 1, an Eternal Stage Ruler. The appearance of an Eternal Stage Ruler shocked everyone. They were elated. Without an immortal-level presence, the Eternal Stage Ruler had almost become the highest battle power in this war. The appearance of any Eternal Stage Ruler would tilt the balance of the war. The appearance of the ruler, Shu Ye, had already caused the human martial warriors to feel heavy-hearted. They were afraid that it would suddenly attack and affect the battle. Everyone only heaved a sigh of relief when another Eternal Stage Ruler appeared beside Wang Teng. At the same time, they finally understood why the Devil Titan Shui Yi didn't act after he appeared. It must have noticed the Eternal Stage Ruler beside Wang Teng, Lei Yan, Dan Yuan, and Gu Luo heaved a sigh of relief. They looked at Wang Teng with lingering fears. I almost forgot that there's an Eternal Stage Ruler beside Wang Teng. Lei Yan patted her chest, causing waves to rise and fall. It's an Eternal Stage Ruler. Dan Yuan was flabbergasted. He asked, "How do you know?" "I have seen them," Lei Yan said proudly. Dan Yuan opened his mouth. He wanted to ask a few more questions, but when he saw her unwilling expression, he could only shut his mouth. He wondered if this beautiful talent from the Li family was easy to talk to. Li Jin, Mo Cheng, and the other talents were flabbergasted too. They looked at Wang Teng in the distance and were flabbergasted. It's the eternal stage ruler beside Wang Teng. Dan Chen and other great elders finally heaved a sigh of relief. They had already received the relevant report. After all, the appearance of an eternal stage ruler in the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters would definitely attract attention. However, it was an emergency, so they didn't have the time to think too much. They couldn't remember anything. Ming Ku's expression turned grim. This talent of the human race seemed to have exceeded his expectations. He suddenly felt that the guy had gone out of control. At this moment, the elder beside Wang Teng scanned the crowd and looked in Ming Ku's direction. He said calmly, "The Nether God race. I haven't seen them in a long time." "You're quite arrogant. Do you really think you're someone who can stay alive after seeing the Nether God race?" Ming Ku looked at the elder coldly and asked in a low voice. The elder didn't mind. He said calmly, "I killed all the dark apparitions from the Nether God race, so I'm still alive." You, Ming Ku's pupils constricted. He didn't know if it was true, but when he saw the other party's calm expression, he didn't have any doubts. This person might have killed many dark apparitions from the Nether God race. Ha ha ha. A soft laughter came from afar. The figure of Devil Titan Shui Ye gradually appeared beside Ming Ku. "If I'm right, you must be the 19th eternal stage ruler of the human race, the ruler Crimson Demon, Rofort, ruler Crimson Demon." In an instant, Heaven Flame, Green Wood, and Golden Star were dumbfounded. The others didn't know Rofort's identity, but they knew who this eternal stage ruler was after hearing his name. The eternal stage ruler ranking, just like the name suggested, this was a ranking for eternal stage rulers. All the eternal stage rulers in the universe were on it. The ruler level was the most powerful eternal level martial warrior. However, there were different levels too. Thus, the corresponding ranking was born. You could say that anyone who could enter the top 100 were extremely powerful presences in the universe. 100 eternal stage rulers might seem like a lot, but the universe was vast and boundless, so there were many eternal stage rulers. There were much more than 100 of them. To be ranked in the top 20 among the 100 eternal stage rulers was terrifying. There was a huge barrier between every 10 rankings. Advancing one rank was a huge chasm, hence, when everyone heard that the elder beside Wang Teng was ranked 19th, they were flabbergasted. Even ruler Heaven Flame couldn't suppress their astonishment. Their rankings were all below 100. They were far behind the eternal stage ruler, Rofort, who was ranked 19th. Dan Chen and other great elders understood what the 19th place on the eternal stage ruler rank meant. They were elated. They only knew that Wang Teng had an eternal stage ruler beside him, but they didn't expect him to be ranked 19th on the eternal stage ruler ranking. With this person's appearance, the humans would have more hope. Ming Ku stared at Rofort with a grim expression. His gaze turned serious. Ruler Crimson Demon, when he heard this name, he knew that this person wasn't simple. Also, this name wasn't something an ordinary person could bear. Many eternal stage rulers didn't dare to use the word demon. Anyone who could be called a demon was extremely powerful. Even among eternal stage rulers, only a few had the word demon. After all, the other eternal stage rulers would definitely be unconvinced and issue a challenge. As someone who could keep this title, his ability mustn't be underestimated. Chapter 2814, 19th, Confrontation of Divine Spirit Masters. Moving Planet 2. I didn't expect someone among the dark apparitions to know my title, Rofort said in surprise as he looked at the Devil Titan. Ruler Crimson Demon, I've long heard of your name. The Devil Titan was all smiles, but his gaze was serious. He was afraid that the elder in front of him would explode in anger. Rofort smiled gently. Then he lamented, "It looks like the fame I earned in the past hasn't disappeared. I didn't expect the renowned ruler of the ruler Crimson Demon to be the guardian of a cosmos stage martial warrior." The Blood Knight Devil Titan said with shimmering eyes. "You don't have to test me. I have my reasons for being here," Rofort said calmly. It looks like this young man is very important. Devil Titan Shui Yi scanned Wang Teng with his devilish eyes. Wang Teng seemed to be comprehending something. He smiled and repeated, "He's more important than I thought. I want him more." The corners of Rofort's lips twitched. He glanced at the piece of flesh in Devil Titan Shui Yi's hand and paid a silent tribute to Wang Teng. Wang Teng would be in trouble in the future if he got targeted by this Devil Titan dark apparition with a special fetish, but this fellow was quite handsome. He glanced at Wang Teng's handsome face and felt emotional. Even from his point of view, this handsome young man was the only one he had seen in his life. Ha 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 ha. Huff. Rofort coughed awkwardly and shook off the random thoughts in his mind. He looked at the Devil Titan and said, "You should give up. Different races won't have any results. If I can't get it, I can only destroy it," the Devil Titan said. "You can try." Rofort squinted. A dangerous aura exuded from his body. The Devil Titan didn't say anything. He just smiled at Rofort. The atmosphere tensed up. Everything was ready for war. The surrounding space seemed to have been frozen by an invisible force. Even the slightest breeze and the dust would be forbidden once they entered this area. Everyone held their breaths as they looked at the two formidable warriors in the sky. They were extremely nervous. Ming Ku turned serious and retreated. Even though his spiritual power was extremely extraordinary, it was nothing in front of eternal stage rulers like Devil Titan Shui Yi and Rofort. After reaching an extremely high stage, the gap between each stage was like a chasm. It was extremely hard to cross. His gaze landed on the Saint-level rune masters in the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. His face turned black. These human Saint-level rune masters hadn't given up. They took the chance when everyone was distracted by the Eternal Stage Ruler to repair the array again. A cold snort came out of Ming Ku's mouth. He sneered and released his spiritual kinesis again. The Saint-level rune masters were well prepared. A few figures stepped out and formed an invisible shield with their spiritual power. They blocked the other rune masters who were repairing the array. Boom! A violent explosion occurred. Space trembled and cracks appeared in space. The dark purple tornado formed by his spiritual kinesis stopped in mid-air. It was more than 10 meters away from the Saint-level rune masters. It couldn't move any further. Boom! Ming Ku's gaze turned cold. He instilled powerful spiritual kinesis into the tornado, causing it to spin faster. Crack! A crisp sound was heard the next instant. The invisible spiritual shield shattered. Pff, pff, pff. The Saint-level rune masters felt as if they were struck by lightning. Blood spurted out of their mouths, and they were thrown back a few thousand meters by the dark purple spiritual tornado. Ha 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 ha. Ming Ku laughed proudly. He pointed at the Saint-level rune masters who were repairing the array and said, "Go!" The frightening spiritual kinesis tornado swept forward quickly. Wherever it went, pitch-black cracks would appear in the space around it. "How dare you?" The Saint-level rune masters were shocked and furious. However, it was too late to stop them. "Why wouldn't I?" Ming Ku scoffed. "A bunch of useless people wants to stop me." The Saint-level rune masters trembled in anger. They stopped themselves from retreating and wanted to rush forward to reinforce Wang Teng, but it was too late. Rofort frowned uncontrollably and looked at the situation. "He won't be able to pass." Devil Titan Shui Ye smiled gently. Rofort didn't reply to him. He stared at the Devil Titan indifferently and glanced at Wang Teng from the corner of his eyes. Great Elder Byers and the others were infuriated, but they couldn't do anything. Resisting the dimensional rift had exhausted all their strength, so they didn't have the time to care about anything else. They could only watch helplessly as the dark purple spiritual tornado swept towards the Saint-level rune masters. Darn it. A Saint-level rune master bellowed in anger. Spiritual power surged out of his body as he disregarded the runes he was carving. "Don't act rashly," the other Saint-level rune masters shouted. Their expressions changed slightly. Anyone would be enraged after getting obstructed time and time again, and the runes they took so much effort to carve were destroyed. What's more, they knew that it was useless to persevere in this situation. Chapter 2815, 19th. Confrontation of Divine Spirit Masters, Moving Planet, 3. Don't care about me, continue, the saint-level rune master shouted angrily. He took a step forward and blocked the dark purple spiritual tornado. Bang. The next instant he lost control of the incomplete rune. The energy within exploded. The next moment, the dark purple spiritual tornado was already in front of him. It collided with the spiritual power of the saint-level rune master. Boom. In an instant, the saint-level rune master's spiritual power shattered, and the dark purple spiritual tornado slammed into his body. Splat. The saint-level rune master vomited a mouth of blood. His spirit was heavily injured, and his face turned extremely pale. He furrowed his brows tightly. The excruciating pain in his head caused him to scream uncontrollably, "Ah, Ho-Lun!" The saint-level rune masters at the back shouted worriedly. A tinge of dark purple appeared in the eyes of the saint-level rune master called Ho-Lun. His gaze was chaotic, as if his consciousness was invaded by Ming Ku's spiritual power. "Take care of yourselves first," Ming Ku scoffed. Without any obstacles, the dark purple spiritual tornado charged towards the last saint-level rune master. Just as it was about to hit them, the smile at the edge of Ming Ku's lips became even more conceited and hideous. He once said that once he destroyed something, it couldn't be repaired easily. Dan Chen and the other two great elders closed their eyes and sighed deeply. A sense of helplessness surged into their hearts. Was there really no hope? There were other powerful martial warriors in the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters, but they were guarding an important place so they wouldn't appear easily. But if they couldn't handle it, the formidable warriors would have to move too. However, at that time, the headquarters of the Secondary Career Alliance might not be able to stand. You could say that this divine-level array was their last chance. If the array could be repaired, there was still a chance of survival. If they couldn't repair it, Great Elder Dan Chen and the others didn't dare to think about the consequences. Heaven Flame, Greenwood, and others' expressions turned ugly. They felt helpless as they looked at the situation below. Ha 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 ha! Devil Titan Bloodslayer burst out laughing when he saw this scene. Even Devil Titan Shui Ye gave a mocking smile as she looked at the famous ruler of the Crimson Demon race. She wanted to see what expression the person would give in this situation. Unfortunately, all she could see was a calm face. There was no emotions in her eyes, as if she didn't care at all. All the human martial warriors felt that the atmosphere wasn't right. Despair appeared on their faces. Was there really no hope of repairing the divine-level array? This thought flashed past everyone's mind, but they couldn't do anything. They could only watch helplessly as the dark purple spiritual tornado swept towards the remaining saint-level rune masters. Boom! Suddenly, a glaring golden light erupted in front of the saint-level rune masters. It penetrated through space and appeared in front of them. The next instant, the space vibrated violently, and a huge 9-story pagoda appeared abruptly in front of the dark purple spiritual tornado, blocking its path. All kinds of strange and mysterious totems appeared on the pagoda. They looked ferocious and majestic like ancient giants. Lightning and fire engravings covered the pagoda. An ancient aura erupted from it. Dazzling golden light swept through the sky. Peaceful. Majestic. This was the 9 treasures. Pagoda clang. A loud explosion was heard. The 9 treasures pagoda and the dark purple spiritual tornado collided. A strange scene appeared in the sky. The dark purple light and the golden light each took up half of the sky. They were like 2 stars of different colors hanging in midair. It was dazzling. How is this possible? Ming Ku's eyes widened slightly. The hideous smile on his face froze. Even the remaining rune masters were stunned. They stared at the 9-level golden pagoda in a daze. They didn't know what happened. That is, Dan Chen and other great elders looked down. There was a strange glow in their eyes. 9 Treasures Pagoda. That's the 9 Treasures Pagoda. Great Elder Byers seemed to have recognized something and exclaimed, "The 9 Treasures Pagoda!" Great Elder Dan Chen's eyes lit up. There was astonishment on his face, too. Someone actually cultivated this spiritual scripture. Look at this 9-story pagoda. It has reached such a powerful stage. Who is it? Which formidable warrior did it? The 3 great elders scanned their surroundings, searching for the formidable warrior who acted. A pagoda formed from spiritual power. Devil Titan Bloodslayer squinted slightly. His expression was grim as he scanned the ground below, searching for the owner of the pagoda. A meaningful smile appeared at the edge of Rofort's lips. He looked at the black-haired young man beside him. At this moment, Wang Teng opened his eyes abruptly. 2 dazzling golden rays of light shot out from his eyes. It's him, Devil Titan Shui. Ye widened his eyes slightly and stared at the black-haired young man in disbelief. He was the one who congregated the 9-level pagoda. Chapter 2816, 19th, Confrontation of Divine Spirit Masters, Moving Planet. 4. This young man's spiritual power wasn't weaker than Ming Ku's. Impossible. Ming Ku's gaze turned over. When he saw Wang Teng's appearance, his eyes were filled with disbelief. This young talent whom he had never taken seriously possessed such a powerful spiritual cultivation. Wang Teng, Dan Chen, and the other 2 great elders were stunned. The divine spirit master they were looking for was Wang Teng? Seriously, this was unbelievable. This was out of their expectation. To them, a junior who was supposed to be a talent of the younger generation possessed such an extraordinary spirit cultivation. What's more, the other party cultivated the Buddha's Sutra, a legendary spiritual scripture that almost no one practiced. This was completely beyond their imagination. But when they remembered Wang Teng's performance along the way, they felt a little relieved based on his outstanding performance. It was understandable why he chose to cultivate the Buddha's Sutra. After all, only a monster would do such a thing. Normal people wouldn't choose the Buddha's Sutra. It was hard to cultivate, and it was almost impossible to collect a complete spiritual scripture. No one dared to cultivate the Buddha's Sutra because it was too mysterious. Only some lucky martial warriors would occasionally get incomplete scriptures. That was all. They couldn't cultivate at all. No one would bet their cultivation path. Spiritual scriptures were extremely important. If a normal person didn't have the complete scripture and cultivated it recklessly, he wouldn't be able to convert it to other scriptures. It would be better if it was a similar scripture. However, if the 2 scriptures were too different, they couldn't be linked together. If they changed scriptures, the martial warrior would be in danger. Spiritual power was linked to the soul of a life form. A single mistake could cause a backlash. At that time, it would definitely hurt one's soul. If one was lucky, one would be heavily injured. In the worst case, one would die. Damn it, it's him again? The Devil Titan was so angry he wanted to curse. Why was it always that brat? He had never felt so helpless and frustrated towards a human martial warrior. What's more, this human martial warrior was just a cosmos stage martial warrior. Normally, he could pinch him to death with one finger. But now the other party kept swaying in front of him like a fly, teasing his nerves and challenging his patience again and again, but he couldn't do anything. This feeling made Devil Titan Bloodslayer so angry he wanted to rush down and kill Wang Teng. "Rofort, thank you." Wang Teng didn't retract the golden glow in his eyes. Instead, he smiled at Rofort, who was beside him. He was in the midst of enlightenment, but he knew what was happening outside. The reason why he dared to gain enlightenment recklessly when he was surrounded by so many dark apparitions was because he knew that Rofort was beside him. He could hand over his safety to an eternal stage ruler. However, Rofort's identity astounded him. He didn't expect his guardian to be the 19th eternal stage ruler. This was unbelievable. 19th place. This ranking was too high. The Virtual Universe Corporation had high hopes for him. Wasn't it a waste of his talent to have such a powerful martial warrior as his guardian? At that moment, Wang Teng couldn't help but mock himself. But in this situation, even if there was a problem, Wang Teng was confident that he could survive. In his space fragment, the sunlight slug, the black giant ape, and the Antman race female ant, Elizabeth, were all his trump cards. He wouldn't be hurt unless an eternal stage ruler attacked him. Go and do what you want to do. Rofort smiled at Wang Teng. Wang Teng nodded. He moved his body and activated his space flash, appearing behind the Nine Treasures Pagoda. He pointed in front. Suppress. Boom. The Nine Treasures Pagoda gave off an even brighter glow. The lightning and fire element runes on it seemed to have come alive. It was exceptionally strange. Damn it, Ming Ku's expression changed. He released his spiritual power and instilled it into the dark purple spiritual tornado. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. Boom. The dark purple spiritual tornado couldn't withstand the pressure of the Nine Treasures Pagoda and exploded. The evilness and chaotic spiritual power within were suppressed by the Nine Treasures Pagoda, as if they met their nemesis. They couldn't cause any trouble. Under the dazzling golden light, the dark purple spiritual kinesis turned into droplets of light and dissipated. Yu Ming Ku's expression turned ugly. He felt as if he got slapped. Slap. It was exceptionally loud. He could feel that Wang Teng's spiritual power wasn't as strong as his, but his spiritual scripture was special. It was more condensed than his spiritual tornado. Also, he didn't use his full strength, so he was suppressed directly. But this wasn't an excuse. The truth was, the young talent he looked down on shattered his spiritual attack in front of so many people. Wasn't this a slap in his face? His face was hurting from the slap. Chapter 2817, 19th, Confrontation of Divine Spirit Masters. Moving Planet 5. Wang Teng glanced at it and disregarded it. He shifted his gaze to the entrance of the space where the mining planet was and spoke to it using voice transmission. Great Elder Buyers, please open the dimensional rift on the mining planet. Open the dimensional rift on the mining planet. Great Elder Buyers was stunned. He opened his mouth and wanted to ask something, but when he saw Wang Teng's serious expression, he didn't ask. He just nodded. Then he waved his hand and a ray of light shot out from his sleeve. It flew towards the entrance of the mining planet at an extremely fast speed. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He saw a token in the light. Ming Ku, Devil Titan Bloodslayer, and the others noticed this scene and frowned. However, they couldn't understand Great Elder Buyer's motive. What's more, the beam of light was too fast. It cut through space and entered the entrance of the mining planet in a blink of an eye. It was too late for them to stop it. What does he want to do? Ming Ku looked at Wang Teng curiously. He saw clearly that this fellow was using voice transmission with Buyers. Ever since this fellow acted, Buyers had been doing other things. If there was nothing between them, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Boom. A terrifying tremor came from the space. The entrance of the mining planet seemed to have been pulled open by a large hand. It kept expanding. Within a few seconds, it turned into a huge entrance to the space. Wang Teng didn't hesitate. He released his spiritual kinesis and wrapped it around another powerful domain. It shot into the space entrance like the tentacles of an octopus. This was the power of magnetism. Boom. A terrifying tremor was heard. The entire space seemed to be trembling. Everyone looked at the entrance of the space in astonishment. What is Wang Teng planning to do? The three great elders stared at the entrance of the space in bewilderment. Heaven Flame, Greenwood, and others were puzzled and surprised, too. This brat Ming Ku's face turned black. He felt that something was wrong. He snorted. No matter what you want to do, don't even think about succeeding. Boom. The moment he finished speaking, a powerful spiritual kinesis swept out of his body again. But at this moment, swoosh, swoosh, sonic booms were heard. Golden rays of light shot out from Wang Teng's body and dashed towards Ming Ku, Phoenix Golden Feather Blade. Wang Teng knew that Ming Ku wouldn't be obedient, so he prepared a way to deal with him. Ming Ku's expression changed slightly. He had no choice but to activate his spiritual kinesis to deal with the golden rays of light flying towards him from all directions. He felt a sense of threat from the golden beam of light. This fellow had so many unexpected skills. A cold snort came out of Ming Ku's mouth. The next instant, dark purple rays of light shot out from his body. Under the control of his spiritual kinesis, they flew towards the golden rays of light. If you observed carefully, you would realize that the dark purple light was a strange-looking dark purple flying dagger. Boom, boom, boom. The golden ray of light formed by the phoenix golden feather blade collided with the dark purple flying dagger controlled by Ming Ku. Explosions followed. Both the golden light and the dark purple light moved faster and faster in the air. In the end, only lingering shadows were left. It was impossible to see them clearly. They kept colliding, giving off the sound of metals. Occasionally, one or two sparks could be seen blossoming in space. It was gorgeous and dangerous. Confrontation. This was a battle between two divine spirit masters. Everyone was dazzled. Astonishment gradually appeared on their faces. Was this the skill of a divine spirit master? Why is this fellow's spiritual control so strong? Ming Ku's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He was stronger than Wang Teng, but Wang Teng had an advantage in all aspects. They were evenly matched. He couldn't do anything to his opponent within a short time. So powerful. Lian, Dan Yuan, and the others were astounded. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Not only was Wang Teng powerful in martial arts, but his control of his spiritual kinesis had also reached this stage. Was he even human? On the other side, Gabriel, who was fighting fiercely with the dark apparitions, turned green and white in anger. He suddenly felt like a clown. This fellow was a monster. He couldn't be compared to him. Le Tun Gu Luo and the other martial arts talents turned grim. Their expressions were complicated. Wang Teng's ability refreshed their understanding again and again. They couldn't see through his real trump card or ability boom. Suddenly, a violent explosion came from the entrance of the mining planet. It shook the earth. Everyone felt the space vibrating due to the pressure. Black space cracks started to appear around the entrance of the mining planet. It was bursting from the strain. Great Elder Byers was flabbergasted. He couldn't believe what Wang Teng wanted to do, but he soon knew. Come out. Wang Teng was extremely serious. There was even a thin layer of sweat on his forehead as he shouted. Bang! Under everyone's unbelievable gaze, a huge planet was forcefully squeezed out of the giant dimensional rift by an invisible force. Moving planets. Chapter 281:18. The Earth as the Foundation. The Mountains as the Pattern. The 5 Elements Holy Spirit Array. 1. Moving planets. There was a moment of silence. Everyone widened their eyes as if they saw something unbelievable. Shifting a planet wasn't difficult for the martial warriors present. However, it was difficult to shift a planet from another space to this space. No one expected Wang Teng to shift the mining planet over. What was he planning to do? This question appeared in everyone's mind instantly, but no one knew what Wang Teng wanted to do. Their minds went blank when they saw the mining planet landing. Ming Ku's expression changed slightly. His gaze flickered. He didn't know Wang Teng's motive either, but the bad feeling in his heart grew stronger. This fellow was up to no good. Just as Devil Titan Shui Yi was about to step out, he was locked in by the aura opposite him. He stopped in his tracks and looked at Rofort with a meaningful smile. It looks like that young man is quite troublesome. Rofort glanced at him calmly before shifting his gaze back to Wang Teng. He didn't say anything. He only had one goal, and that was to protect Wang Teng. If there was a need, he would help the dark apparitions. But now wasn't the time. Kill him. A cold voice filled with killing intent erupted from Devil Titan Bloodslayer mouth. It echoed in the air. Roar, roar, roar. Many dark apparitions roared in anger and charged towards Wang Teng. Attacks rained down on him. Let's see who dares to do that. Ruler Heaven Flame shouted in anger. On the human side, powerful martial warriors dashed out and blocked the dark apparitions, resisting all their attacks. After getting ambushed once, they became exceptionally vigilant and surrounded Wang Teng tightly, preventing any dark apparitions from getting close. Devil Titan Bloodslayer's face turned black when he saw this scene. He said coldly, "Ming-Ku. Ming-Ku didn't say much." Killing intent boiled in his eyes, and boundless spiritual kinesis surged out of his body. In an instant, shrill howls resounded in the air. The dark purple rays of light were controlled by an invisible force and turned into a torrent. They shot towards Wang Teng. The dark purple light filled up the entire sky. It was gathered by Ming-Ku's spiritual power and poured down like a huge funnel. It covered the sky and blocked out the sun. This was a majestic scene. At the same time, it was filled with danger. Everyone clenched their fists and broke out in cold sweat for Wang Teng. Ming-Ku stared coldly at Wang Teng. The dark purple patterns on his face were shimmering and squirming. He looked exceptionally hideous. A snort came out of Wang Teng's mouth. He didn't do anything, but a powerful spiritual kinesis swept out of his body. Chirp, the phoenix golden feather blade, congregated and turned into a divine golden sparrow. It flapped its wings and soared into the sky, giving off a piercing and clear cry. Swoosh! The next instant, the divine golden sparrow turned into a beam of light. It scattered golden rays of light as it shot towards the giant funnel formed by the dark purple light.
What is that?
Ming-Ku turned serious. He immediately felt a powerful aura from the divine golden sparrow. His heart sank. This young man's divine spirit master expertise was indeed powerful. Boom. In an instant, the divine golden sparrow formed by the phoenix golden feather blade collided violently with the dark purple torrent, creating a violent explosion. The pause button seemed to have been pressed. Their attacks paused in midair for a split second. Then it started cracking inch by inch. Both the divine golden sparrow and the dark purple torrent were collapsing. The golden and dark purple dots of light flew backwards. They were at a standstill. Wang Teng turned serious. Ming-Ku's spiritual power was extremely extraordinary. When Wang Teng's opponent executed his full power, he felt a little tired. If it wasn't for the fact that his spiritual power was many times more powerful than a normal person, and he had advanced to the heaven realm, he wouldn't be able to resist it. Even so, he was at a disadvantage in a direct confrontation. After all, he had to divert his attention to pull the mining planet here. I can't go on like this. Many thoughts went through Wang Teng's mind. He squinted and thought of something. Beams of light floated out from his forehead and merged into the emptiness. Under the cover of the phoenix golden feather blade and the dark purple light, the droplets of light didn't seem to exist. No one would notice them. Boom! The collision was at its final stage. Violent explosions were heard continuously. Wang Teng's phoenix golden feather blade and the dark purple flying daggers kept flying out. They couldn't withstand the high-intensity impact anymore. The corners of Ming-Ku's eyes twitched. He saw cracks appearing on his flying daggers. These were made from extremely precious materials, but they cracked from the vibration. What material was this fellow's spiritual weapon made of? His expression turned ugly. He couldn't help but look at Wang Teng's golden beam of light. However, it wasn't damaged at all. He was in disbelief. Ming-Ku snorted. So, what if your weapon is powerful? If you don't have the ability, it's all in vain. Chapter 2819, The Earth as the Foundation, the Mountains as the Pattern. The 5 elements, Holy Spirit Array, 2. He could already tell that Wang Teng was on the decline. Wang Teng's control of his spiritual kinesis and the vastness of his spiritual power astounded him, but there was still a huge gap between them. Now, the difference was apparent. In a real battle, all external advantages couldn't compensate for the difference in ability. And that weapon? Ming-Ku looked at the divine golden sparrow with a burning gaze. To a divine spirit master, a powerful weapon was extremely important. If he could get this weapon and refine it again to make it his weapon, It would be like adding wings to a tiger. His ability would rise tremendously. He looked down on Wang Teng for making use of a weapon, but he couldn't resist the temptation of a divine weapon like this. Break the heat in Ming Ku's eyes grew stronger as he thought about this. He couldn't wait any longer. He stretched out his hand and pointed in front. Boundless spiritual kinesis swept out. Boom! But at this moment, beams of light that looked like stars suddenly appeared beside him. Before he could react, they exploded. What? Ming Ku's expression changed entirely. He looked as if he saw a ghost. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions occurred abruptly. Spiritual fluctuations engulfed Ming Ku. Illusions, spiritual attacks, all kinds of attacks landed on his opponent. Ah, a scream of agony came out of Ming Ku's mouth. He lost control of his spiritual power and it dissipated. Boom! At the same time, the torrent of dark purple flying daggers was at a disadvantage. They were destroyed by the divine golden sparrow formed by the phoenix golden feather blade. Dark purple daggers flew out in all directions. The divine golden sparrow turned into a beam of golden light and shot towards Ming Ku. Under his astounded gaze, it slammed into his body. Pff! This time, Ming Ku didn't even have the time to scream. He vomited a mouth of blood and his face turned pale. He flew out. What happened? Everyone widened their eyes in surprise. They didn't know what happened a moment ago. Ming Ku had the upper hand. How did he scream in pain in the blink of an eye and fly out? The tides turned instantly. Everything happened too suddenly. Many people didn't manage to react in time. Useless. Devil Titan Bloodslayer's expression turned ugly. He didn't expect that even Ming Ku would be seriously injured by this human talent. Devil Titan Shui Ye opened her mouth. A hint of astonishment finally appeared on her beautiful face. He knew Ming Ku's ability clearly. It should be impossible for that human talent to stop him. How did it end up like this? Not only did the other party block Ming Ku's attack, but he also heavily injured him. Are you trying to snatch my phoenix golden feather blade? A cold smile appeared at the edge of Wang Teng's lips. Ming Ku didn't hide his gaze and expression. He could tell that something was wrong. Unfortunately, he met Wang Teng. He was always the one robbing other people. No one had ever snatched his things. This dark apparition was daydreaming. Have a taste of my anger of the void mayflies. Enjoy yourself. Wang Teng shifted his attention away from the other party and looked at the space entrance of the mining planet. He was finally able to focus on pulling the mining planet out. Boom! The dimensional rift around the space entrance got bigger and bigger. The mining planet slowly emerged from the space entrance. Wang Teng's face turned a little pale. This was the result of expending too much spiritual power. He scanned his surroundings and his eyes lit up. He released his spiritual kinesis during the battle just now. Ming Ku dropped many attribute bubbles. This was a good chance for him. Pick them up. Heaven, Realm Spirit, 15501. Heaven Realm Spirit, 13,000. Heaven Realm Spirit, 16,000. Dark Constellation, Force, 3250. Saint Level, Dark Talent, 12,000. Good. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He was elated. After the attribute bubbles merged into his body and mind, they turned into pure constellation, dark force, and spiritual power. There were 3,250 points of constellation dark force, which was a lot, especially when he picked them up at once. Unfortunately, they weren't of much help to Wang Teng. He didn't notice it. His gaze landed on another attribute, spirit attribute. Boom! As the attribute bubbles merged into his body, Wang Teng felt his head vibrating violently. Then a chill ran through his mind. The tiredness in his mind dissipated. In an instant, Wang Teng felt that his spiritual power had been replenished. It even rose a little. He had to admit that Ming Ku's spirit realm wasn't weak. If not, he wouldn't have dropped so many spirit attributes and provided him with so many attribute bubbles, using the enemy's energy to replenish his own. How enjoyable! Wang Teng was elated. His spiritual power rose again, so he was more confident. Ever since the exchange event, he had picked up a large number of spirit attributes. His spirit attribute rose exponentially. It was no longer the same as when he just advanced to the heaven realm in the Illusion Heart Pagoda. It had only been a month, but Wang Teng's spirit had increased tremendously. Normal people wouldn't dare to think about this. Chapter 2:820. The Earth as the Foundation, the Mountains as the Pattern. The Five Elements Holy Spirit Array. 3. This was why he was able to fight with a divine spirit master like Ming Ku, who had been at the saint level for many years. If it was another divine spirit master who just advanced to the heaven realm, the difference between them would be huge. There was no point in comparing. They couldn't even fight. Wang Teng's face started to turn red at a visible speed. However, he forcefully suppressed this change so that he wouldn't attract too much attention. His face remained pale. Besides that, Wang Teng also received many other attribute bubbles from Ming Ku. However, he didn't have the time to care about them. He stored them first and digested them when he needed to. Very good. Wang Teng took a deep breath and felt that he could walk again. A sharp glint flashed past his eyes as he looked at the entrance of the mining planet. He released all his spiritual kinesis. Come out, Wang Teng shouted in his heart. The power of the magnetic domain and his spiritual kinesis swept out at the same time, forming a terrifying pulling force. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire mining planet was pulled out and appeared in the sky. Oh my God! Many people looked up in a daze. They were dumbfounded by the size of the planet. The huge planet floated in the void. Everyone could see everything on the planet, clearly. It was a strange feeling. Phew! Wang Teng let out a long sigh. Happiness appeared in his eyes uncontrollably. However, this happiness was quickly replaced by seriousness. This was the most important step, roar. At this moment, an angry roar came from afar. It was Ming Ku. He was only heavily injured by Wang Teng and didn't die. At this moment, he had escaped from the illusion and attacks of the void mayflies. He stared at Wang Teng with utmost hatred. Wang Teng, I want you to die! A furious roar filled with hatred came out of his mouth. Wang Teng ignored him. He turned around abruptly and shouted at the saint-level rune masters behind him. Saints, please help me! The saint-level rune masters regained their senses and looked at Wang Teng. They didn't say anything and asked directly, What do you want us to do? Let the constellation become the core of the five elements divine sword array and activate the array. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He finally revealed his intention. What? The saint-level rune masters were flabbergasted. They stared at Wang Teng in bewilderment and wondered if they heard wrong. He wants the mining planet to become the core of the great five elements divine sword array. Great Elder Byers widened his eyes in shock, too. He couldn't believe it. How is this possible? The most important thing about an array was its core. The complexity and mysteriousness of the array depended on it. It was impossible for Wang Teng to replace the core of the array with another planet. Even an immortal-level rune master like him wouldn't be able to imagine such a thing, much less the saint-level rune masters. He wants to change the array core. Devil Titan Shui Ye, Devil Titan Bloodslayer, and the other dark apparitions were astounded. They found it unbelievable, too. Ha ha ha. Ming Ku was stunned for a moment as if he had heard something absurd and funny. Then he burst out laughing mockingly. You want to use this planet to replace the core of an immortal-level array? Ha ha ha! You must be daydreaming, idiot. What a huge idiot. To think that I was so wary of you. I didn't expect you to be such a stupid person. He laughed until he bent back and forth. Besides laughing, he couldn't think of any other way to deal with Wang Teng's actions. This human talent was so naive it made people laugh. Ming Ku's laughter caused the human martial warrior's expressions to turn ugly. They could hear the contempt in his voice. This made them uncomfortable and a little disappointed. No one expected Wang Teng's method to be so unreliable. Not to mention the dark apparitions, even the humans didn't believe that Wang Teng's method would work. Wang Teng, Lei Yan, Gu Luo, and the others looked over. Was his method really unfeasible despite spending so much effort? Do you have any other ideas? Wang Teng ignored Ming Ku's laughter and the doubtful gazes around him. He glanced around him and asked calmly. The saint-level rune masters turned silent. Just like what Wang Teng said, they had no other choice. From this moment, everyone will help Wang Teng to complete the repair of the array core. Great Elder Byers said decisively. His gaze flickered. The saint-level rune masters were stunned. They looked up at Great Elder Byers and nodded firmly. What do you need us to do? A saint-level rune master asked. Please return to your positions. Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief and said in a low voice. The saint-level rune masters turned into rays of light and shot towards the constellation array in the sky. Wang Teng moved and appeared above the mining planet. His voice was loud and clear. Everyone on the mining planet, leave this planet immediately. The mining and rune competitions hadn't ended, so the talents of those two secondary professions were still on the mining planet. They didn't even know what happened. Chapter 2821, The Earth as the Foundation. The mountains as the pattern, the 5 elements Holy Spirit array, 4. However, as Wang Teng shifted the mining planet into this space, the talents noticed something amiss. Swoosh, 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 sonic booms were heard. The talents in mining and rune studies appeared in the sky and glanced around them in confusion. However, when they saw the dark apparitions and the terrifying aura they gave off, they widened their eyes in shock. What is going on? Sang Yi stood among the crowd with her mouth agape. She glanced around her in astonishment. Tai Lu, Yan Tu, Feng Liu, Leopold, and Zhang Jiang were also staring at the sky in astonishment. The scene in front of them gave these talents a huge stimulation. They had never seen so many dark apparitions in their lives. Also, these high-tier devil emperors were devil titan dark apparitions. They soared through the sky and gave off a terrifying aura. It was terrifying. The only thing they didn't understand was why there were so many powerful dark apparitions in the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. This exceeded their understanding. Let's go. I'll explain to you later. Lei Yan flew over from afar and pulled Sang Yi away. The other talents were called away too. When they saw the situation in front of them, they didn't have the time to care about the competition anymore. They immediately retreated with the others. However, before they left, they still glanced at Wang Teng, who was sitting cross-legged in the sky above the mining planet. They were surprised. These talents were familiar with Wang Teng. They saw that Wang Teng was the one who pulled the mining planet from another space to this place. But they didn't know why Wang Teng did this. What role did he play? He was just a cosmos stage martial warrior. What could he do in this high-class battle? These talents were puzzled. Wang Teng didn't have the time to care about these talents. When he saw them leaving the mining planet, his expression turned serious. Spiritual kinesis flowed out of his body and swept towards the mining planet. Boom. The entire mining planet vibrated and gave off a loud explosion. It was as if an invisible hand had slapped the planet from the emptiness. Do you think he will succeed? Devil Titan Shui Ye suddenly asked. He will never succeed. Ming Ku's laughter stopped gradually. He stared at Wang Teng grimly. At first, he laughed happily and treated Wang Teng as a huge joke. However, when he realized that Wang Teng was ignoring him, he felt that he was a clown. Really? Devil Titan Shui Ye's gaze flickered. It paused on Wang Teng for a moment and probed further. Then he said, if I were you, I would stop him immediately. Whether he succeeds or not, Ming Ku didn't say anything, but his actions explained everything. He gritted his teeth and moved his body. Then he disappeared on the spot and dashed towards Wang Teng. Just like what Devil Titan Shui Ye said, whether Wang Teng succeeded or not, he wouldn't allow him to continue. All possibilities must be nipped in the bud. What's more, this young man dared to hurt him. How could he let him go? Boom. An explosion came from his body. This time he didn't use his spiritual kinesis. Instead, he activated the constellation Dark Force in his body and turned it into a huge dark purple claw. he clawed at Wang Teng. An extremely powerful and evil aura emanated from his body. It was exceptionally terrifying. It was obvious that Ming Ku possessed powerful spiritual kinesis and martial arts cultivation. Swoosh at this moment. Wang Teng opened his eyes abruptly. A glaring five-colored light flashed in his eyes. Too late. A mocking smile appeared at the edge of his lips as he looked at Ming Ku, who was charging towards him. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a violent explosion occurred on the mining planet. The entire planet was shaking. The mountains and rivers seemed to have come alive. Earth as the foundation, mountains and rivers as rune arrays. The five-element earth veins are the array veins. A calm and firm voice came out of Wang Teng's mouth. It wasn't loud, but it shook the air and spread in all directions. 5 elements Holy Spirit array. Activate. Buzz. The moment he finished speaking, a buzzing sound resounded in the sky. At the same time, a dazzling 5-colored light blossomed from the mining planet and lit up the sky. Boom, 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 boom. 5 pillars of light of different colors rose from 5 different directions on the mining planet. Then, a huge circular array covering the entire planet appeared and spun slowly. Dazzling 5-colored runes were carved in the array. They seemed to be etched in space, but they also seemed to be carved on the mining planet. It looked divine. Roar, roar, roar. The earth veins on the mining planet vibrated. Mines broke free from the ground and rushed into the 5 pillars of light. They merged with the array and became part of it. Purple gold, dark iron ore. Wood, jade, essence, crystal mine. Jade sea, spiritual water mine. Lava, dragon, crystal mine. Yellow spirit gold, sand. There were 5 huge mines with 5 main attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. All of them were here. There was dead silence. Then there was a huge uproar. Chapter 2822, The Earth as the Foundation, the Mountains as the Pattern, the 5 Elements Holy Spirit Array. 5. With the earth as the foundation, the mountains and rivers as the array patterns, and the 5-element earth veins as the array veins. This is a saint-level array. This is a 5-element saint-level array. Wang Teng turned the entire mining planet into his saint-level array. I've never seen anyone with such ingenuity and talent. This must be Wang Teng's work for the competition. No, I should call him Saint Wang Teng. He's definitely a real saint-level rune master. He's the same as us. The saint-level rune masters on the constellations were flabbergasted. They widened their eyes in surprise and exclaimed uncontrollably. Good for you, Wang Teng. Great Elder Byers was flabbergasted. He couldn't calm down for a long time. He never thought that Wang Teng would be able to advance to the saint level in rune studies. What's more, he managed to do it in such a desperate situation. When he saw the 5-element saint-level array, hope finally surged into his heart uncontrollably. There might be a chance. How is this possible? Ming Ku widened his eyes in disbelief. He couldn't believe that Wang Teng was a saint-level rune master. Wasn't he a saint-level alchemist? Wasn't he a saint-level poison master? Wasn't he a saint-level plysmith? Why was he also a saint-level rune master? What kind of monster was he? Many thoughts went through his mind. He couldn't accept this reality. However, the 5-element saint-level array was right in front of him. No matter how much he didn't believe it, he was deceiving himself. Those are the mines we found. Sang Yi's face was bitter. That fellow found everything. Zhang Jiang, Tai Lu, Feng Liu, Yan Tu, and the other talents were in a bad mood. The mines they found were among the 5 mines. There were even 3 mines that they couldn't find. They were more precious than the mines they found. This meant that they had lost to Wang Teng in mining a long time ago. Yet they didn't know it, and were still gloating on the other side. The talented rune masters were flabbergasted. Besides astonishment, they felt dejected and helpless, a saint-level rune master. Wang Teng was a saint-level rune master. They couldn't believe that such a monster would appear in this exchange event. They also didn't expect the rune competition to end in this situation. A saint-level rune master. Was there a need to compare? There was no need to continue. Wang Teng had already won against everyone. They knew that this wasn't the time to think about this, but the talents present couldn't help but think of this. Swoosh! At this moment, Wang Teng stood up abruptly and looked at Ming Ku. A cold smile appeared at the edge of his lips as he pointed at the sky. 5 element holy spirits appear. Roar! 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 Angry roars resounded in the sky. Within the 5 pillars of light connected to the array, 5 strange shadows appeared. The outline of a purple-golden Kirin beast roared into the sky within the golden pillar of light. The outline of a huge green tree covered the sky in the green pillar of light. The leaves and branches swayed gently, giving off a green vibe. A blue giant whale appeared in the blue pillar of light. It was surrounded by the scenery of the deep sea. Within the pillar of red light, a crimson giant dragon soared in the sky and roared. A yellow turtle crawled slowly in the pillar of yellow light. It shook the ground and raised its head as it roared in anger. 5 different phenomena appeared in the array. The power of 5 different attributes spread out and congregated into a terrifying killing intent. It was directed at Ming Ku. Damn it! Ming Ku's expression changed entirely. His expression was stiff, and his face was even paler than before. He retreated instantly, without any hesitation. "Do you think you can leave?" Wang Teng pointed at him with contempt. Boom! The array spun and the Holy Spirit roared. A beam of light shot out towards Ming Ku at an extremely fast speed. No. Ming Ku's pupils constricted as he let out an unwilling roar. On the other side, Devil Titan Shui Yi moved and wanted to reinforce Wang Teng. However, a figure blocked his path. "Stay here and watch," Rofort said calmly. Sigh. Devil Titan Shui Yi sighed helplessly. "I underestimated Wang Teng." Boom. The constellation Dark Force in Ming Ku's body surged out furiously as he tried to resist the 5-colored pillar of light. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. In an instant, the 5-colored pillar of light arrived and engulfed him entirely. Crack. The defense formed by Ming Ku at the last moment could only resist for a split second before it shattered into pieces and dissipated in the air. Roar. Ming Ku was like a cornered beast struggling at the brink of death. He was filled with unwillingness and roared in anger. He had been hiding in the human race for so many years. Now he would be returning with great merits. He would be the greatest hero. His future was limitless. How could he die here? How could he die? All his unwillingness turned into the source of strength. Ming Ku activated the bloodline power in his body, and the dark purple horns on his forehead gave off a dazzling glow. It engulfed him like a small dark purple sun. Boom! In the end, the 5-colored light engulfed him and caused the dark purple light to disintegrate inch by inch. The small dark purple sun disappeared too. After a long time, the 5-colored pillar of light disappeared gradually, revealing the situation inside. The indomitable dark apparition, Ming Ku, was now floating in midair like a dead dog. He was covered with blood and badly mutilated. Chapter 2823, Array Combination, Death. Space Divine Weapon, 1. Ming Ku's incomplete body floated in midair. It was a stunning sight. That was the dark apparition from the Nether God race. It was said that the Nether God race was a powerful presence among the dark apparitions. They were much more powerful than the vampire race and the devil armor race. Their talents were exceptionally frightening and mysterious. Many human martial warriors had fallen in their hands on the foreign battlegrounds. What's more, Ming Ku was a dark apparition with spiritual kinesis. He was even more powerful. However, this terrifying dark apparition from the Nether God race got beaten up by Wang Teng. Wang Teng relied on the array, but that was Wang Teng's own ability. A saint-level rune master, 5-element saint-level array. Not everyone had this ability. Didn't you see the mouths of the talented rune masters some distance away? They couldn't close their mouths. Useless. Useless. Devil Titan Bloodslayer's expression turned hideous as he shouted in anger. Wang Teng's performance refreshed his understanding again and again. He felt helpless and frustrated. This high-tier Devil Titan dark apparition felt aggrieved and helpless in front of a human cosmos stage martial warrior. No one would believe it, but this was the truth. He couldn't do anything to Wang Teng, so he could only vent his anger on Ming Ku. To Devil Titan Bloodslayer, if he couldn't even deal with a cosmos stage martial warrior, Ming Ku didn't deserve to be called a genius of the Nether God race. That's right. Ming Ku was a talent from the Nether God race. He was extremely talented and was chosen to be a spy of the dark apparitions hiding in the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. After all, if he didn't have enough talent, he would be easily discovered by the human race. It wasn't easy to fool the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters. He was able to disguise himself perfectly for so many years. From this point of view, Ming Ku's talent shouldn't be underestimated. Unfortunately, Ming Ku's title was broken by Wang Teng. It wasn't just Devil Titan Bloodslayer. The other dark apparitions were looking at Ming Ku with contempt and indifference too. Their respect for him was gone. Devil Titan Shui Yi shook her head and sighed in her heart. Ming Ku had disappointed him in the end. A strange glint flashed past Rofort's eyes. He suddenly felt that the Virtual Universe Corporation's evaluation of Wang Teng's talent wasn't high enough. No matter how high the evaluation was, it wouldn't be too much. He must send the news back to the Purple Flame. True God. He mustn't let anything happen to this talent. Dan Chen and the others heaved a sigh of relief. They were elated. Wang Teng's 5-element saint-level array seemed powerful. He seemed confident, too. Maybe he could turn it into the core of the array. The saint-level rune masters above the constellation arrays were flabbergasted, too. The 5-element array created by Saint Wang Teng was so powerful. It was unbelievable. One attack was enough to defeat Ming Ku. Even rune masters like them, who had been at the saint level for many years, might not be able to create this power easily. Wang Teng disregarded everyone's astonishment. He didn't have any extra time. After defeating Ming Ku, he picked up all the attribute bubbles the guy dropped. Then, he sat down cross-legged on the ground and shouted, "Everyone activate the runes on your constellation arrays. I will use my spiritual kinesis to carve the connecting runes again and link my 5-element array to the Great 5 Elements Divine Sword Array. Don't resist." Okay, do your best. We will do our best to help you. That's right, Saint Wang Teng. I'll leave everything to you. The saint-level rune masters nodded in agreement. They activated their constellation rune arrays that gave off a dazzling glow. Runes started appearing in the void. The core of the array was destroyed, so these runes couldn't be linked into an array. They were scattered across the universe. It was complicated and messy. Normal people wouldn't be able to see the connection. Even a Grand Master-level rune master would find it troublesome in front of so many complicated and messy runes. The talented rune masters were a little unconvinced. They looked at the runes on the planets and wanted to have a duel with Wang Teng. What array is this? A talented rune master was shocked after a few glances. His expression changed slightly as he asked. This was a talent from one of the 5 core rune families, the Chai family. His name was Chi Hui. He was extremely talented and was already at the peak of the Grand Master level. Unfortunately, he suffered a huge blow today. If I'm right, this is an immortal level array. Fu Sheng, one of the 5 core rune families, said with a complicated expression. Divine level array. The expressions of Chi Hui and the other talented rune masters changed. They were filled with disbelief. I heard my father's introduction just now. This array is called the Great 5 Elements Divine Sword Array. It was destroyed by the dark apparitions and needs to be repaired as soon as possible. Another young man at the side said he was a talent from the Ko family, one of the 5 core rune families. His name was Ko Ming, and his rune mastery had reached the peak of the Grand Master level. Chapter 2824, Array Combination, Death, Space, Divine Weapon. 2. Great 5 Elements Divine Sword Array. The talents from the rune core families thought of something. They were familiar with this array. The more they understood it, the more astounded they were. Even if Wang Teng is a saint-level rune master, he just advanced recently. How can he repair the array? Chai Hui exclaimed in disbelief. His saint-level array seems to be a 5-element array. I heard that he wants to use his array to replace the core of the great 5 elements divine sword array. Fu Sheng shook his head and smiled bitterly. The other talents were bewildered. This was a crazy thought. They didn't even dare to think about it. It's almost impossible to succeed, right? Another female talent said bitterly. She was a talent from the Brady family. Her name was Prima, and she had long brown hair. She was a beauty, but her aura was a little special. Her eyes were sunken, and her skin was a little yellow. She gave off a foreign vibe. I wonder what he's thinking. Fernal, a genius from the Savis family, shook his head grimly. Everyone turned silent. Their expressions turned complicated. They hoped that Wang Teng would succeed, but this was too difficult. Either way, Wang Teng's courage exceeded theirs since he dared to give it a try. They felt that they wouldn't have thought of such a crazy idea under such circumstances. They didn't have the courage to suggest it either. This alone was enough to make all the talents present feel ashamed of their inferiority. Wang Teng sat cross-legged on the mining planet and scanned his surroundings. He seemed to be carving the complicated and messy runes into his mind. He stared at it for a long time, but actually only for a moment. The spiritual power in his mind had already reached the maximum. Countless rays of light twirled in his mind. They cut through the night sky like shooting stars. Then he closed his eyes. A huge array gradually outlined itself in his mind. It gave off a faint glow. However, in this huge and occult array, a portion of the runes were dim. The runes at the core were pitch black. There was no light at all. Sigh. Wang Teng took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Boom. The next instant, a majestic spiritual kinesis swept out from his forehead in all directions. 18 tasks multitasking. Strands of spiritual kinesis intertwined around the area like tentacles and started carving the missing runes. He had to admit that this talent was extremely useful, especially after Wang Teng's spiritual power increased. This skill wasn't limited to 18. In summary, this was just the name of the talent. As long as one spirit was strong enough, he could do 180 things at once. Unfortunately, Wang Teng wasn't that monstrous yet. He could only repair more than 10 runes at once anymore, and he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Even so, his spiritual power was greatly depleted. He was expending a large amount of spiritual power every second. His face turned pale at a visible speed. There was no color at all. This time, he wasn't acting. Fortunately, Wang Teng was still able to pick up attribute bubbles. The battles continued, and people kept dropping spirit attributes. All these attributes became his replenishment. There were also the saint-level rune masters. They controlled the constellation array and were dropping spirit attributes too. Compared to the others, the attribute bubbles they dropped were the most important. They were of great help to Wang Teng's spirit recovery. However, these outsiders didn't know that they were all looking at Wang Teng worriedly. They got nervous when they saw his face turning paler. All his hopes were placed on Wang Teng. If Wang Teng couldn't withstand it, everything would be for naught. Boom, boom, boom. The dark apparitions dashed towards Wang Teng like locusts. Devil Titan Bloodslayer had already given a firm order to kill Wang Teng. The dark apparitions wouldn't allow him to repair the array. However, the human martial warriors wouldn't allow the dark apparitions to break through. They shielded Wang Teng and started fighting with the dark apparitions. Force explosions resounded continuously in the air. It was deafening. The battle power displayed in this battle was too high class. The collisions caused a huge strain on space. The sky was already filled with terrifying pitch-black cracks. If the space in the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters wasn't more stable than the outside world, this collision would have caused a large-scale collapse. Small cracks wouldn't have appeared. Even so, the impact of the space crack was huge. Many martial warriors had to evade the dimensional rifts carefully. If they were accidentally sucked in, they might get seriously injured, too. A dimensional rift formed by a powerful collision was the most uncontrollable. It was completely different from dimensional rifts that were opened using special methods. It was even more chaotic and dangerous. If they met a dimensional rift, even universe stage martial warriors would be cut into pieces, much less heaven stage martial warriors. Chapter 2825, Array Combination, Death, Space, Divine Weapon 3. Of course, this depended on how powerful the space turbulence was. Universe stage martial warriors were able to withstand some weaker space turbulence, but no matter what, no one was willing to get sucked into a space crack. That would only put them in danger. Boom. Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard. It sounded exceptionally conspicuous among all the explosions. A universe stage martial warrior is dead. Everyone looked over, their pupils constricted and their expressions changed. A universe stage martial warrior had died. No one expected a universe stage martial warrior to die in that explosion. This was the first universe stage martial warrior to die so far. It was hard to kill a universe stage martial warrior. Even if a high-tier devil emperor wanted to kill a universe stage martial warrior, it wouldn't be easy. He would have to pay a huge price. But now a universe stage martial warrior from the human race was dead. In an instant, the haze in everyone's heart got thicker. Their hearts were extremely heavy. Ha ha ha! A peal of delighted laughter came from the mouth of a high-tier devil emperor. It was a dark apparition from the sheephead devil race. It flapped its hideous flesh wings slowly, covering the sky and the sun. A powerful and fierce aura exuded from its body. Many people turned grim. However, there were many wounds on its body, especially a huge blade mark that cut through its chest, almost breaking it into two. All kinds of organs could be seen in the wounds. Most of them were destroyed. Unfortunately, after the death of the universe stage martial warrior, the injuries on his body started healing at a fast speed. His wounds squirmed and his organs healed. Black blood stopped flowing out. Only dark apparitions had such a terrifying recovery ability. Everyone's expression turned uglier when they saw this scene. This was the result of a universe stage martial warrior risking his life. How sad. Many people lamented in their hearts. They felt the sorrow of the dead. Kill. A universe stage martial warrior shouted. He dashed towards the sheephead devil race dark apparition with a battle sword in his hand. A powerful sword glow shot out and slashed towards the dark apparition. Kill him when he's down. No matter what, the sheephead devil apparition was injured so it wouldn't be unaffected. This was the best time to kill it. Another one seeking death. The sheephead devil race dark apparition snorted. He welcomed the attack without any hesitation. He didn't care that the wound on his chest hadn't healed completely. This injury was nothing to him. Boom, the two parties collided. Explosions resounded continuously. Wang Teng didn't open his eyes, but he knew what was happening outside. His heart felt heavy. He immediately released a wisp of spiritual kinesis and swept it over. Pick them up. Heaven Realm Spirit 32,000. Saint Level Wood Talent 6500. Constellation Wood Force 550 Wood Domain. Actualization Phase 3600. Origin of Wood 25 World Power 1800. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's body. He shuddered. 32,000. Points of Heaven Realm Spirit allowed his spirit attribute to rise again. What's more, the spiritual power he used up was replenished, and the pressure on him was greatly reduced. Spirit 261,000, 560,000, Heaven Realm. Wang Teng glanced at his spirit attribute had increased tremendously. It was unbelievable. Even Wang Teng didn't expect his spirit attribute to rise so quickly. Mind you, he just advanced to the Heaven Realm a month ago. Now he was almost at the middle stage of the Heaven Realm. This was comparable to other people who cultivated bitterly for a few hundred years or even 1,000 years. If this wasn't terrifying, what was? You could say that at this stage, Wang Teng's spiritual power was at the 3rd or 4th level of a normal universe stage martial warrior. No wonder he got stronger as he fought. This was a huge bug. But there weren't many chances like this. All his gains were proportional to the danger. The more dangerous it was, the more attributes he would pick up. The battle power of this war was too high. Also, there were many powerful martial warriors, so the number of attribute bubbles they dropped was huge. He had to pick them up. So, could he be blamed? Obviously not. Wang Teng was focused on repairing the array, so he calmed down quickly. Then, he looked at the other attribute bubbles. There were 6,500 points of Saint-level wood talent. Wang Teng's wood talent was already at the Saint level, so it could continue to rise. Saint-level wood talent, 9,100, 50,000 points of constellation wood force was a sizable amount too. Wang Teng's constellation wood force was replenished. Next was the 3,600 points of actualization phase wood domain. Wang Teng's wood domain had already reached the 8th level of the actualization phase. It had increased by 3,600 points and was close to breaking through to the 9th level. Wood domain, 6,800, 8,000, actualization phase, 8th level. Then there were 2,500 points of origin of wood. This wasn't a small amount. He could use it to raise his second rank origin of wood. The effects were not bad. Wang Teng could feel his understanding of the origin of wood getting deeper and deeper. Origin of wood, 13,000 second rank. Finally, the attribute bubbles were the world power. This was a power unique to universe stage martial warriors. It was extremely powerful. Chapter 226. Array combination, death, space, divine weapon. 4. Wang Teng had already grasped this power and it had reached the second rank. Now he received 1,800 points of attributes from the dead universe stage martial warrior. His world power attribute rose immediately. World power, 12,300,000 second rank. These enlightenments appeared in Wang Teng's mind at the same time. He absorbed them quickly. There seemed to be many areas in his mind. Most of them were in charge of repairing the array, while the rest were in charge of absorbing the enlightenment. Overall, the gains were not bad. However, Wang Teng wasn't that happy. After all, this was a gain from the death of a universe stage human martial warrior. He would rather defeat a universe stage martial warrior himself than receive the gain in this way. No matter who it is, I will take your share and let the dark apparitions repay with interest, Wang Teng thought to himself. Then he retracted his thoughts and focused on repairing the array. Runes started to appear in the air as he carved them with his spiritual power. They connected to the array constellations. The 5 elements Holy Spirit array he constructed was different from the core of the great 5 elements divine sword array. They couldn't be linked together using the same method. This was the most difficult part. However, with Wang Teng's mastery and the enlightenment he received from great elder buyers, he was more or less confident. What he needed to do now was to find a way to connect them in a short time and make the 5 elements Holy Spirit array the core of the great 5 elements divine sword array. The process must be extremely difficult. If not, other people wouldn't think that this method was impossible. However, Wang Teng had no other choice. What's more, to him, as long as there was a 1 in a billion chance, it was a possibility. As long as there was a chance he would succeed, at this moment his mind was spinning furiously. Many plans flashed through his mind. These were the bridging plans he came up with. When the Saint-level rune masters were repairing the array, he didn't tell them his method immediately. One reason was that they weren't in a dire situation, so no one would choose his method. The other reason was because he needed to observe the structure of the array and compare it with his 5 elements Holy Spirit array to come up with a feasible plan. If he wasn't prepared, he wouldn't dare to let so many people take the risk with him. Also, he didn't have much time. He could only come up with various plans in his mind and find the best method. He couldn't try again and again. One big mistake, and he might never have another chance. Thus, Wang Teng set the strategy from the start. A small mistake could be made, but a huge one must never happen. What was a huge mistake? For example, an error that affected the logic of the entire array. Once this error occurred, all his previous efforts would be in vain. He wouldn't even have a second chance to try. If the logic was wrong, his 5 elements, Holy Spirit array, would be affected too. A saint-level array looked stable, but it was actually extremely fragile, especially when the owner of the array was looking for death. He was able to destroy a saint-level array easily. At that time, Wang Teng would have to start over. But he didn't have a second chance. Phew! Wang Teng let out a long sigh. His heart was extremely heavy. The runes at the corners had been repaired completely. It was time to connect the last 2 arrays. His spirit had already reached its limit. Numerous spiritual lights appeared in his mind, and the various plans collided and merged. In the end, a perfect plan was born. Wang Teng didn't hesitate. He released his spiritual kinesis and started carving in the air. All the saint-level rune masters stared at Wang Teng intently and shouted silently in their hearts as if they were cheering for him. The dark apparitions were all stopped by the human martial warriors. Not a single dark apparition was able to get close to him. Boom. Explosions were heard continuously in the sky. The dimensional rift was almost twice as big as before. A thick, evil, and chaotic aura spread out from behind the dimensional rift. Even Dan Chen and the others seemed to be affected by the evil aura and had to retreat. At this moment, they were using their spiritual power to resist the dimensional rift in front of them. They were in direct contact, so they were easily contaminated by the evil aura. What's more, the other party was a devil god. One could imagine the evil aura he gave off. 2 sharp claws were placed on both sides of the dimensional rift, opening it with force. Small cracks that looked like spider webs kept spreading around the dimensional rift. Ear-piercing cracking sounds resounded in the air. The cracks got bigger and bigger. However, Dan Chen and the others were gradually at a disadvantage. The 3 great elders were just secondary professionals. In terms of ability, they weren't as powerful as the god-stage dark apparitions. There was a huge gap between them and the devil god dark apparitions. It was already impressive that the 3 great elders and the eternal level martial warriors could resist for such a long time. Ha ha ha. An ear-piercing and evil laughter came from behind the space again. Y'all can't hold on much longer. Dan Chen and the other great elders' expressions turned ugly, but they couldn't refute the other party's words. This devil god was too powerful. He was beyond their imagination. Chapter 2827, Array Combination, Death, Space Divine Weapon, 5, Devil God. Such presences were rare even in the Outer Realm battlefields. Many eternal stage rulers had never seen a real devil god before, much less Great Elder Dan Chen and the other 2 who were at the back of the battlefield. At this moment, a strong sense of helplessness appeared in their hearts. They stared grimly at the dimensional rift. Is this the result? This thought appeared in the hearts of the 3 great elders. They felt a tinge of despair. Great Elder Byers glanced at Wang Teng, who was still working hard to repair the array, and the human martial warriors fighting with the dark apparitions. His heart skipped a beat. Please believe in Wang Teng. He turned his head abruptly and spoke to Dan Chen and the other great elders in a low voice. Great Elder Dan Chen and Great Elder Tambeli were stunned. Then they looked at Wang Teng with hope in their eyes. But we can't hold on much longer. Great Elder Tambeli was perspiring profusely. He had almost reached his limit. He couldn't help but spoke using voice transmission. We must hold on, Great Elder Dan Chen said in a low voice. Wang Teng is still working hard. The other martial warriors are fighting hard too. We can't drag him down. Let me do it. Protect me, Great Elder Byers said with a stern expression. Before the 2 of them could react, he had already taken a step forward. At the same time, a silver square seal had appeared in his hand. There were complicated runes carved on it. It was extremely occult. There was a mutated beast carved on the top of the square seal. It looked strange, and there was an inexplicable sense of distortion. It felt a little similar, but it wasn't. No one could confirm its real appearance. This was a strange feeling. It was right in front of him, but he didn't know what the mutated beast looked like. If Wang Teng saw the characteristics of this mutated beast, he would be shocked. The Devour Nihility beast was the same. They were similar. It seemed that it was hard for outsiders to know the true appearance of these legendary and rare universe behemoths. The instant the square seal appeared, the space around it started distorting as if it couldn't withstand the power released by the square seal. That's Great Elder Dan Chen was stunned. There was astonishment in his eyes. Space power. This is a space weapon. Great Elder Tambeli was shocked too. He stared at the square seal in disbelief. And it's at the saint level. Space weapons were extremely difficult to forge. Materials were rare, and there was an extremely important and harsh requirement. You needed the help of someone with the space talent to forge it successfully. Hence, even divine-level martial warriors like them wouldn't have an easy time getting a space weapon. What's more, this was a divine weapon. It was powerful. No wonder the two great elders were astounded when they saw Great Elder Byers taking out a square seal that contained the power of space. However, Great Elder Byers didn't have the time to explain to them. He took out the square seal and threw it into the sky. Then he vomited a mouth of blood, and it landed on the square seal. The silver-white square seal turned bright red. Boom, the square seal vibrated. The mutated beast at the top of the seal seemed to have come alive after getting stained by the blood. It became even more distorted. If you stared at it for a long time, you would feel dizzy. Roar. The next instant, a strange roar erupted from the mouth of the mutated beast and echoed in the ears of Dan Chen and the others. The voice wasn't loud. Only the people close could hear it. The other person who heard it was Wang Teng. He opened his eyes uncontrollably and looked in their direction. When his gaze landed on the square seal, he was surprised. Space power. He stared at the square seal in astonishment. The space power in his body was getting restless, suppressed. At this moment, Great Elder Byers shouted. The square seal circled once and landed above his head. A powerful suction force surged out and sucked his spiritual power furiously. Buzz, the square seal vibrated even more violently. Wisps of extraordinary and strange space power swept out from the square seal and surged towards the dimensional rift. "You're crazy." Dan Chen and his companion were shocked when they saw this scene. They could clearly feel the square seal absorbing Great Elder Byers' spiritual power furiously. If he continued being absorbed like this, even the spirit of a divine-level martial warrior would suffer a huge blow. "Someone has to do it," Great Elder Byers said resolutely. Boom, as if it had heard his words, the square seal gave off a glaring glow and a terrifying power of space spread throughout the sky. Roar, an angry roar came from behind the dimensional rift. Space divine weapon. You have a space divine weapon. The devil god didn't expect the human opposite him to possess a divine space weapon. The dimensional rift that was about to open was suppressed again. He was exasperated. However, the devil god soon noticed something. He snorted and said, "It looks like it won't be easy for you to use this space divine weapon. Let's see how long you can last." Boom, an even more powerful and evil aura spread out from the dimensional rift. It swept through the sky and the earth and shook the space. Both parties entered the final struggle. Chapter 2828, Arrival of the Devil God, Despair, Great Five Elements Divine Sword Array, restarted. 1. Boom. The two terrifying forces collided continuously in the dimensional rift. One side was trying their best to stabilize the dimensional rift, while the other side was tearing it apart. Unknowingly, they were at a standstill. Great Elder Dan Chen and Great Elder Tambeli had grim expressions on their faces. They looked at Great Elder Byers' back view as he bent down gradually. Even his long wavy hair had turned a little gray. The two great elders' expressions changed again and again. He didn't just lose his spiritual power, it also absorbed his origin of life. But when they saw Great Elder Byers' firm back, they opened their mouths but didn't say anything in the end. If they had a space divine weapon, they would probably do the same thing. At this stage, they had no other choice. The eternal level martial warriors behind them had stern expressions on their faces too. After such a long time of stalemate, most of their energy had been used up. If this continued, They might not be able to withstand it. Some distance away, Heaven Flame, Greenwood, and others were fighting with Devil Titan Bloodslayer and the other high-tier Devil Titan Dark Apparitions. However, they soon realized that the other party wasn't fighting them head-on anymore, just buying time. Damn it. Ruler Heaven Flame's expression turned ugly. He couldn't break free from Devil Titan Bloodslayer and the other dark apparitions. You have no chance. The Devil God will arrive soon. Devil Titan Bloodslayer sniggered. All your struggles are in vain. No one dares to admit defeat until the end, Ruler Heaven Flame said coldly. I know that you have placed your hopes on that boy. Devil Titan Bloodslayer turned and looked at the other side. Wang Teng was sitting cross-legged above the mining planet with runes floating around him. It was a strange sight. He sneered and said, unfortunately, his method is crazy. He won't succeed. So what if he's crazy? The talents of the human race are not something dark apparitions like you can understand, Greenwood scoffed. Who says that the crazy can't succeed? Golden Star agreed. Ha ha ha, you're really stubborn. Another Devil Titan dark apparition laughed mockingly. Cut the crap! Ruler Heaven Flame shouted in anger. His eternal power exploded and he turned into lingering shadows as he charged towards the Devil Titan. Devil Titan Bloodslayer sniggered and stepped back. The eternal power in his body was released too, but he didn't fight with Ruler Heaven Flame head-on. He just evaded his attack. You're a high-tier Devil Titan, but you only know how to dodge, Ruler Heaven Flame said coldly. Don't worry, I'll act later. Devil Titan Bloodslayer licked his lips. There was a strange expression on his exceptionally handsome but evil-looking pale face as he smiled. Heaven Flame and others exchanged glances with one another. Their hearts sank. They didn't know what these dark apparitions wanted to do. Their sudden abnormality made people uneasy. Kill. The three rulers exchanged glances with one another. Then they separated and surrounded the dark apparitions. They wanted to force the dark apparitions to act. Devil Titan Bloodslayer snorted. The huge blood sickle in his hand turned into lingering shadows and slashed out dozens of blood-red blade glows in an instant. They cut through the air and the eternal power intertwined around them, giving off a terrifying fluctuation. The other two Devil Titan dark apparitions turned grim when they saw this scene. They released their eternal power and attacked Greenwood and Golden Star. The other two Devil Titan dark apparitions were held back by the eternal level dark apparitions. But on the other side, the eternal level martial warriors were at a disadvantage. Fortunately, there were many of them, so they were able to resist the attack with some effort. After reaching the eternal level, there was a huge difference between every two stages. Some eternal stage dukes could even kill multiple eternal stage marquess by themselves. Even if they were a little weak, they could kill one or two eternal stage marquess. This was a huge gap for an eternal stage ruler. An eternal stage ruler could kill multiple eternal stage dukes. This was the difference. Those who could become eternal stage rulers were all the top martial warriors in the universe. Before they matured, they were all the cream of the crop. Heaven Flame and Greenwood might not be in the top 100 of the eternal stage ruler ranking, but it didn't mean that they weren't powerful. Actually, they were the most powerful presences in the universe. However, there was someone more powerful than them among the eternal stage rulers. There was another nickname for the top 100 eternal stage rulers, the gods to be, gods to be. Just like the name suggested, they had the highest chance of becoming a god stage martial warrior. The 100 eternal stage rulers were all like this. That was why the eternal stage rulers in the top 100 were so terrifying. Of course, it wasn't easy to advance to the god stage. These formidable warriors were just the ones with the most hope. The eternal stage rulers ranked below 100 might also have a chance of advancing to the god stage. Who knows? Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying explosions were heard continuously between these eternal level martial warriors and Devil Titan dark apparitions. They echoed in the sky. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the three great elders as well as the eternal level martial warriors. The strings in their hearts tensed up. Chapter 2829. Arrival of the devil, God, despair, great five elements divine sword array restarted. 2. From the current situation, one could tell that the battle had entered the most crucial and dangerous stage. Everyone's gaze landed on Wang Teng again. Everyone knew that the three great elders were fighting with the eternal level martial warriors to buy time for Wang Teng. Whether they could resist the invasion of the devil god dark apparition would depend on whether he could repair the divine level array. Time passed slowly. In the sky, in the middle of the divine level array, complicated and occult runes appeared around Wang Teng's mining planet. They covered the entire space. A strange power was brewing silently. These were all ancient runes. The runes needed for an immortal level array were all ancient runes. This was because the power of origin could only be used to its maximum potential if it was the closest to the power of origin. This was the meaning of the ancient runes. The runes used by primary rank rune masters were just simple runes that came from the ancient runes. Simple runes were easier for rune masters to grasp. It also made it easier for them to step into the rune path. However, once you reached the peak of the Grandmaster level, you needed to grasp a large number of ancient runes before you could step into the Saint level. This was the consensus of all the rune masters. Fortunately, Wang Teng had already grasped many ancient runes. There were even some extremely rare special runes. It was barely enough to deal with the great five elements divine sword array. Most of the ancient runes needed for the great five elements divine sword array were of the five basic elements. Some were general purpose runes, so it wasn't difficult to grasp them. As for special runes like the ancient lightning runes or the ancient ice runes, it wouldn't be easy to grasp them. One was the difficulty level while the other was the legacy level. Legacies of special ancient runes were rare. Normal rune masters wouldn't be able to get them. This was why there were more rune arrays for the five elements, but fewer special rune arrays. The difficulty of the Great Five Elements Divine Sword Array was in the interconnection and conversion of the five elements. Normally, a rune master wouldn't be able to understand it. The Saint-level rune masters were flabbergasted when they saw Wang Teng carving the runes too fast. Wang Teng's carving speed was too fast. Even though they had been at the Saint level for many years, they didn't dare to guarantee that they could carve the runes at this speed. What's more, he was repairing the divine level array. The difficulty was many times higher than carving a saint-level array. What Wang Teng did made it even more difficult. Hence, it was unbelievable that he was able to carve so fast in this situation. How proficient was he in ancient runes? How profound was his rune mastery? The saint-level rune masters had forgotten about the dangerous situation they were in and were immersed in it. Many of them were enlightened. They understood something from Wang Teng's carvings. This opportunity was hard to come by. But now it had appeared in front of them, and it came from someone who was at a lower stage than them. No one noticed the changes in the saint-level rune masters. They were focused on Wang Teng, so they didn't notice the other rune masters. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding dark apparitions attacked frantically, wanting to stop Wang Teng from completing the array. Many dark apparitions noticed that they couldn't kill Wang Teng, so they turned and charged towards the saint-level rune masters above the array constellations. They launched fierce attacks at them. All kinds of attacks imbued with the power of darkness swept out and filled up the surroundings of the array. However, an invisible aura spread out from the constellation array and blocked it outside. There seemed to be an invisible shield. Any attacks that landed on it would explode in the air. What happened? Some dark apparitions were astounded. They stared at the shining stars in disbelief. They didn't expect their attacks to be blocked so easily. The saint-level rune masters sneered. The defense of the immortal level array wasn't easy to break. If it wasn't for the traitor Ming Ku, the array wouldn't have been broken. Any array was the hardest to break from the outside. This was because the rune masters had already thought of this when they were constructing the array. If not, when they were controlling the array, they would be lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The stronger the array, the stronger the defense. Although the Great Five Elements Divine Sword Array was destroyed, it was special. There were defense mechanisms on every constellation that formed the array. They were interdependent, but there was also a certain degree of independence. As long as there was a rune master controlling it, the power of the runes inside could be activated. Normal universe stage martial warriors wouldn't be able to break the defense on it easily. At least they wouldn't be able to do it in a short time. Even an eternal level martial warrior's attack could be blocked. This was how powerful an immortal level array was. Roar. Many high-tier Devil Emperor dark apparitions were infuriated. They roared and attacked the array constellations furiously. They didn't believe it. They felt that they couldn't destroy the constellation array because they weren't strong enough. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 2830. Arrival of the Devil, God, Despair. Great 5 Elements Divine Sword Array. Restarted. 3. The attacks landed on the constellation array furiously. Explosions resounded continuously, causing the light on the constellation array to vibrate and flicker. Many saint-level rune masters frowned gradually. The defense ability of the constellation array was powerful, but the dark apparitions kept attacking them. They started to get serious. Wang Teng scanned his surroundings. A cold glint flashed past his eyes. These dark apparitions were haunting him. If they couldn't break his defense, they would attack the other saint-level rune masters. He couldn't go on like this. Nothing must happen to the constellations. If the runes on them were damaged, it would be useless. Even if he repaired the core, I must hurry. Wang Teng gritted his teeth and made his decision. Honestly, his speed was fast enough. Even the saint-level rune masters found it unbelievable, but he still felt that it wasn't enough. He needed to be faster. There wasn't enough time. He glanced at the situation of Great Elder Dan Chen and the others, and felt even more anxious. Faster. Wang Teng immediately released his spiritual kinesis and formed more than 10 spiritual tentacles. They turned into carving knives and started working in the air. In an instant, the number of tentacles he controlled increased from 80 to 100. There were 100 in total. It meant that he could carve 100 runes at once. Actually, 100 runes were nothing to the great 5 Elements Divine Sword Array. However, Wang Teng was carving 100 runes at the same time. His speed was extremely fast, and his progress increased exponentially. Occult and complicated runes appeared in the air, continuously perfecting the array. The spiritual power in his mind had reached the maximum. Exhaustion and pain came from his head. The exhaustion of his spirit was too great. If he were a normal martial warrior, he would have fainted. However, Wang Teng didn't. He picked up attribute bubbles frantically as he carved the runes to replenish his energy. If not, he wouldn't be able to withstand such high-intensity spirit carving. This wasn't a question of whether his spirit was strong enough. It was impossible for any human to do this. Even an immortal-level rune master wouldn't be able to do it. The spirit of a divine-level rune master was indeed powerful. However, Wang Teng didn't rest at all ever since he started competing. Whether it was making pills, forging weapons, battling with Ming Ku using his spiritual kinesis, or repairing this divine-level array, every single thing required a huge amount of spiritual power who could bear with this. Hence, many people were looking at Wang Teng with surprise and happiness. They were flabbergasted. How was he able to hold on? However, they were also elated that he could still hold on. Mind you, Wang Teng's perseverance was good news for many people. After all, if he didn't last so long, they wouldn't have any hope. His spiritual power is like a bottomless pit. That's right. That's right. Terrifying. This fellow is a monster. I wonder how he did it. Is he able to recover quickly because of his talent? Maybe he has some treasure that allows him to recover quickly. Oh, right. He has a soul elemental crystal. It's big. He might be secretly absorbing it. Hiss. This is a soul elemental crystal. It's so big. That's right. Sigh. But there's nothing we can do. Fortunately, it's on him. If not, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Lian, Dan Yuan, Li Jin, Niu Ritian, Tiwan, and even Sang Yi, Shi Tianfeng, Reese, and the other secondary profession talents were gathered together. Their gazes landed on Wang Teng as they discussed in low voices. They had already left the battle to these secondary profession talents. Killing a few dark apparitions was their limit. Without Wang Teng's help, they wouldn't be of much help on the battlefield. Hence, they could only stand at the side and watch the show. They felt anxious and helpless. Time flies. Boom. At a certain moment, an ear-shattering explosion came from the sky. It echoed in the sky, causing everyone to look over involuntarily. Their eyes widened. A figure flew out. It was Great Elder Byers. His face was extremely pale, and his hair had turned completely white. He was in mid-air and vomited a mouth of blood. Cracks started to appear on the square seal. Then it exploded and shattered into pieces, disappearing without a trace. The space-sacred vessel shattered. Everyone was astounded. Their pupils constricted violently. Great Elder Byers. At the same time, exclamations were heard from the crowd. When they saw Great Elder Byers' expression, they immediately regained their senses. Their faces were filled with worry. Great Elder Dan Chen's expression changed slightly. He immediately acted and used a gentle spiritual power to catch Great Elder Byers. "I'm sorry. I've tried my best." Great Elder Byers stopped in midair. His face was pale as he glanced at the dimensional rifts. There was unwillingness in his eyes as he spoke in a hoarse and weak voice. "There's no need to blame yourself." Great Elder Dan Chen looked at Great Elder Byers' white hair and sighed in his heart. "Go to the back and rest. Leave this to us." Chapter 231. Arrival of the Devil God. Despair. Great Five Elements Divine Sword Array. Restarted 4. It's too late. Great Elder Byers shook his head and closed his eyes in pain. Great Elder Dan Chen and Great Elder Tambeli were stunned. Then they regained their senses and looked at the dimensional rift. Boom! A ball of black mist seeped out from the dimensional rift. The black mist was terrifying. The surrounding space seemed to have been corroded and stained with a layer of black. It became extremely weak. Veins popped out on the giant claws. Anyone could imagine that the devil god was frantically pushing himself to the side. Clear cracking sounds were heard continuously. The dimensional rift started expanding at a visible speed. Damn it! Great Elder Dan Chen and the others were furious. They frantically mobilized their spiritual power to resist the dimensional rift's expansion. Unfortunately, they were too weak and couldn't resist the terrifying power of the devil god. Bip! Under the powerful impact, the two great elders' faces turned pale and they vomited a mouth of blood. Their spirit suffered a backlash. They weren't the only ones. The eternal level martial warriors behind them vomited blood and flew out uncontrollably. Even these eternal stage martial warriors couldn't resist this devil god. They were able to resist for so long because the devil god hadn't arrived. They couldn't infiltrate their aura completely. Ha 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 ha. Ear-piercing and eerie laughter resounded behind the dimensional rift with endless malice. It resounded in the air and shook people's hearts. They felt as if they were going to lose themselves and fall into chaos. At the same time, a dark red glow filled with evil, disorder, and chaos blossomed. Everyone's expression changed as they hurriedly lowered their heads, but even if they didn't look at the dimensional rift, they still felt their spirit getting corroded. Their gazes were chaotic, and they couldn't help but fall. This was how terrifying the devil god was. Everyone was astounded. "Ha ha ha! The devil god is finally coming!" Devil Titan Bloodslayer's gaze turned scorching as he looked at the dimensional rift. He burst out laughing. Ruler Heaven Flame's expressions changed entirely. Their faces turned pale as they stared at the dimensional rift in astonishment and anger. Boom! Boundless evil power surged out from behind the dimensional rift. It surged towards Dan Chen and Great Elder Dan Chen like a tsunami. Space exploded and collapsed. A terrifying aura filled up the sky and covered everything. An evil aura filled up the entire Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. It was frightening and suffocating. No one could resist this terrifying aura. Devil, God, devil, God, devil, God, Frenzied shouts and roars erupted from the mouths of the dark apparitions. They resounded in the sky and shook the earth. Their fanaticism was like that of devoted believers. All the human martial warriors turned pale. Their eyes were filled with fear. The devil god was really coming.
Is it too late?
Lian clenched her fists tightly. There was fear and despair in her eyes. Then she looked in the direction of the great 5 elements' divine sword array and muttered a name in her heart.
Wang Teng.
Guluo, Latun, and the other talents stopped their battles too. They were flabbergasted as they looked up at the sky. Waves crashed into their hearts and they couldn't calm down. Sang Yi, Dan Yuan, Shi Tianfeng, and the other talents were in shock and despair. Little brother Wang Teng Yu Shangshang couldn't help but look in Wang Teng's direction. Her face was pale, and it was heartbreaking. Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the other grandmasters from the great Qian Empire looked at Wang Teng too. They clenched their fists and couldn't help but look at the figure sitting cross-legged on the mining planet. On the array constellation, the saint-level rune masters couldn't sit still anymore. They stood up in astonishment and stared at the center of the array, Wang Teng. The 3 great elders thought of something and turned their heads. Everyone looked over. At this moment, everyone placed their last hope on Wang Teng. This was their last chance. Boom, the sky trembled. In an instant, the terrifying aura finally arrived. Endless black mist enveloped the entire space. Wherever the black mist went, all living creatures were exterminated. The formidable warriors who couldn't escape in time died instantly. Some exploded into a blood mist, some turned into dried corpses, some turned into blood. The way they died was completely different, but they had one thing in common. It was strange. All of them died a strange death. These were all universe stage martial warriors. In an instant, more than 10 universe stage martial warriors died. They didn't even have the time to scream or know what happened. They died silently. Silence. The silence was eerie. There was dead silence. Retreat. Retreat. Great Elder Dan Chen and the others regained their senses and shouted, asking the survivors to evade the area covered by the black mist. Even the eternal-level martial warriors felt their hairs standing when they saw this strange scene. They ran away without any hesitation. Rofort turned grim. He glanced at the black mist in the sky and then at Wang Teng. Chapter 20832, Arrival of the Devil God, Despair. Great 5 elements, divine sword array. Restarted, 5? Aren't you leaving? The Devil Titan looked at him with interest and asked. I will leave when it's time, Rofort replied calmly. Even at this moment, he was still able to maintain his composure. He stood on the spot without moving. A hint of surprise flashed past Devil Titan Shui Yi's eyes. This was unexpected. The 19th eternal stage ruler of the human race was indeed extraordinary. He was completely different from the other eternal level martial warriors. You want to save him? He followed Rofort's gaze and looked in Wang Teng's direction. He smiled and said, Pardon me, but it's too late to leave now. You can't do it. Really? Rofort blinked. He didn't comment. Devil Titan Shuiye was puzzled. He glanced at Wang Teng, but didn't say anything. He looked at the black mist in the sky. As for the ruler Crimson Demon in front of him, he didn't think that he could cause any trouble. Once the devil god arrived, this person would be eradicated. It was just a matter of time. Hence, he didn't have to stare at him so intently. Boom. The black mist in the sky suddenly churned violently. Under everyone's astounded gaze, it condensed into a terrifying skull. It was hazy and blurry, making it impossible to see clearly. A pair of empty eye sockets appeared on the head. Then crimson light lit up and shone in all directions. Roar, roar, roar. Many human martial warriors who were looking at the sky couldn't evade the crimson light in time and went crazy. This is spiritual contamination. Don't look. Angry roars were heard. Everyone evaded the terrifying gaze and didn't dare to look at it. Kill, 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 kill. Suddenly, killing intent erupted from Devil Titan Bloodslayer and the other dark apparitions. Their battle cries shook the sky. All the dark apparitions sprung up and charged towards the human martial warriors around them. In an instant cries of agony were heard. Before the martial warriors regained their senses, the dark apparitions' attack was already inches away from them. They couldn't evade it at all. The stench of blood filled the air. Many martial warriors were killed instantly. It was tragic. All the human martial warriors' expressions changed. They were shocked and furious. They didn't expect to receive such a huge blow just because they were in a daze for a split second after the appearance of the devil god. By the time they reacted, many martial warriors had already been killed, including some universe-level martial warriors. In an instant, the human race lost close to 20 universe-stage martial warriors. This made things worse, Ruler Heaven. Flame's expression turned ugly. They finally understood that these dark apparitions were waiting for the devil god to arrive. They knew what would happen if the devil god appeared, so they didn't fight with them directly just now. Damn it! Ruler Heaven Flame shouted in anger. He dashed out and charged towards the dark apparitions. In his anger, an unlucky high-tier Devil Emperor was killed because he was too close. Boom! Devil Titan Bloodslayer's gaze turned cold as he charged over. The giant blood-red sickle drew a terrifying blood blade in midair and cut through the air. Ruler Heaven Flame raised his blade and clashed with his opponent. A tragic array was formed once again. The other human martial warriors didn't waste any time. Their anger and unwillingness were ignited too. They started fighting with the dark apparitions furiously. The giant head in the black mist turned slightly. The terrifying gaze in its eye sockets tore through space and congregated into a crimson glow. It shot towards the mining planet. At the same time, another terrifying aura appeared above the mining planet. It was like a vast and pitch-black land with a strange and evil aura. Such eyes, such presence. The devil god actually attacked a Cosmos stage martial warrior personally. What's more, he used both his gaze and aura. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he used a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. The commotion was too huge. Everyone's attention was attracted by the situation here. What's more, many people were already paying attention to Wang Teng. Everyone's expression changed when they saw this scene. They were appalled. Wang Teng. Panic and worry erupted from everyone's mouth. They hoped to wake up the figure on the mining planet. However, a black-haired figure was sitting cross-legged on the planet with his eyes closed. He didn't move at all. Even though the outside world was overturned, he didn't open his eyes. It was as if he had really turned into a statue. At this moment, the frightening killing intent had already descended from the sky. Crimson light appeared abruptly in front of Wang Teng and shot towards his forehead. A strong gale appeared out of nowhere, blowing his black hair back. Even the clothes on his body started spinning uncontrollably. They got cut and turned into pieces in the air, revealing his muscular and perfect upper body. Splat! Splat! Terrifying bloody wounds appeared on his body. They were so deep that his bones could be seen. He was drenched in blood instantly. Wang Teng! Everyone roared in anger. Voices were heard trying to wake him up. They couldn't bear to see this talent die. Ha ha ha! Devil Titan Bloodslayer burst out laughing. He actually felt a little refreshed. Once upon a time, a Cosmos stage martial warrior was just an ant in his eyes. He could pinch them to death easily. But when he saw a Cosmos stage martial warrior dying, he felt elated. Even Devil Titan Bloodslayer found it unbelievable. You will still die in the end. Devil Titan Shui Yi lamented. There was a hint of regret in her eyes as she shook her head. No matter how exceptional you are, you will turn into a skeleton in the end. However, it's my honor to die in the hands of the devil god. He got a devil god to kill him personally when he was at the Cosmos realm. This is the first time in history. Many thoughts went through Devil Titan Shui Yi's mind. She felt emotional. Rofort's expression finally changed. He stepped on the ground and space fluctuated. He was about to reinforce Wang Teng, Devil Titan Shui Ye didn't care when she saw this scene. She knew that the Eternal Stage Ruler wouldn't be able to save him if the Devil God acted personally. However, at this moment, the instant Rofert took a step out, he stopped. The space fluctuations around him dissipated, and he continued standing on the spot. Suddenly a faint buzzing sound was heard. It was drowned out by the loud explosions. However, this caused the dark apparition's expressions to change. They stared intently at the black-haired figure with closed eyes. Finally, there was a hint of astonishment in their eyes. The crimson glow stopped 3 inches away from Wang Teng's forehead. The frightening aura stopped less than a meter away from Wang Teng's head. At this moment, the space seemed to have frozen. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. Everything seemed to have fallen into an instant of silence. It turned silent as if it was swallowed by something. Boom! The next instant, an earth-shattering explosion resounded in the sky. Endless light lit up, dazzling and gorgeous. Boom, boom, boom. Then the array constellations turned into glaring pillars of light and shot into the sky, merging into the emptiness. The black-haired figure on the mining planet opened his eyes abruptly. A strange 5-colored glow congregated in his eyes. He looked at the crimson light 3 inches away from him without any change in his expression. His gaze was extremely calm. When he raised his head again, the terrifying aura was like nothing. It couldn't hurt him at all. Then he moved his lips slightly and spoke in a calm voice. It was neither loud nor soft, but it was extremely clear. Great 5 elements divine sword array activate. Boom. An explosion occurred. A 5-colored beam of light shot out from the mining planet he was sitting on and soared into the sky. The crimson glow was torn apart and the terrifying aura was torn into pieces. Everything turned into nothing. In an instant, 5-colored rays of light shot out from the eyes on the mining planet. They connected to the runes and activated the constellation array. Finally, they became a whole. A huge and complicated circular array appeared in front of everyone in a shocking manner. It spun slowly and gave off a terrifying aura. The figure in the 5-colored pillar of light stood up gradually. Boundless aura exuded from his body as if he had turned into a part of the world. He stood there proudly. At this moment, he was the center of heaven and earth. The power of the 5 elements intertwined around him and turned into his sword. Clang, clang, clang! Multiple rays of 5-colored sword glows congregated out of nowhere like thousands of unsheathed swords. They drooped down and hid their sharpness, protecting him in the middle. Chapter 283:3, Brutalizing Devil Titan Bloodslayer. Confronting the Devil God, Divine Throne. 1. All swords were unsheathed. At the last moment, Wang Teng finally completed the repair of the array and activated the Great 5 Elements Divine Sword Array. At this moment, thousands of sword glows hung down. Their sharpness was restrained, but they gave off a terrifying aura that filled up the entire sky. Even the thick black mist in the air was blocked. Everyone was stunned for a moment when they saw the gigantic array spinning slowly in space. Then cheers erupted. Wang Teng! Wang Teng! Wang Teng! Many people couldn't help but shout Wang Teng's name. Their voices were no weaker than the shouts and roars of the dark apparitions when the devil god appeared. That's great. Lei Yan, Sang Yi, and the others clenched their fists and waved them around. They couldn't control their emotions at all. They just wanted to vent their suppressed emotions. Gu Luo, Letun, and the other martial arts talents, including Dan Yuan, Li Jin, Shi Tianfeng, and Reese, heaved a long sigh of relief. They were elated and astounded. Ha 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 ha! He succeeded. Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the other grandmasters from the great Qian Empire were overjoyed. They were elated and relieved. At the start, they were extremely worried about Wang Teng. After all, Wang Teng's method was crazy. It was almost impossible for him to succeed. If he failed, Wang Teng would become a public enemy in the future. Never underestimate human nature. Other people wouldn't care about your hard work. They would only know if you were a success or a failure. The loser was spurned. Successful people were praised. Wang Teng was extremely talented. Currently, he had already reached the saint level in 5 professions. His future was limitless. Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the other grandmasters hoped that he wouldn't be affected and couldn't recover from this setback. But from the looks of it now, they had underestimated Wang Teng's talent and attainments. He did it. The great 5 elements divine sword array was finally repaired. He did something that none of the saint-level rune masters could do. This almost impossible achievement would definitely add some color to Wang Teng's secondary career. You could say that even if Wang Teng had just advanced to the saint level, his reputation wouldn't be weaker than those secondary professionals who had been famous for countless years. In summary, he overtook those people. Sigh. The 3 martial warriors let out a long sigh. They were surprised and elated. They looked at the black-haired young man with complicated expressions. He did it. Great Elder Tambeli hesitated. He wasn't sure what he was seeing. Yes, he did it. Great Elder Dan Chen took another deep breath. A smile finally appeared on his pale face. Great. Great Elder Byer's voice was hoarse, but he still said the word firmly. He had always attributed the destruction of the great 5 elements divine sword array to himself. Now that Wang Teng had successfully repaired the array, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. He felt less guilty, as if a huge rock had been moved away. Ha ha ha. Ruler, Heaven Flame, and the others burst out laughing. Their voices echoed in the universe, sounding exceptionally ear-piercing and loud. The dark apparition's expressions turned ugly. How is this possible? Devil Titan Bloodslayer's face turned green and white. He couldn't believe this result at first. He thought that the devil god would come and kill him. In the end, the guy managed to repair the immortal level array successfully at the last moment. What kind of luck was this? Even the devil god couldn't kill that brat. Was he a cockroach? Devil, Titan Bloodslayer, gritted his teeth in hatred. He wished he could rush over and kill Wang Teng. Unfortunately, when he saw the divine level array spinning slowly, he felt a chill in his heart. Fuck, this fellow is an anomaly. He succeeded on the other side. Devil Titan Xue Ye's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. He stared at the black-haired young man's figure in the array with his mouth agape. He was filled with disbelief. Ha 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 ha, Rofort burst out laughing. He teased, no matter how exceptional you are, you will turn into a skeleton in the end. Is it his honor to die in your devil god's hands? He's the first Cosmos stage martial warrior that the devil god killed personally. It looks like we need to add another description. He's the first Cosmos stage martial warrior who can survive the devil god's attack, Devil Titan Xue Ye. She felt as if she was slapped in the face. These were all the words she said in the past. Now he was returning them to her. He didn't expect this human ruler Crimson Demon to have such a bad sense of humor. Actually, no one expected Wang Teng to repair the array successfully. At the start, they had no other choice but to make a last-ditch effort. But in the end, Wang Teng's crazy method succeeded. At this moment, when everyone looked at the black-haired young man in the array, they were only left with a strong sense of astonishment. All the formidable warriors from different factions had complicated expressions on their faces. Suddenly, many people felt envious of the great Qian Empire. They were envious of the great Qian Empire for producing such a talent. Why didn't this exceptional talent come from their faction? Chapter 2834. Brutalizing Devil Titan Bloodslayer, confronting the Devil God, Divine Throne. 2. The eternal Level Parker's family martial warrior's expression kept changing. His emotions were extremely complicated. He didn't know if he should laugh or cry. He was elated because the God stage array had been repaired. The humans had some chance of resisting the devil god dark apparitions. Without it, all the martial warriors here would have died. But when he saw how monstrous Wang Teng was, he didn't feel happy at all. He only felt uneasy. The Furious Flaming Universe Lord, the Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord, and the other formidable warriors from the Parker's family felt the same way. However, They were facing dark apparitions now, so they could only suppress this uneasy feeling temporarily and focus on dealing with the dark apparitions. This was the common understanding of all the martial warriors in the human race. When facing dark apparitions, no matter what grudges they had, they must put it down first. Wang Teng stood in the pillar of light and looked up at the huge and hazy head. His gaze flickered slightly. "Ha ha ha, interesting." An ear-piercing laughter was heard. Wang Teng felt the gaze in the skull's eye sockets landing on him. It seemed to be sizing him up. The gaze was like a terrifying behemoth sizing up its small prey. It was filled with mockery and contempt. Wang Teng's gaze was calm. He stared back at the devil god without backing down. The 9 treasures pagoda in his body gave off a golden glow. Golden light shimmered in his eyes, resisting the evil and chaotic aura from the devil god's eyes. The devil god's gaze got brighter and brighter. He wanted to use this method to force Wang Teng to surrender. But in the end, he made a mistake. A mocking smile appeared at the edge of Wang Teng's lips. He seemed to be mocking the devil god for being stupid. Without the help of the great 5 elements divine sword array, he might not be able to resist the devil god's spiritual attack. However, he had nothing to be afraid of inside this array. When the devil god's spiritual attack reached him, it was blocked by the array and weakened many times. In this situation, Wang Teng was still able to hold on after some time. The world seemed to have turned eerily silent. Both the human martial warriors and the dark apparitions stopped their battle when they saw this invisible confrontation. The devil god. It finally noticed the problem. The gaze in its eye sockets flickered slightly. Devil god, you are no good. Wang Teng suddenly smiled and rolled his eyes. He raised his forefinger and shook it at the devil god's silence. Everyone stared at Wang Teng in bewilderment. They looked as if they saw a ghost. This fellow was courageous. This was a devil god. Even if he activated the immortal level array, it didn't seem right to provoke him like this. Even if he activated the immortal level array, he would have a hard time facing the anger of a devil god. Honestly, even eternal level, martial warriors wouldn't dare to do this in front of a devil god. Many young talents looked at Wang Teng in astonishment. They started to respect him. What a tough guy. He was even more ruthless than a ruthless person. The corners of Devil Titan Shui Yi's eyes twitched uncontrollably when he saw Wang Teng. Rofort was stunned too. He didn't know if he should laugh or cry. The 3 great elders, Ruler Heaven Flame, and the others looked at Wang Teng strangely. They had a new understanding of Wang Teng. This young man wasn't easy to bully. Even in front of a devil god, he was able to retort back. Was this something an ordinary person could do? Impudent. Devil Titan Bloodslayer finally regained his senses after a moment of confusion. He shouted at Wang Teng uncontrollably. Wang Teng looked at Devil Titan Bloodslayer. He remembered that Devil Titan Bloodslayer had always been targeting him. A cold glint appeared in his eyes. Wasn't he high and mighty? Didn't he look down on him as a Cosmos stage martial warrior? Didn't he order the dark apparitions to kill him? Let this high-tier Devil Titan have a taste of the same thing. Let him experience the horror of struggling on the brink of death. So what if he was a high-tier Devil Titan? Now that he was in control of this divine level array, he could even kill a high-tier Devil Titan. Wang Teng's killing intent was aroused. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the Devil Titan. Clang, 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 the sound of swords leaving their sheaths was heard. The 5-colored sword glows changed their direction and aimed at the Devil Titan. In an instant, the killing intent froze and turned solid. It was directed at the Devil Titan. Devil Titan Bloodslayer's face turned green. His hair stood up when he felt the killing intent. His head turned numb and his expression changed. For a moment he regretted speaking at this moment. He was attracting everyone's attention and making himself a target. Sword. Wang Teng didn't give the Devil Titan any chance to react. A shout came out of his mouth. Screams as dense as the rain echoed in the sky. Boundless 5-element force surged violently like colorful ribbons. They gathered in the array. Multiple five-colored sword glows shot out. They cut through the sky and congregated in one spot. A ray of sword light formed and dense sword shadows covered the sky. It looked like the scene of the apocalypse. Fuck. Devil Titan Bloodslayer felt a strong sense of danger. His expression changed and he retreated quickly. Chapter 2835, Brutalizing Devil Titan. Bloodslayer confronting the Devil God. Divine Throne. 3. Boom. Wang Teng pointed at it, and the sword glow cut through the sky. Numerous sword glows shot towards Devil Titan Bloodslayer. At the same time, more sword glows congregated in the array and swept through the sky when Wang Teng acted. He had already informed the saint-level rune masters. They regained their senses and helped him. With the addition of their strength, the entire array gave off a terrifying killing intent. Numerous sword glows appeared. Under Wang Teng's control, they shot towards the dark apparitions around them. His target wasn't just Devil Titan Bloodslayer, but also the numerous powerful dark apparitions. Dense howls resounded in the sky. Numerous sword glows aimed at the dark apparitions and shot towards them. Roar, roar, roar! All the dark apparitions' expressions changed. They roared in anger and frantically resisted the sword glows. Boom! A loud explosion was heard from Devil Titan Bloodslayer's side. In the end, it couldn't evade this frightening attack and got hit by the sword glows. It was submerged in the sword glows. Roar! An angry roar came from within the sword glow. Blood spurted out of Devil Titan Bloodslayer's body. The excruciating pain caused the high-tier Devil Titan to roar in anger. Many people's expressions twitched. They stared in the direction of Devil Titan Bloodslayer in astonishment and excitement. A high-tier Devil Titan dark apparition had no chance of retaliating in front of the Great Five Elements Divine Sword Array. Scary. Was this the power of an immortal level array before the Great Five Elements Divine Sword Array was activated? It had been destroyed by Ming Ku. Everyone only had a glimpse of its power. They didn't have a direct understanding of it. It was only at this moment, when they saw the powerful martial warriors like Devil Titan Bloodslayer in a miserable state in this divine level array, that they finally understood how terrifying this array was. The eternal stage rulers turned grim. If they didn't know that the divine level array was controlled by their own people, they would have run away. Even though the frightening killing intent didn't land on them, they found it hard to sit still. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, explosions were heard all around the array. The dark apparitions got heavily injured or killed by the sword glows. The mid-tier devil emperors couldn't escape at all. They turned into minced meat in an instant. The high-tier devil emperors were able to resist for a while, but they couldn't maintain it for long. How dare you? A cold shout came from the sky. It echoed in the air. Many human martial warriors covered their ears. Blood dripped down their noses. Be careful. The three great elders' expressions changed as they shouted. Wang Teng raised his head and squinted. The giant head formed from thick black mist opened its mouth, and a dazzling black light congregated inside. Congregate? Wang Teng couldn't care about anything else. He shouted, and countless sword glows gathered above his head from all directions. Boom. The black light in the mouth of the head had reached its limit. As the mouth opened and closed, it spurted out and turned into a terrifying beam of light. It shot towards Wang Teng. Wherever the black beam of light went, the space would collapse inch by inch, and pitch black and deep cracks would appear. The residual impact swept across the pillar of light. Wherever it went, everything would be destroyed. Some buildings would turn into dust and disappear without a trace, as if they didn't exist. An evil and chaotic aura spread out from the pillar of light. There were already signs of dark contamination in the areas destroyed by the pillar of light. It was terrifying. Everyone looked over nervously. They couldn't help but worry. No one knew how powerful that devil god was. Hence, he didn't know if the immortal level array could withstand the devil god's attack. The real battle had just started. Go! Wang Teng turned serious when he saw the terrifying pillar of black light. He pointed at the pillar of black light and shouted, boom! The sword glows congregated at one spot and turned into a torrent as they welcomed the attack. An ear-piercing screech resounded in the air. The sword glow torrent was powerful too. It cut through space and appeared in front of the black pillar of light. It collided forcefully with it. Boom! A violent explosion was heard. The two terrifying attacks collided in mid-air. They were at a standstill. The black pillar of light kept exploding and corroding everything with its black light. The torrent of sword glows didn't back down. Beams of sword glows shuttled back and forth in the pillar of light, cutting off all the forces that crossed the border. Explosions were heard continuously in mid-air. It was as if two formidable martial warriors were exchanging blows continuously. The collisions destroyed each other. Everyone stared at the two attacks in astonishment and seriousness. They gasped uncontrollably in their hearts, terrifying. Even though they were just looking at it from afar, they could still feel the frightening force impact sweeping towards them. It was frightening. Many powerful martial warriors retreated hurriedly. They didn't dare to get close to that area for fear of getting implicated. Some dark apparitions that survived wanted to escape, but they were blocked by the array and couldn't leave. Although a large number of sword glows were aimed at the devil god, the saint-level rune masters were still able to control a portion of the sword glows and trap the dark apparitions. Chapter 2836, Brutalizing Devil Titan Bloodslayer, Confronting the Devil God, Divine Throne 4. Everyone, it's time to retaliate. Kill with me. Ruler Heaven Flame shouted when he saw this scene. He led everyone and charged towards the dark apparitions. These dark apparitions were injured by the array's sword glow, so their auras were weak. They couldn't react in time, and were at a disadvantage when the human martial warriors chased after them. Kill, kill, kill! Powerful martial warriors shot out and charged towards the dark apparitions. After getting ambushed by the dark apparitions, everyone was filled with anger. Now that they had the chance, they wouldn't let them escape. On the other side, Devil Titan Bloodslayer appeared amidst the sword glows. He was drenched in blood and panting heavily. Hoo hoo hoo, ha 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 ha. I'm not dead. I'm still alive. The frightening attack just now left a lingering fear in his heart. He was overjoyed to be able to survive this ordeal. A hideous smile appeared on his face as he looked at Wang Teng. His eyes were filled with hatred and killing intent. Ant, you're just an ant. How dare you hurt me? A cold voice squeezed out of his throat. It was filled with malice, as if he wanted to tear Wang Teng into pieces. But when he saw the terrifying sword glows around Wang Teng, his pupils constricted uncontrollably. He didn't dare to move forward. The Devil Titan dark apparition was frightened by the attack just now. He felt a little scared. No matter who it was, they were equal in front of the threat of death. The high-tier Devil Titan was no exception. A suppressed snort came out of Devil Titan Bloodslayer's mouth. Dark red light shimmered around his body, and blood spurted out from the bodies of the dead human martial warriors and dark apparitions. They congregated around him in an instant. The frightening wounds on his body healed quickly. As his flesh squirmed, they merged together. Within a few seconds, no injuries could be seen. This scene caused the expressions of Ruler Heaven Flame and the others to darken. This was the strangeness of Devil Titan Bloodslayer. In the previous battle, he relied on his own blood to recover from his injuries. Now, even though he was more heavily injured, he was still able to absorb the blood of other living creatures to recover. This was troublesome. This method was similar to Dan Liu's. However, Devil Titan Bloodslayer's technique was more advanced, so he wouldn't look like Dan Liu. Dan Liu's skill was passed down from these vampire dark apparitions. However, Ruler Heaven Flame and the others also noticed that even though the injuries on Devil Titan Bloodslayer's body had healed, his aura wasn't as powerful as before. A tinge of weakness appeared on the high-tier Devil Titan's body, even though he tried his best to hide it. Ruler Heaven Flame and others exchanged glances with one another. There was a tacit understanding. Boom! A terrifying attack erupted instantly and charged towards the Devil Titan. Devil Titan Bloodslayer stared at Wang Teng like a poisonous snake, wanting to find a chance to kill him. However, before he could hide, other human martial warriors charged over. "You're haunting me." His expression was gloomy. He didn't want to fight with the eternal stage ruler head-on. Indeed, he wasn't in a good state. The attack from the divine level array didn't kill him, but it caused serious damage to his origin. He wouldn't gain any advantage if he fought with the eternal stage ruler now. "Why are you running away? Continue fighting, ruler." Heaven Flame bellowed in anger. He charged towards his opponent and hurled his eternal power attack at him. Boom! Devil Titan Bloodslayer was thrown off his feet. Blood dripped down the edge of his lips. He looked miserable. Ha ha ha! Ruler Heaven Flame's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. He got even more motivated and started attacking frantically. "Don't be too proud," Devil Titan Bloodslayer bellowed in a low voice. He couldn't care about anything else and released the eternal power in his body to meet the attack. Boom, boom, boom. The human and the dark apparition fought again. However, this time the Devil Titan was the one getting beaten up. He wasn't as arrogant and domineering as before. Devil Titan Bloodslayer was exasperated. He bellowed in anger and wanted to vomit blood, but he couldn't do anything. He kept getting hammered by Ruler Heaven Flame and flew back while vomiting blood. Tisk. Zhu Yi shook her head and sighed. It looks like that young man isn't easy to offend. He's a vengeful person. If he can take revenge, he will. Rofort seemed to have thought of something and opened his mouth. Devil Titan. Xue Yi looked at Wang Teng in the distance and shook his head in pity. What an interesting person. Unfortunately, he still has to die today. Rofort didn't say anything. He looked at the situation seriously. Wang Teng only mastered a divine level array. There was a huge difference between it and a real divine level array. He wondered if Wang Teng could seize the chance to injure the devil god seriously. Boom. At this moment, an earth-shattering explosion came from the void, drowning out all the noises. The battle between Wang Teng and the devil god finally came to an end. The two attacks couldn't withstand the violent energy and exploded. The residual impact swept towards the giant head in the air. The Devil Titan's expression changed slightly. There was a hint of disbelief in his eyes. During the confrontation just now, the Devil God was slightly weaker. The Devil Titan looked in that direction in disbelief. He was flabbergasted. He couldn't believe it, however. Boom. The frightening force residual swept towards the void, engulfing the giant black head in an instant. What? Devil Titan Bloodslayer's expression turned ugly. He couldn't accept what was happening. Lord Devil God. The dark apparitions around them were flabbergasted too. They raised their heads and looked at the huge black head that was submerged. The three great elders, as well as Ruler Heaven Flame and the others, looked over. Wang Teng squinted. He stared intently at the situation above him. Suddenly, the energy above froze. There seemed to be a powerful force freezing the surrounding space. Everyone was flabbergasted. They were appalled. It was unbelievable that the terrifying residual impact was stopped just like that. Devil, Titan, Bloodslayer, and the other dark apparitions heaved a sigh of relief. They were elated. Roar. Lord Devil God. Lord Devil God is invincible. The dark apparitions roared frantically and shouted the name of the Devil God. Puff. The next instant, a gale appeared out of nowhere and swept through the sky. The terrifying impact of the explosion disappeared without a trace. Wang Teng turned serious. This was the power of a devil god. It was terrifying. As the terrifying residual impact dissipated, the original situation was revealed, but the giant black head had disappeared. In its place was a lofty and majestic black throne. Divine throne. This was the real divine throne. It was made of an unknown black material and gave off a metallic luster. At the same time, it looked like a black crystal. It was crystal clear and had a strange design. It was like a giant beast lying prone with its head lowered, protecting the throne in the middle. Behind the throne, a black divine kingdom appeared. It was vast and deep, with endless black light blossoming within chaos, evil, disorder. All kinds of darkness were reflected in it. A lofty figure was sitting on the throne. He looked lazy and noble. Black mist surrounded him, and he gave off an evil aura. He was being carried by the divine kingdom as if he was the center of the divine kingdom. The moment this figure appeared, the entire place turned dead silent. Chapter 2837. One sword, annihilating darkness. Slay that God won. Everyone raised their heads and stared absent-mindedly at the towering figure on the throne. Their voices were stuck in their throats. Dan Chen and other great elders turned grim. They stared intently at the figure ruler, Heaven Flame, and the others stopped their battle and stared grimly at the figure on the throne. Even Rofort's pupils constricted violently. He stared intently at the terrifying devil god in the sky and retracted his aura. This was the natural reaction of the body. It was like a sheep that met a ferocious tiger in the forest. It would get frightened and its body would instinctively make a life-saving reaction. This was scary. Rofort was an eternal stage ruler, so his control of his body was extremely thorough. This wouldn't happen, but it still happened. Even the eternal stage ruler was in this state. This proved how terrifying the figure on the throne was. Gasp. When the surrounding dark apparitions saw the towering figure, they knelt down, including the high-tier Devil Titans like Devil Titan Bloodslayer and Devil Titan Shui Yi. They were all silent. In the past, they were fanatical and crazy. But when they saw the true form of the Devil God, there was only fear and respect left in their hearts. Yes, even the dark apparitions were afraid. Many high-tier Devil Emperors and dark apparitions were shivering in fear. They didn't dare to make any sound. The Blood-Slaughter Devil Titan, the Blood Knight Devil Titan, and the other high-tier Devil Titan, dark apparitions lowered their heads and held their bodies firmly in mid-air. If they weren't in mid-air, they would have buried their heads deep in the ground. This is troublesome. Wang Teng took a deep breath and felt bitter. When he saw the Devil God's true form, he knew that there would be a life-or-death battle. Terrifying. Even an immortal level array wouldn't be able to resist this presence right. Wang Teng wasn't confident anymore. Damn it, why was a devil god so terrifying? He had seen god-stage martial warriors before. When he was in the academy, he saw the Azure Dragon God from the Void Torrent Belt. There were even a few god-stage martial warriors from the academy, but honestly, at that time, it wasn't as frightening and suffocating as it was now. He didn't know that when the Azure Dragon God appeared, the god-stage martial warrior from the academy had already blocked his aura. The people behind couldn't feel the fear personally. What's more, the Azure Dragon God didn't come for the real invasion. It came for the Yin-Yang Dragon Essence Pill. Since he had a favor to ask, he wouldn't release his frightening aura recklessly. This was just a game. As for the president of the 7th Stellar Academy, the other two God-stage martial warriors, and the Purple Flame True God from the Virtual Universe Corporation, Wang Teng didn't have any evil intentions towards them, hence he didn't feel any fear. Wang Teng felt that they were scary because he made a subjective judgment based on the aura they gave off. But it was different now. The Devil God was releasing its endless malice and terrifying aura without any restraint. It came to invade, and its intention was to destroy everything. Naturally, it wouldn't hold back. Such presences were the scariest. You could say that this was the first time Wang Teng felt a God-stage presence giving off such a terrifying aura. Everyone felt suffocated as they stared at the Devil God in bewilderment. Despair welled up in their hearts. He couldn't control himself. No one seemed to have any hope when they saw this terrifying presence. The divine kingdom enveloped the world. The terrifying figure on the throne seemed to be looking down at Wang Teng. Human Junior, you should feel proud that you managed to block my attack. The rumbling sound resounded in the air. It was eerie, evil, and majestic. At the same time, only its voice resounded in the sky. All other sounds had disappeared. Even the sound of breathing couldn't be heard. Wait. Wang Teng looked at the Devil God and suddenly opened his mouth. Did you make a mistake? Huh? The Devil God asked. I don't think I blocked your attack. You're the one who managed to block mine, right? Wang Teng shook his head and said calmly, Whether he could win or not was another matter. He mustn't lose to someone with a glib tongue. Even if you die, you should be stubborn. Silence. Everyone was speechless. They were confused. Why was he still being cheeky at a time like this? Would it kill him to stop talking? They couldn't help but feel anxious for Wang Teng. This was a dangerous situation. He might die if he wasn't careful. The devil god. He lowered his head and looked at Wang Teng. His gaze circled Wang Teng's face as if he wanted to see who gave him his courage. Fascinating, truly fascinating. A calm and mocking voice came out of the devil god's mouth. He didn't waste any time and raised his hand casually to slap Wang Teng. Boom! Endless black mist surged over and congregated below his palm. Dark force surged and the eternal power appeared. It turned into a huge black mist palm and covered the sky. It gave off a terrifying and evil aura. This power wasn't just used to attack the body, it could also corrode the spirit and soul of living creatures. That was why the human race was afraid of dark apparitions. This attack came from the devil god. Even the eternal stage ruler didn't dare to face this corrosive power. Chapter 280-38, One sword, annihilating darkness, slay that god, 2, Devil Titan Bloodslayer, and the other Devil Titan dark apparitions raised their heads and looked at Wang Teng with disdain and indifference. Boom! The sky turned upside down and dimensional rifts started to appear. The giant black mist palm pressed down on Wang Teng gradually. The black mist palm wasn't fast, but it gave off an immense pressure, as if the entire sky was collapsing. Endless space power and eternal power congregated in it, attempting to crush everything. Was this the true power of a devil god? It was unbelievable that a single palm was able to reach this stage. Even the 3 great elders, who were divine-level secondary professionals, felt a terrifying pressure. Their expressions changed again and again. They had seen many God-stage martial warriors, and some of them were even treated as guests of honor. However, they seemed a little helpless in front of a devil god. What a joke. But it was sad, too. This was the weakness of secondary professionals. Only those who were truly gifted were able to cultivate both the secondary profession and the martial arts path. They possessed great martial arts ability and had high mastery in the secondary profession, but there weren't many people like him. Stop struggling uselessly. The world will return to darkness. This is the home of all living creatures. The ultimate fate of the worlds. Darkness is eternal. We will never die. The devil god's voice came from the sky and resounded in everyone's ears. It shocked everyone, and they widened their eyes in shock, as if they had heard something unbelievable. There was a deep sense of despair. Their faces turned extremely pale. Was this how scary dark apparitions were? They never disappeared. Even when the times changed and the wheel of history spun and the river of time continued flowing, they still existed. It was as if he was sitting in endless darkness, looking down on the thousands of living creatures struggling in the sea of bitterness. In the end, they were harvested like straws, and everything returned to darkness. This was indeed an eternal life. Everything turned into darkness and returned to eternal silence. Everyone was flabbergasted. They retreated uncontrollably and felt a chill in their hearts. This was the first time many people heard such frightening words. They felt that there was only darkness in front of them. Everyone worked hard to become stronger so that they could become eternal. Yet this devil god told them that darkness was eternal. In an instant, the path to the end of life turned into the frightening nothingness. This was a terrifying and despairing thing. Lian, Sang Yi, Letun, Guluo, and the other talents felt a strong stimulation in their hearts. Their faces turned pale, and they couldn't believe what they just heard. This was unbelievable. This was also shocking. These talents came from powerful backgrounds, so they knew some secrets that outsiders didn't. However, they only knew a small portion of it. One could imagine the shock and astonishment they felt when they heard the devil god's words. The 3 great elders and the eternal-level martial warriors had ugly expressions. Their gazes flickered violently. They weren't calm either. But in this situation, they had to remain firm. They mustn't be affected by the devil god's words and enchantment. They knew that the devil god's language represented some kind of terrifying secret and bad omen. It was like a terrifying curse that had been haunting the human race for many years. They couldn't get rid of it no matter how hard they tried. But why were they cultivating so hard? Wasn't it to break free from the curse and escape from the chains of life and death? How could they be shaken by a single sentence? As formidable warriors, their mentality was stronger than others. They quickly regained their composure and wanted to speak. However, someone spoke before them. Darkness, my ass. They're just a bunch of dark apparitions who can't see the light of day. Do they really think they're the creator of the universe, eternal, undying? Let's see if the God-stage human martial warriors can destroy them. A shout was heard from the center of the array. It was like a clap of thunder that exploded beside everyone's ears. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. They looked in the direction of the voice in astonishment. It was Wang Teng. Then everybody was enlightened. They shuddered and reacted quickly. Yes, they were just a bunch of dark apparitions. The devil god was powerful, but he wasn't invincible. If a human God-stage martial warrior acted, he could kill them too. There was nothing to be afraid of. Many people consoled themselves as if they found hope again. Idiot. The devil god shook his head and replied in a calm voice. Many of you God-stage martial warriors have died in the dark and got buried. All your struggles are in vain. You will fall into the darkness. Bullshit. Many people felt the muscles on their faces twitching when they heard Wang Teng's angry shout. This fellow was too fierce. He even scolded the devil god ignorant. The devil god remained calm, however, boom. The instant he finished speaking, the giant black mist palm gave off a loud explosion and arrived above Wang Teng's head. A terrifying force surged towards the Great Five Elements Divine Sword Array. Great Five Elements Divine Sword Array. Wang Teng's expression turned grim. He frantically activated the array and shouted. The saint-level rune masters cooperated with him and released their spiritual power to the maximum to activate the array. Boom! The speed of the array increased exponentially. 5 pillars of light of different colors shot into the sky. The power of the 5 elements, which was more magnificent than before, gathered from all directions. A huge 5-colored whirlpool appeared in the sky. All the 5 basic forces surged into the whirlpool and flowed back into the array. They became nourishment for the array. Boom! The air vibrated as if it couldn't withstand the frightening energy. Space kept collapsing. It was terrifying. Chapter 2839, One Sword, Annihilating Darkness. Slay that god, 3, clang, 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 clang. At this moment, sword glows gathered towards the 5 pillars of light and congregated together. A huge sword glow congregated in each pillar of light. They were of the 5 elements representing metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 sword glows were a few hundred meters long. They were aimed at the sky, and a terrifying sword intent shot up. Go. Wang Teng placed his palms together above his head and shouted, boom. The 5 huge sword glows moved in response. They soared into the sky from the 5 pillars of light and shot towards the giant black mist palm. Bang! A loud thud was heard. The 5 sword glows collided with the black mist palm and stabbed towards it. Numerous sword glows shot out. The terrifying residual impact formed by the 5 basic forces swept through the surroundings, forming ripples that spread out and destroyed everything. An astonishing scene appeared in space. A huge black mist palm hung in midair. Below it, 5 huge sword glows slammed into the palm with sharp force as if they wanted to pierce it. Huh. The devil god lowered his head with a grim expression. The black mist on his face fluctuated slightly. The power of this immortal level array exceeded his expectation. If they didn't arrange for someone to destroy the core, he wouldn't have been able to land so easily. But now he had arrived. There was nothing to fear. Let's see how long this array could last. Boom. The devil god's eyes shone brightly. Instantly, a steady stream of black mist congregated towards the giant palm. making it more solid and terrifying. Boom! In an instant, the entire palm pressed down. The 5 sword glows were forced to retreat a few hundred meters. A large number of cracks appeared on the sword. It couldn't withstand the pressure anymore. Wang Teng squinted. His expression changed, and he felt a terrifying pressure pressing down on his body. He vomited a mouth of blood. The saint-level rune masters vomited a mouth of blood. Their faces turned pale, and their pupils constricted. Wang Teng, Lei Yan, Sang Yi, Niu Ritian, and Shi Tianfeng exclaimed uncontrollably. Great Elder Dan Chen, Ruler, Heaven Flame, and the others were on their guards too. Everyone was flabbergasted when they saw this scene. They were extremely tense. Was he really unable to stop it? This thought appeared in everyone's mind uncontrollably. They felt even more hopeless. The devil, God's words appeared in their minds again. Everything would return to darkness. Would the human race be able to resist the dark apparitions? It's over. The devil God whispered. His voice echoed in everyone's ears like an evil spirit harvesting souls. It sent chills down everyone's spine. That may not be the case, Wang Teng shouted in anger. He didn't give up and started operating the array furiously. The 5 basic elements continued pouring down from the whirlpool and entered the array. A strange aura surged over from the sky and merged into the great 5 elements divine sword array. Boom! Explosions never stopped. The great 5 elements divine sword array spun faster and faster as if there was an invisible hand pushing it. The runes on the array started to give off a blinding light. It was like the engravings of heaven and earth. It ignited the power of heaven and earth and revived the terrifying aura deep in the void. He activated the power of origin. The devil god was astounded. His gaze flickered. Puff. The next moment, he opened his mouth and blew. A strange black stream of air shot out and merged into the black mist palm. Black runes appeared on the surface of the giant palm. They were like tattoos carved on the skin, giving off terrifying and evil fluctuations. Wang Teng's pupils constricted. He felt the frightening pressure from the giant palm and bent down uncontrollably. His face turned extremely pale. His spiritual power was exhausted too badly. At the same time, the injuries on his body exploded. Pain shot through his entire body, especially under the frightening pressure. The wounds that hadn't healed completely exploded again, and blood gushed out. It was tragic. Crack. His bones were cracking too. His body was about to collapse. Even with his powerful physique, he couldn't withstand this huge pressure. This proved how powerful the devil god's attack was. If it wasn't for the array, he would have turned into a pile of minced meat. Pain, pain, pain! Wang Teng gritted his teeth and took out all kinds of pill medicines. He stuffed them in his mouth. These pill medicines were the best healing medicines. They started to take effect instantly, allowing the injuries on his body to heal quickly. However, after such a huge consumption, his spiritual power was exhausted once again. Pick them up. Wang Teng immediately released his spiritual kinesis and swept the entire battlefield. He picked up all the attribute bubbles and absorbed them quickly. He didn't know what it was, but he didn't have the time to care about it. He could only absorb the bubbles first. These attribute bubbles were his life-saving straw. He didn't care if they were useful or not. He couldn't let any of them go. He would pick them up. Heaven Realm Spirit, 1500. Constellation Fire Force 56 Arid. Constellation Force, Dark, 62000 Heaven, Realm Spirit, 2800. Heaven Realm Spirit, 2400. Constellation, Metal Force, 83000. Eternal Power 120. All kinds of strength attribute bubbles merged into his body and started to take effect. Chapter 2800, 800, 4-1 Sword. Annihilating Darkness, Slay that God, 4. Wang Teng immediately felt a warm stream flowing through his body. There was a chill, too. Spirit attributes filled up his exhausted mind. All the forces flowed through his limbs and into the small universe in his body, alleviating the tiredness in his body. Even his origin of soul and origin of life were replenished. Wang Teng was invigorated. The devil god on the throne was surprised once again. This human talent was in a strange state. He was at the brink of death a moment ago, but he managed to recover quickly and completely. Talent? Or was it some kind of treasure? Either way, this young man was indeed an abnormality. He mustn't be left alive, he must be eliminated as soon as possible. Great Elder Dan Chen and the others were stunned too. They didn't expect Wang Teng to recover so quickly. They were surprised and elated. They heaved a sigh of relief. How is this possible? The Devil Titan and the other dark apparitions were in disbelief. Their eyes widened slightly. There's something strange about him. The Devil Titan frowned. Even Rofort was surprised. He didn't expect this to happen. He's an abnormality. I've never seen such a talent. He couldn't help but compare Wang Teng with the other talents he had seen in the past. He realized that no one could be compared to him, no matter which aspect. Everything that Wang Teng displayed broke his understanding. At this moment, Wang Teng raised his head abruptly and smiled at the devil god, as if he was provoking him. Congregate. The next instant, he raised his head and uttered a word. Boom, 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 boom. The moment he finished speaking, the 5 pillars of light that represented the 5 basic elements became even more glaring. They linked up with the 5 sword glows in the sky, causing their bodies to expand multiple times. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The next instant, the 5 sword glows vibrated in unplanned unison and turned into rays of light gathering towards the center. Boom. In an instant, the 5 sword glows collided and merged into one, giving off a dazzling 5-colored glow. A terrifying sword intent erupted. The space couldn't withstand the frightening sword intent and was cut into 2. Huge cracks appeared. Everyone's gaze converged on him. They were astounded. A terrifying giant sword a few thousand feet long rose gradually amidst the dazzling 5-colored light. The tip of the sword reached the sky, and the sword intent soared into the sky. The 5-colored divine light flowed around the body of the sword. Occult and complicated patterns covered the sword and intertwined with one another, forming chains made of divine patterns. The terrifying sword body was entangled by the 5-colored divine pattern chains. Amidst the 5-colored force circulation, the chains rattled and shimmered. It looked divine. That is, the 3 great elders were flabbergasted. They exchanged glances with one another and thought of something. They didn't expect Wang Teng to grasp this transformation. He had only obtained the enlightenment of the great 5 elements divine sword array. Even some saint-level rune masters who had studied the array for many years might not be able to activate this sword glow. It was unbelievable. Useless struggle. No matter how talented you are, you will be buried in the dark. The devil god's eyes flickered. He raised his hand again and pushed it down, as if he wanted to take over the giant black mist palm entirely. He was no longer as casual as before. His words were still calm and contemptuous. He was just whispering, but his actions revealed that his attitude towards Wang Teng was completely different from before. Look carefully. This is the real great 5 elements divine sword. At this moment, 5-colored light shot out of Wang Teng's eyes. His voice shook the air as he shouted. His black hair danced wildly in the air like a maniac. I don't care about eternal darkness. I don't care if you're immortal. I don't care if you're a devil god, just die. Angry roars came out of his mouth as if he was venting the unwillingness and fury in his heart. His voice rumbled until the last word was uttered. It formed an echo that resounded in the universe. Boom! The 5-colored giant sword rose into the air amidst the clanging of the chains and never came back. Boom! In an instant, the black mist giant palm was chopped into 2. The sword glow submerged the devil god. Hiss! The thick black mist in the sky was forcefully cut into a terrifying hole. The sword mark could be seen clearly. It was astonishing. Rays of light shone down from the sky and landed on everyone's complicated faces. One sword annihilate the darkness, slaughter that god. Chapter 2841. Death of the Devil God. Darkness invasion. The secondary career alliance is cracked. 1. Wherever the sword glow went, A huge crack appeared in the sky. The darkness was cut and the devil god was submerged by the sword glow. Shocking, everyone was flabbergasted when they saw this scene. They felt complicated. The dark apparitions were flabbergasted. They stared at the sword glow in a daze. They couldn't accept this result. The sword glow was so terrifying, even the devil god couldn't stop him. The contemptuous expression on Devil Titan Bloodslayer's face froze. He was dumbfounded and appalled. How did this happen? This wasn't how the script should be written. Shouldn't that human be slapped to death by the devil god? Now, it was the other way around. The devil god's terrifying palm was forcefully chopped apart by his opponent's sword glow. This didn't make sense. How powerful was the devil god? How could a nobody fight with him? Also, it could feel that the devil god didn't just use his eternal power. He also used his terrifying origin of God to activate the power of heaven and earth. How could he not be able to defeat his opponent with this terrifying attack? Many thoughts flashed through Devil Titan Bloodslayer's mind. His expression kept changing, as if he had opened a dye house. Devil Titan Shui Yi was flabbergasted too. There was only astonishment in her beautiful and evil eyes. Waves of astonishment crashed into her heart. Wang Teng refreshed his understanding again and again. He was certain that Wang Teng would definitely die, but he managed to survive like a cockroach. He even managed to gain the upper hand at that disadvantage. Even the devil god suffered losses again and again. Devil Titan Shui Ye couldn't believe it. This was done by a cosmos stage martial warrior from the human race. This was unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Sigh. Roforte took a deep breath and let it out slowly. There was a hint of astonishment on his face. He couldn't calm down. What Wang Teng did exceeded his expectation. Even an eternal-level martial warrior or a famous saint-level secondary professional wouldn't be able to do this, but Wang Teng managed to do it. This was ability. This was an unparalleled talent. There were also some unknown backgrounds. Roforte suddenly remembered the scene he saw in the past. Wang Teng exploded in despair and recovered quickly. This was unbelievable for a cosmos stage martial warrior. No, wait, it was unbelievable, even for an eternal stage martial warrior. His recovery ability was extraordinary, and there was an endless stream of spiritual power and force. This wasn't something an ordinary person could possess. On the other side, Great Elder Dan Chen, Ruler Heaven Flame, and the others were flabbergasted. They stared at the cut and the devil god that was submerged by the sword glow with complicated gazes. Lian, Sang Yi, Gu Luo, Dan Yuan, and the other talents were dead silent. They were flabbergasted. A talent in martial arts. A talent with a secondary profession. This might be Wang Teng's true face. All of them looked at the black-haired figure covered in blood in the center of the array. Their gazes flickered violently. At this moment, this scene. It would forever be etched in their minds and become an unforgettable memory. The two talents from the Ti family, Ti Jing and Ti Du, had complicated expressions on their faces. They were Wang Teng's enemies from the start and got tricked by him during the secondary profession competition. But when they saw how terrifying the other party was, they couldn't even think of taking revenge. They were afraid. It was a chill that came from the bottom of their hearts. The other party even dared to curse and kill a devil god. What were they in front of him? He wasn't the only one. The family head of the Ti family didn't look good either. He could still maintain his composure, but in his heart, he was the same as the two Ti brothers. He wasn't calm at all. Terrifying. This brat was too scary. Ti Long clenched his fists uncontrollably. He wanted to tremble, but he forcefully suppressed it. He was the family head of the Ti family. How could he be frightened by a cosmos stage martial warrior? That would be a huge joke. The Parkers' family members turned grim. The furious Flaming Universe Lord and the Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord felt their faces twitching uncontrollably. The waves in their hearts almost drowned them out. A strong sense of uneasiness surged into their hearts. Wang Teng had already grown to this stage. They looked at the center of the array. This frail-looking figure covered in blood was so tall and lofty that people had to look up to him. Even universe-stage martial warriors like them lowered their heads unconsciously in front of him. That was a devil god. Even with the help of the immortal level array, not everyone could kill a devil god with a single sword attack. Divine arrays were strange in the hands of some people. They could only resist the attacks of divine-level martial warriors. However, in Wang Teng's hands they could kill devil gods. This was the difference. How could they remain calm in front of such a formidable enemy? After this battle, the Parkers family wouldn't be able to sleep well. Amidst everyone's complicated gazes, the terrifying sword glow dissipated gradually, revealing the empty sky. The divine kingdom had disappeared. The throne below the divine kingdom had disappeared too. The lofty figure on the throne had disappeared without a trace. Chapter 2842. Death of the Devil God. Darkness Invasion. The secondary career alliance is cracked. 2. The Devil God is dead. Everyone stared at this scene in a daze. They found it unbelievable. A devil god was destroyed just like that. He was blasted into pieces and nothing was left. Everyone was flabbergasted when they saw the devil god getting submerged by the sword glow, but they never imagined that the devil god would be blasted into pieces. Even the divine kingdom and the throne had disappeared without a trace. This wasn't what they expected. At first, they hoped that the devil god would be seriously injured. That was enough. But now the devil god was killed. That sword was so terrifying. We won. Everyone regained their senses and started cheering. The dark apparitions turned pale. They stared at the sky with their eyes wide open. They were dumbfounded. The devil god was annihilated. How was this possible? The high-tier devil titans like Devil Titan Bloodslayer and Devil Titan Shui Yi couldn't accept this reality. They stood rooted to the ground. Just like what the humans thought, they thought that the devil god was only injured, but they didn't expect that sword to kill him. Was this immortal level array really so terrifying? Were the skills of the human race so unpredictable? The devil god couldn't even withstand a single attack. A series of questions flashed through their minds. They almost fell into chaos. Something wasn't right. Great Elder Dan Chen and the others gave a relieved smile. Their eyes were filled with surprise. No one expected the devil god to be killed like this. It was unbelievable. At first, they hoped to make use of the power of the great 5 elements divine sword array to force the devil god to retreat and block the dimensional rifts to them. The sword attack just now could at most injure the other party heavily. It was impossible to kill him. But the truth was, the devil god had disappeared. Honestly, at this moment, Dan Chen and the other great elders were stunned. They couldn't react in time. Was the great 5 elements divine sword array really so powerful, or could it be that they didn't understand the great 5 elements divine sword array in the past? The divine-level secondary professionals and the veteran saint-level secondary professionals couldn't be compared to Wang Teng, who had just advanced to the saint level. Gasp. The 3 great elders gasped in shock. They felt their teeth hurting. Great Elder Dan Chen and Great Elder Tambeli couldn't help but look at Great Elder Byers. They couldn't help but ask, "Did you not study this array properly in the past?" Cough. Great Elder Byers was stunned by their questions. He got excited and started coughing uncontrollably. His pale face suddenly turned red. He felt speechless. He couldn't help but wonder, could it be that his grasp of the great 5 elements divine sword array was weaker than Wang Teng's? Oh right, it might be because of Wang Teng's 5 elements saint level array. Great Elder Byers suddenly thought of something. Are you saying that after changing the core of the array, the power of the array changed too? Dan Chen and other great elders asked hurriedly. That's possible. Changing the core of the array is a crazy thing, but Wang Teng succeeded. I can't imagine what magical changes will happen. Great Elder Byers nodded in deep thought. Also, don't forget that the 5-element saint-level array is made from the precious ores on the mining planet. It's extraordinary. You're right? Great Elder Tambeli nodded. Great Elder Dan Chen was a little puzzled, but he still nodded. This seemed to be the only explanation. If not, he wouldn't be able to think of the reason. A devil god died just like that. They didn't dare to think about it. Wang Teng was stunned too. He looked at the thick black mist and the empty sky. It felt unreal. Oh my God, he's dead? Wang Teng, you're amazing. You killed a devil god dark apparition, Round Ball shouted excitedly in his mind. It didn't interrupt Wang Teng during the battle, but it couldn't control itself now. Wang Teng killed a devil god. This wasn't just amazing. This was too amazing, Round Ball. Couldn't believe it. A newbie on Earth who wasn't even a planetary realm martial warrior was able to kill a devil god. Now, if this piece of news was released, the entire universe would be shocked. Also, Wang Teng was only at the Cosmos realm. A Cosmos stage martial warrior killed a devil god. What would happen in the future? Even devil gods were not his match. It didn't care about Wang Teng's method. So what if he used an array? Normal martial warriors wouldn't be able to kill a devil god even if they had a divine-level array. It was impossible. Only Wang Teng could turn the tides with this divine-level array and kill a devil god. Suddenly, Round Ball felt fortunate that it chose Wang Teng. In the past, there were so many candidates from the universe, but it didn't choose them. In the end, it chose Wang Teng, an Earthling. This was partly because of Wang Teng. His performance was too outstanding, which was why he was able to catch its attention. However, what Wang Teng didn't know was that it had hesitated at that time. Chapter 243, Death of the Devil God. Darkness Invasion. The secondary career alliance is cracked. 3. After all, Wang Teng had no advantage over the candidates from the universe. But in the end, it still chose Wang Teng because of his talent. From the looks of it now, it felt that it was extremely lucky. If not, it wouldn't have been able to choose this genius master. Why do I find it so surreal? Wang Teng wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He was still in disbelief. He didn't think that he could kill the devil god with that attack. He shouted so loudly because he wanted to embolden himself. After all, he mustn't be weak in terms of aura. He must stand tall. It's not surreal, it's dead. The devil god is dead. You killed it, Round Ball laughed. It was even more excited than Wang Teng. It wasn't even this excited when it saw Wang Teng advancing to the saint level in his secondary profession. Never mind. It's good that he's dead. Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief. His body relaxed uncontrollably, and waves of excruciating pain shot through his body. He gritted his teeth in pain. He swallowed many healing pills, but the pressure from the devil god's palm didn't disappear. His injury worsened continuously. Fortunately, the giant palm was destroyed by the Great Five Elements' divine sword array. If not, the consequences would be unimaginable. In another short while, his physical body would have collapsed from the inside out. In that instant, he felt that his bones, flesh, meridians, and even his soul were about to collapse. It was too terrifying. He had never felt such immense pressure before. The power of the devil god was terrifying. He still had lingering fears just thinking about it. The devil titan and the other dark apparitions had ugly expressions on their faces. However, when they saw the devil god getting killed, they couldn't care about anything else. They rushed towards the dimensional rifts in the sky and wanted to escape. Stop them, Ruler Heavenflame, and the others shouted in anger when they saw this scene. You come and go as you please. Who do you think we are? Kill! Leave no one alive! Kill all the dark apparitions here! Everyone stared at the dark apparitions intently and shouted. They wanted to kill the dark apparition. Their eyes were red and their expressions were hideous. Humans, don't be too proud. Devil Titan Bloodslayer's face was cold and his voice was filled with malice and contempt. He seemed to have recovered from his shock. Darkness will come to this world sooner or later. You are just struggling at the brink of death. The devil god is dead, but you're still being stubborn. Kill them all, Ruler Heavenflame shouted and released his eternal power. It was terrifying. Kill, Greenwood, Golden Star, and other rulers of the human race took the lead and charged out. They wanted to kill all the dark apparitions here. There weren't many chances like this. With so many powerful dark apparitions here, they were at a disadvantage. This was the time to catch all of them. If they missed this chance, it would be hard for them to do so again in the future. Kill, kill, kill. The Eternal Level and Universe stage martial warriors from the various factions charged out. Even Wang Teng, a Cosmos stage martial warrior, wasn't afraid of a devil god dark apparition. They had no reason to retreat. What's more, this was a rare opportunity. If they could take this chance to kill one or two powerful dark apparitions, it would be a meritorious deed. They would get many benefits in the future. The Stellar Arbitration Council existed in the universe to judge the formidable warriors from the various factions in the universe. If anyone betrayed the human race or made a huge mistake, they would be subjected to the conviction of the Stellar Arbitration Council. On the contrary, if you made a contribution, you would get the corresponding reward. Everyone knew this. The human martial warriors would gain merits if they killed dark apparitions. The stronger the dark apparitions, the more merits they would gain. These merits could be exchanged for various resources in the Stellar Arbitration Council. This was why so many talents wanted to squeeze in no matter how hard they tried. Kill. Terrifying forces swept through the sky and collided violently with the dark apparitions. Mind you, Wang Teng had unknowingly ignited the courage in the hearts of these formidable warriors. If not, they wouldn't be so fierce, even if they would gain military exploits. Many people were used to living comfortably and rarely participated in such tragic life or death battles. They might not be able to fight with the dark apparitions suddenly. However, Wang Teng's actions made them feel a little ashamed. Even Wang Teng, a Cosmos stage martial warrior, was unyielding in front of a devil god dark apparition. Yet they chose to retreat immediately. It was embarrassing. Now, this sense of shame had turned into their courage and motivation to fight. Roar. Humans, I will wait for you to be buried. Boom. Powerful dark apparitions died. They roared in anger and unwillingness as their blood splattered on the ground. This was a low-tier devil titan dark apparition. He was surrounded by a few eternal stage martial warriors and his eternal matter was destroyed. He died on the spot. Devil Titan, Blood Slayer, and the other Devil Titans had grim expressions. Their eyebrows kept jumping. They felt the threat of death. These humans had gone crazy. They wanted to kill them all here. Boom. Devil Titan Xue Yi and Rofert were fighting. After seeing that Wang Teng was fine, Rofert finally acted and wanted to stop Devil Titan Xue Yi. He is extremely powerful. A terrifying aura exuded from his body. This was the first time the aura of the ruler Crimson Demon was displayed on this battlefield. Xue Yi almost got beaten up. She knew that this ruler was powerful, but she didn't expect him to be this powerful. She had no chance of retaliating. Chapter 2844. Death of the Devil God. Darkness Invasion. The secondary career alliance is cracked. 4. Xue Yi's expression turned ugly. Roar, kill. Some powerful dark apparitions kept roaring in anger. Their voices resounded in the sky as they made their last struggle. The scene was too terrifying. Powerful dark apparitions plummeted down and turned into dark matter, staining a large area. Even though the human martial warriors had killed the dark apparitions, the impact they left behind was huge. It was highly possible that this place would turn into a terrifying land of darkness. After all, these dark apparitions were all high-tiered devil emperors or devil titan-level rulers. All of them contained powerful dark matter and dark power. In other places, the dark matter and dark force left behind by a high-tier devil emperor would be enough to contaminate the universe. If there was a life planet nearby, the consequences would be unimaginable. The living creatures on the life planets would get contaminated by the dark unknowingly and become slaves of the dark. Fortunately, the Great Five Elements' divine sword array hadn't disappeared at that time. he would be able to destroy the dark matter and the power of darkness. However, if he wanted to get rid of it completely, he needed the help of the light element martial warriors. Tsk. Wang Teng sat cross-legged in the array and looked at the dark apparitions dying in the sky. He was flabbergasted. This was horrifying. The human martial warriors weren't easy to deal with. With so many of them, the dark apparitions would be in trouble. So many attribute bubbles. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. There were so many powerful dark apparitions and human martial warriors who dropped attribute bubbles. They must be good stuff. Collect, all of them. Wang Teng immediately released the remaining spiritual kinesis in his body and picked up the attribute bubbles frantically. He didn't count the attribute bubbles for the time being. Instead, he felt the spiritual power and force filling up his body. His eyes started moving again. These devil titan dark apparitions were the hardest to kill. Even if the human martial warriors gave it their all, they only managed to kill one devil titan. He might be able to do something. He immediately took action. Wang Teng released his spiritual power and controlled the Great Five Elements Divine Sword Array again. It spun slowly and gave off a dazzling glow. Boom! A loud explosion resounded in the sky, attracting everyone's attention. Fuck. The high-tier devil titan Bloodslayer looked at the array below and cursed uncontrollably. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Who the hell activated that damn immortal level array again? At first it didn't think too much. After all, it didn't believe that a Cosmos stage martial warrior like Wang Teng could withstand the exhaustion of the array after releasing that terrifying attack. But when he looked towards the center of the array, he saw a familiar figure, Wang Teng. Devil Titan Bloodslayer was stunned. It was him again. Him again. In an instant, Devil Titan Bloodslayer felt that he was about to have a mental breakdown. He was cold-blooded and looked down on Wang Teng. But when he saw the monstrous human figure, he almost had a mental breakdown. What breed of monster was this bastard? Why was he still able to control the array after experiencing such a frightening exhaustion? What was wrong? He wasn't the only one. Even Sui Yi and the other Devil Titan-level dark apparitions found it unbelievable. They stared down absent-mindedly. Boom. Rofort pushed his palm out and knocked the absent-minded Sui Yi away. Fresh blood seeped out of his mouth. He was injured. Sui Yi's expression turned ugly. She felt exasperated. She didn't think that Rofort would grab this chance and injure her so badly just because she was in a daze. Is there a monster hiding in his body? Rofort ignored the other party and turned to look at Wang Teng with a strange expression. He smacked his lips. Great Elder Dan Chen and the others were flabbergasted too. They didn't expect Wang Teng to continue. The saint-level rune masters in the Great Five Elements Divine Sword Array stared at Wang Teng with wide eyes as if they saw a ghost. They felt drained and extremely weak. However, when they turned around, Wang Teng was still alive and kicking. It was as if the exhaustion didn't affect him at all. At this moment, under the operation of the array, their spiritual power was pulled out uncontrollably. They felt even more weak. All the saint-level rune masters turned pale, again. They felt that they couldn't hold on much longer. They only had some of their spiritual power left, so it wouldn't affect their origin of soul. However, if this continued, they would be dispirited for a long time. The saint-level rune masters felt bitter. They didn't know if they should laugh or cry. They didn't expect this day to come. They wanted to cry because of a new saint-level rune master. If word got out in the future, they would be laughed at. Thinking about this, the saint-level rune masters could only suppress their fear. No matter how weak they were, they couldn't show it. Boom! As the Great Five Elements Divine Sword Array activated, terrifying sword glows congregated again. Although it wasn't as terrifying as the sword glow he condensed when he faced the devil god, it still contained a dangerous aura. He mustn't underestimate it. Go. Wang Teng looked at the dark apparitions and sneered. He shouted softly, "Swoosh! Swoosh! Swoosh!" The sword glows turned into rays of light and shot towards the dark apparitions. Chapter 2845. Death of the Devil, God, Darkness, Invasion. The Secondary Career Alliance is cracked. 5. All the dark apparitions covered their heads and scurried away. They were in a miserable state. Under the pursuit of the sword glows, they kept roaring in anger. Everyone stared at this scene in a daze. They even forgot to act. They felt that there was nothing for them to do. Stop daydreaming. Continue killing, Wang Teng shouted. Silence. All the human martial warriors regained their senses. They felt speechless. They were astounded by a cosmos stage martial warrior. Ha ha ha! Kill! Ruler Heaven Flame and the others were the first to react. Their eyes lit up and they laughed. Then they charged towards the dark apparitions. Rofort smiled and charged towards Devil Titan Sui Yi again. If he could kill this Devil Titan, it would be a great merit. Boom! 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 With the addition of the great 5 elements divine sword array, the dark apparitions were at a disadvantage. Even Devil Titan-level dark apparitions couldn't hold on much longer. A Devil Titan dark apparition went berserk. His eternal power was obliterated, and he couldn't even execute his devil transformation. He was in a desperate situation. We shall return to the darkness. We shall remain eternal. A furious roar filled with unwillingness came out of the Devil Titan's mouth. Then there was a loud explosion. Boom! It dissipated, and its body turned into a large amount of dark matter and power of darkness. It filled up the entire sky. It was so terrifying that many martial warriors didn't dare to get close. Boom! Boom! Explosions were heard continuously. They resounded in the sky. The Devil Titan dark apparitions had died and released endless dark matter and dark power. We shall return to the darkness. We shall remain eternal. We shall return to the darkness. We shall remain eternal. At the same time, angry roars echoed in the dark like a strange curse filled with evilness. The resentment of the Devil Titan dark apparitions didn't disappear for a long time. This was terrifying. The angry roars merged into the darkness and turned into the power of curse. Many human martial warriors were affected. They didn't dare to get close. They were in a dilemma. Their spirits seemed to have been contaminated. This is... Wang Teng raised his head. His expression changed slightly, as if he saw something unbelievable. Dark matter and dark power filled up the sky, almost covering the entire sky. When the devil god appeared, a large amount of black mist filled up the sky. It contained dark matter and dark force, too. Wang Teng cut a hole in it, but it didn't disappear after the death of these powerful dark apparitions. Large amounts of dark matter and dark force appeared again and covered the sky. Even the cracks were filled up. What's more, everyone could feel that the dark matter and the power of darkness had gotten thicker and stranger. It was spreading further and further away, covering the entire Secondary Career Alliance headquarters. Ruler Heaven Flame Rofort and the others stopped their battle and frowned when they saw this scene. Even they didn't know what happened. They had never seen so many powerful dark apparitions dying at the same time. This was the first time something like this had happened. Boom! Suddenly, an ear-shattering explosion resounded in the sky. The sky and earth trembled. Everyone's expression changed. They tensed up, feeling that something was about to happen. Boom! Explosions were heard again at this moment. An unbelievable scene appeared. The ground and the sky of the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters were cracking. Chapter 2846. Dark Altar. Appearance of the Soul Suppression Bell, Altar Attribute Bubbles 1. It cracked. Amidst the rumbling, the entire Secondary Career Alliance headquarters started cracking. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. They were in a daze. Since ancient times, the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters had always been known as one of the strongest Holy Lands. No one had ever thought that it would be destroyed one day. This was unacceptable. At the same time, they felt a strong sense of horror in their hearts. This was a fear that came from the depth of one's heart. It was uncontrollable and sent chills down one's spine as if one had fallen into an ice cave. Every universe stage martial warrior, every eternal level martial warrior, including the eternal stage rulers and all of the saint level secondary professionals from the Secondary Profession Alliance, namely the three great elders. They were in a state of shock. In an instant, everyone fell into the abyss of despair from the joy of victory. Their faces were numb. They were in a daze. This was how everyone was feeling at this moment. In the array, Wang Teng looked up at the sky in a daze. He was flabbergasted and cursed uncontrollably. Damn it, what the hell is this? Round Ball's voice disappeared. It was as excited as it was frustrated a moment earlier. Boom! Explosions echoed in the air. The Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters was starting to crack. Cracks appeared in the sky and the ground. These were the cracks that appeared directly above space, revealing the eerie and deep nothingness and darkness. Evil aura spread out continuously. The dark matter and the power of darkness spread throughout the sky and contaminated everything. Wherever they went, everything would be stained by the dark as if they were cursed. The human martial warriors were afraid, so they didn't dare to get close. However, they were surrounded by dark matter and the power of darkness. There was only a small space for them to stand, so they couldn't evade the attack. The remaining powerful dark apparitions didn't have the time to react. They stared at the sky absent-mindedly as if they didn't know what was happening. However, after the human martial warriors stopped fighting, they regained their senses and felt fortunate. Their lives were temporarily saved. Those dark apparitions stood in the dark and exchanged glances with one another. They looked at the human martial warriors in the distance, but didn't say anything. They didn't know what was happening, so they could only wait and see. Boom! At this moment, the dark matter and the power of darkness in the void started churning. Something huge was about to come out. The space fluctuations became blurry and obscure. It didn't seem to belong to this space. It came from another space. All the human martial warriors felt their hearts skipping a beat. They looked at the corner of the black mist and their pupils constricted violently. Boom! Another explosion occurred. The air trembled and the mist containing the dark matter and the power of darkness churned even more violently. A giant figure was faintly visible inside, giving off a strange and evil aura. At the same time, it was ancient. It gave off the vicissitudes of life, and there were bloodstains on it. It was horrifying. What's that? Ruler Heaven Flame and the others frowned. They had a bad feeling. They sacrificed more than 10 devil titans to summon this giant. They mustn't be underestimated. Everyone got nervous. They stared at this scene in horror. It looks like a black stone platform, someone guessed. It's covered with black patterns. They contain terrifying dark power. Not only that, there are some blood-red patterns squirming like blood. It's terrifying. What is this? Is the devil god not dead? His words caused a huge commotion. Everyone turned strangely silent. Only a devil god could create such a terrifying scene, right? Everyone's expression changed when they thought about this. It was as if they suddenly saw a person who should be dead crawling out of his coffin, especially in the middle of the night. It would be a lie to say that they weren't frightened. The devil god isn't dead? Devil Titan Bloodslayer, Devil Titan Shui Ye, and the others exchanged glances with one another and looked into the darkness, trying to find the majestic figure. At the same time, they were anxious. Their gazes flickered and a frightening thought appeared in their minds. Was this the work of the devil god, including the death of many high-tier devil emperors and devil titans? This was scary. Why do I find this corner of the stone platform a little familiar? Devil Titan Bloodslayer stared at the exposed corner of the stone platform curiously. Wait, this is the Dark Altar. Devil Titan Shui Ye was in deep thought. Suddenly she thought of something and her expression changed. The Dark Altar. As soon as she finished speaking, the dark apparitions around her fell into fear and astonishment. They seemed to have heard something terrifying. Pairs of eyes stared intently at the exposed corner of the black mist. They wanted to see the patterns on it to see if this was the legendary Dark Altar. As more and more parts of the stone platform were revealed, the area got bigger and bigger, even though it was just a corner. The sky above the plaza was still shrouded in shadows. Mind you, the Secondary Career Alliance's plaza was huge, but just a small corner of the altar was enough to cover the entire plaza. If it was the entire stone platform, how big would it be? Ruler Heaven Flame and the others raised their heads. Their gazes changed tremendously. They were flabbergasted. Chapter 247, Dark Altar, Appearance of the Soul Suppression Bell Altar Attribute Bubbles 2, the Dark Altar. They heard what the dark apparition said just now. This was just the tip of the stone platform, but it was enough to astound everyone. It was an altar. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They didn't know what the dark altar was, but they knew that it wasn't a good thing. And from the looks of it, it was even more terrifying than the devil god. Everyone's heart was heavy and their faces were filled with bitterness. Victory was within their reach, but this unexpected turn of events happened. Who could bear with this stimulation? Dark altar. Rofert frowned. He seemed to have heard of this before, but he couldn't remember where. Wang Teng frowned too. His heart was pounding furiously. He asked in his heart, "Round Ball, do you know what the dark altar is?" Investigating. Round Ball said grimly. Wang Teng could only suppress his anxiety and wait patiently. After some time, Round Ball's voice was heard. "I can't find it. Even with my authority, I can't find any relevant information. This dark altar either doesn't exist or it's extremely secretive. I have a bad feeling." Wang Teng was astounded. His expression turned even more serious. "Why don't we run away?" "You've done enough?" Round Ball hesitated. "Rofort should be able to bring you away." Wang Teng was speechless. Round Ball was even more timid than him. But this was exactly what he wanted. Where there's life, there's hope. There was no good ending in a head-on confrontation. When it's time to run, you still have to run. Wang Teng scanned his surroundings frantically, trying to find a way to escape. Honestly, the dark matter and dark force didn't affect him much. He possessed the purest form of dark force, so he was different from the other martial warriors. He wouldn't get contaminated by the dark force. The only worry was his spirit. If he met anything that could affect his spirit, he would have to be careful. Also, the devil god didn't seem to be dead. However, he didn't appear. This made Wang Teng a little uncertain. He wondered what the other party wanted to do. This guy was a devil god, but he was hiding. Pfft! Wang Teng looked down on him. Boom! Just as he was thinking about this, explosions suddenly sounded in the sky like thunder. The huge stone platform suddenly stretched a huge distance forward. It seemed to have been pushed out from another space, tearing the space apart. A mottled, ancient, strange, and evil aura filled up the air. It was even thicker, sending chills down people's spine. Their hairs stood on their ends. The pressure on the ground increased exponentially. The speed of the cracks increased exponentially. All the areas in the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters were cracking. An array bigger than the Great Five Elements Divine Sword Array appeared and covered the entire Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. This was the Void Speckle Great Array. When he first came to the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters, Wang Teng received the corresponding attribute bubbles and the relevant legacies. However, they were incomplete. He didn't expect the second time he saw this array to be under such circumstances. Fate made a fool of him. The Void Speckle Great Array appeared. It shimmered continuously as if it was resisting the pressure exuded by the dark altar, Void Speckle Great Array. The three great elders, Ruler Heaven Flame, and the others raised their heads in astonishment. They didn't expect this array to appear. This was the best foundation of the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. Now that it had appeared in this manner, one could tell how serious the situation was. The array shimmered and attribute bubbles dropped. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. He didn't have the time to be shocked. He picked them up first. His spiritual kinesis swept through the air. Before the attribute bubbles landed on the ground, he picked them up. Void Speckle, Great Array, 2000. Void Speckle, Great Array, 1500. Origin Energy of Chaos, 3000. Origin Energy of Chaos, 2800. In an instant, the corresponding enlightenment appeared in Wang Teng's mind. The outline of an array appeared in his mind and spun slowly. Runes lit up on the array. At first, there was only a small area giving off light, and it was just a small corner. Compared to the gigantic array, it was as small as an ant. But now, as the runes lit up one by one, the ant-sized area became the size of a leech. Actually, Wang Teng only received 100 points of the void speckle great array. What's more, it was an incomplete array. It was pitifully little. Although it was still an incomplete array, there were more attributes than before. Void speckle great array, incomplete, 7,240,000 foundation. Within a few seconds, Wang Teng's grasp of the void speckle great array had increased a few hundred times. It looked like he would be able to break through to the foundation stage soon. Unfortunately, the array he grasped was still incomplete. It looked like the perfecting of this immortal level array had to be done along with the rise in proficiency. But overall, Wang Teng was happy with this gain. After all, the void speckle great array was extremely rare and precious. It was a naturally formed array that contained the power of space. Normal arrays couldn't be compared to it. Chapter 2848, Dark Altar. Appearance of the Soul Suppression Bell. Altar Attribute Bubbles 3. Not many people in the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters could grasp this array. He was extremely lucky to have obtained the legacy of this divine level array. With the addition of the Great Five Elements Divine Sword Array, he had 2 divine level arrays now. No rune master, who just became a saint-level rune master, would be as lucky as him. Wang Teng looked at the other attribute bubbles and was elated. Origin Energy of Chaos. He didn't expect it to be the origin energy of chaos. Wang Teng received these attribute bubbles when he first came to the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters, yet he managed to pick them up again. Wang Teng frowned. He was puzzled. Wasn't the origin energy of chaos formed by the intersection of 3 void torrent belts? Why did origin energy of chaos attribute bubbles appear in the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters after the void speckle great array was activated? Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see through it. Wang Teng shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He would absorb it first. This was good stuff. He mustn't waste it. The origin energy of chaos attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's body and congregated into crystals in his small universe. He could use them any time. The origin energy of chaos was extremely useful. It could be transformed into various forms of energy at any time in case of emergency. Wang Teng was elated. However, he quickly suppressed the happiness in his heart. No, this was a critical moment. How could he be happy here alone? He looked up and blinked. As the array vibrated, attribute bubbles were still dropping. Wang Teng didn't know if he should be happy or cry. There were many attribute bubbles, but this wasn't the method he wanted. He had no choice but to pick them up with tears in his eyes. His spiritual kinesis intertwined in midair and formed a dense net. As long as attribute bubbles fell, they would touch his spiritual kinesis and get picked up. No one escaped. Then Wang Teng stopped paying attention to it. He collected his thoughts and turned his attention back to the Dark Altar. He wondered if the void speckle great array could resist the terrifying Dark Altar. The void speckle great array wasn't an offensive array, and it could barely be considered a defense array. As a divine-level array formed naturally, it had many mystical aspects and was more stable than a normal array. It might be able to resist the terrifying power of the Dark Altar. Everyone looked up at the Dark Altar anxiously. "We can't continue like this," an eternal-level martial warrior said in a low voice. "If the Dark Altar descends completely, something terrifying will happen. There must be something terrifying about this Dark Altar. I wonder where it came from. We must stop them. This space can't hold on much longer. The Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters is collapsing." The eternal-level martial warriors spoke grimly. Boom! The Dark Altar moved out inch by inch. It was about to land. Terrifying dimensional rifts covered the entire Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. Buildings were destroyed and annihilated by the terrifying dark force. A large number of secondary professionals couldn't escape and screamed in pain. Their voices echoed in the air. Boom. They turned into a blood mist and dissipated in the darkness. They were submerged and disappeared completely. The expressions of the three great elders, ruler Heavenflame, and the others changed. This was a catastrophe for the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. It was a huge loss. They felt pain in their hearts when they saw the deaths of their secondary professionals. Their expressions turned ugly, but there was nothing they could do. There was no way to save them. They could only watch everything happen. A hint of contempt appeared in the eyes of Devil Titan Bloodslayer and the other dark apparitions when they saw this scene. In the past, they were almost suppressed, and many Devil Titan-level dark apparitions died. Now these human martial warriors had to pay the price with their blood. Even though the appearance of the dark altar was strange, if they were right, it might be related to something terrifying. But as long as they were alive, they didn't care about the lives of the other dark apparitions. And now, with the help of the dark altar, the human race was once again in a desperate situation. This was equivalent to taking revenge for them. Bang! The ringing of a bell resounded in the air. It was vast and melodious. The soul suppression bell. This was the soul suppression bell. The soul suppression bell hadn't appeared ever since it resisted the roar of the devil god. He didn't expect it to appear again. It looked like the person behind the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters also felt how scary and strange the dark altar was and didn't want it to land successfully. The bell echoed. An invisible sound wave formed in the air and spread out like ripples. Devil Titan Bloodslayer and the other dark apparitions' expressions changed slightly. They were the first to bear the brunt and vomited a mouth of blood. They were thrown back a few thousand meters and fell into the darkness. Under the frightening sound waves, the black mist in the sky started churning as if it was about to disperse. Clang. The next instant, the sound wave slammed into a corner of the black altar. It gave off a metallic clang that echoed in the air. Many martial warriors' expressions changed. Fresh blood seeped out of their orifices. They were injured by the terrifying collision sound. Even the eternal level martial warrior's expressions changed slightly under the influence of the voice. He was shocked. If it was just the sound of the soul suppression bell, it wouldn't hurt the human martial warriors. Thank you so much for listening. That's the end of this episode. I'll see you all in the next one. Until then, take care and happy listening.